Prologue. 13th of July 2001. The temperature was reminiscent of a warm summer's day at noon, and yet it was dark, velvety dark. Somewhere in the distance a clock was striking 12, and 18-year-old Graham Andrews lifted the bottle of beer in salute. He wobbled slightly. They didn't build stone walls with backrests. "It's midnight," he slurred. "Gotta go home." "Why?" his companion asked. "Is Mummy expecting you back? Your middle name's Cinderella?" "Nah, got a job interview tomorrow morning." Graham thought for a moment. "This morning. It's okay for you. Lorraine's out all night. You've nobody to answer to." Kenny West raised his own bottle of beer in acknowledgement of Graham's words. "Good luck with the job, then. You want to get it?" Graham shrugged, not sure what to answer. He desperately needed to get some money. But did he really want to work in a butcher's shop in a supermarket? He recalled the feeling of euphoria when Carla had agreed to go to the cinema with him, but it was only 2 days away, and he didn't have a penny. He'd have to touch his dad up for some yet again, and put up with the getting a job lecture. "You need money?" Kenny asked. "Taking Carla out Saturday night." "Okay. You up for something?" Graham looked at his friend. "Like what?" The last time Kenny had come up with a clever idea had been the time they'd tried to hold up a garage, and they'd ended up having to run like the blazes when they saw the first police car pull into the pump area. "See those houses?" Kenny nodded towards the row of terraced houses directly across from them. Graham stared, and then saw what Kenny had seen. The end one, with its wall boasting a side door and a small window, had an owner who obviously couldn't cope with the heat. The window had been left open. Graham said nothing, waiting for Kenny to speak. "He'll be in bed," Kenny said eventually. "Who? Old man who lives there? Ain't he called Malk? Malk Robinson. Malk Roberts. Lives on his own. Shut up with the questions while I think." Kenny clearly didn't need Graham querying who the old man was. Graham lifted up his bottle and tipped it into his mouth, but it was empty. He threw it over the wall in disgust. It occurred to him that maybe it was for the best there was nothing left. It looked like he might have to sober up pretty quickly. He waited patiently for Kenny to speak. Kenny jumped down from the wall, and with a quick, impatient flick of his wrist, he threw his bottle to join Graham's. It did, with a clatter of breaking glass. "For fuck's sake," Graham growled. "Watch for curtain twitchers." They waited 5 minutes, and then, happy that nobody had heard the glass breaking, moved across the road. 20 minutes later, they were still leaning against the side wall, whispering the plan they had concocted through inebriated minds. It sounded too easy. According to Kenny, most old folks kept their savings in jars in the kitchen. The open window led straight into that room, and so they'd be in and out as soon as they'd found some cash. "You go in first, Graham. I'll give you a lift up, then I'll follow." Graham held up a thumb to say he understood, and finally they moved towards the window. It had simply been left as far as the first hole on the bottom window catch, so Graham quietly lifted it and pushed the window wide open. His initial thoughts were, "Stupid old bugger," and then remembered the night his family had been burgled because he had thoughtlessly done the same. It hadn't been intentional, a window forgotten about because it was rarely warm enough in England to have to think about securing them at night. They were usually closed and locked tight before bedtime. It still wasn't a wide space to clamber through, and Graham had to carefully manoeuvre, trying to suppress nervous laughter as Kenny hoisted him upwards using clenched hands as a step. A washing machine was directly underneath the window, and the metal gave a loud crack as Graham stepped on it. He froze for a minute, prepared to escape back through the window if there was any sound from the house. He turned round to see Kenny hauling himself up, and he put a warning finger to his lips. Kenny dropped back down and waited. Graham remained motionless, then eased himself to the floor. He faced the window to help Kenny, albeit not soundlessly, and finally they were both in the kitchen. Kenny looked at Graham, and without speaking, indicated the right-hand side of the room. They had discussed possible hiding places, and Graham knew he had to look in cupboards for canisters, jars of any description, anything that could potentially hold cash. Kenny took the white goods side of the kitchen, quietly opening and closing the washing machine, the fridge and the freezer, leaving himself with icy cold fingers after rummaging through the freezer drawers, looking for a plastic box or a plastic bag that could contain money. He found it in the microwave. A 6-inch by 4-inch plastic box with rolled-up £20 notes. Kenny waved the box at Graham and they opened it without speaking. Kenny did a quick count and held up a hand to indicate 5. Graham nodded, mouthed, "Let's go," and Kenny slipped the rolled-up banknotes into his jeans pockets. Graham moved to the back door and looked everywhere for the key. "For fuck's sake," he muttered. He pointed to the window and Kenny picked up a chair to facilitate their climb to the windowsill, avoiding standing on the washer. It was at that point when they heard an upstairs door creak, followed by footsteps. "Who's down there?" Graham looked at Kenny, and Kenny put his fingers to his lips. They waited, then heard a stair creak. Malk was coming down. Kenny, still with the chair in his hands, placed it next to the washer, then jumped onto it and onto the windowsill. He was almost through the window when they heard an almighty bang, a shout and a clatter, followed by silence. Kenny jumped outside, landing awkwardly, his ankle twisted. "Come on," he whispered, wincing, but there was no reply from Graham. The old man was lying at the bottom of the stairs, his head at an awkward angle. "Malk, come on, man, get up, I'll help you." Graham felt sick, but he no longer felt drunk. Somebody breaking their neck had the effect of causing complete sobriety. There was no response, and he ran back into the kitchen. Kenny was peering through the window. "Graham, come on, we can't hang about." Kenny's voice trailed away at the look on the younger man's face. "What's up?" "Think he's dead." Graham dashed to the sink and vomited. It took Kenny 5 minutes to climb back through. The pain in his ankle stopped him putting any weight on it, and eventually he managed to hobble through the kitchen and towards the bottom of the stairs. He understood why Graham had been sick. Malcolm Roberts was definitely dead. His head was at a strange angle, eyes wide open, and there was a pool of blood beneath his ear. His walking stick was by his side, having followed its owner's catastrophic descent down the steeply ascending flight of stairs. "Let's get out of here," Kenny whispered. "No point keeping quiet," Graham said. "He can't hear us." "What if there's somebody else upstairs?" The newly sobered Graham let this sink in. "Shit, let's go." He picked up the walking stick. "Here, use this. He'll not be needing it anymore." Graham went out of the kitchen window first and helped Kenny through. Graham handed the walking stick back to him once he was safely outside, and they walked away as fast as they could, hugging the shadows. "You ever had your fingerprints taken by the cops?" Kenny panted, struggling to keep up with his more mobile friend. "No. You?" "No. So they're not going to match anything. Ever wish you could rewind an hour?" "Yep. We splitting the money now." They turned the corner and sat on a bench used for various nefarious activities on the playing fields. Kenny sat down with a moan. "I'm really struggling here, mate. This ankle frickin' hurts." He pulled the rolls of notes out of his pockets and counted them. There was more than they had previously thought, and their haul for the night was £300 each. As Kenny climbed wearily into his empty bed that night, he realised he was bound to Graham for life. A death, whether accidental or not, while during a robbery, was pretty much frowned upon. One wrong word from Graham to anybody, and it could have major consequences. Yep, Kenny thought, a mate for life. Chapter 1. Carla Andrews' drive to work was undertaken almost on autopilot every morning. She always felt mildly surprised that she had arrived, without actually having seen anything of the route she had driven. 7 years of working in the same place had given her superpowers, she reckoned, the ability to get to work without having to think about it. Saturday the 5th of May 2018 was no exception. It was always a short journey, but in term time it took 7 minutes, and school holidays and weekends a mere 5. Her designated parking space, the sign saying manager was firmly attached to the wall alongside the area manager sign, was empty and waiting for her, and she felt the familiar irritation that her sign was slightly misaligned and skewed, while the area manager sign was perfect. Her marginal OCD made her want to get a screwdriver and a drill and set to work repositioning it to bring it in line with Pete Newton's. Carla switched off the engine and sat for a moment, enjoying the car. Although not new, it was a recent acquisition, and she was still at the stage of loving the fresh smell of it before it became contaminated by the fragrance of numerous Happy Meals eaten on the back seat by Kelly and Daniel. To make everything even better, she had chosen it without input from Graham or the children. Her husband had found fault with it, of course, but the children loved it. The sparkly blue paintwork had really hit the spot with 9-year-old Kelly, and yes, Graham had sneered at it. But he would have ridiculed a Rolls-Royce if he hadn't been allowed to have a say in its choice. A glance at the Suzuki's dashboard clock told her it was time to open up the shop, so she pulled down the interior mirror and examined her face and hair before opening the car door. Her hair had magically stayed in the bun on top of her head, although she knew that by the time she went off shift at 5, her long brown locks would have started to fall down around her shoulders. Brown eyes stared back at her, and she smiled. She'd do. She checked all the car doors were locked before opening the shutters covering the entire entrance to the building. The metal rattled, creaked and groaned as it slowly rose upwards to settle into its housing. She unlocked the main door and went inside, locking it behind her. Lorraine West, Carla's cashier for the day, was clearly running late, so she would have to knock to gain entry. Everywhere was feeling freshly vacuumed and bleached, putting a smile on Carla's face. For the previous 4 days, she had been covering for Janice Marshall, cleaner extraordinaire, who had temporarily shelved her job for a 3-day hen-do in Mallorca, but it looked like she was back. Carla raised the blinds on the large window, adding extra light to the dark interior, although the frosted glass in the betting shop window frame prevented visibility either in or out. Lorraine had once asked her why the glass was frosted, and she had said it was to prevent wives looking in and spotting their husbands spending the housekeeping money on the slot machines, coupled with betting on the horses and dogs. In reality, Carla had no idea why their vision to the outside world was impaired. She would prefer to be able to see when smelly George was approaching, so she could have the can of air freshener primed. Carla heard the knock on the door and she went to unlock it. Putting a cigarette out before ambling in, Lorraine was already 10 minutes late and definitely not bothered. She hadn't told anyone yet, but she was starting a new job in 6 weeks. A new life. She was already feeling D-mob happy. "Morning," she said. "You're late," Carla responded. "I've done all the cleaning." "No, you haven't," Lorraine said, grinning at her manager. "I saw Janice in the pub last night, and she said she would be here for 7 this morning to give the place a good fettling. Has she?" "She has," Carla conceded. She walked into the tiny kitchen where their safe was housed and keyed in the number to open it. She took out almost all the money, leaving 1,000 in the safe for emergencies. She relocked the safe, then moved behind the counter, where she put £200 float money in Lorraine's till. She counted out her own float, slightly under £300, and made sure all the Queen's heads were facing the same way, before stocking up her own till drawer. Lorraine made them a coffee while Carla filled out the paying-in book. Her intention was to go and get cakes for their break, then nip into the post office and pay in the extra £2,000. She put the money in the paying-in book into her bag and picked up her drink. "All done?" Lorraine asked, having already drunk half of her coffee. "Yep. Good day yesterday, wasn't it?" "Busy," Lorraine agreed. "Better than it dragging." She glanced at the clock. "Right, we've 10 minutes of peace before we open." She walked around the counter and through the secure staff-only door, taking her seat beside Carla, and at the second till. She checked her float and closed up the till before finishing her coffee. "Kids okay?" "Kids are fine," Carla responded. "It's bloody Graham who causes me all the stress. If I could go back 15 years, she sighed. Lorraine nodded in agreement with her friend's words. So many times she had seen Graham, along with the dog he had taken for his evening walk, waiting outside the betting office for his wife to finish work, so he could travel back home in the car with her, and the dog. Carla had explained in the past it wasn't that he cared whether she arrived home safely or not. It was all about control. A wife managing a betting shop, A predominantly male environment had to be made to realise it was unacceptable to speak to the customers outside of the betting shop. The dog suffered. It may be a short drive, but to a little Bichon Frise it was an interminably long walk, and Carla suffered pangs of humiliation. Lorraine understood. The two women sat watching the clock, waiting for the big hand to reach the 12. Eventually, Lorraine sighed. "That's it, let's get the door open." Carla stood and moved out from behind the counter and around the corner to the door. She turned the Yale knob and locked it in place, opened the door and checked outside. Nobody. She closed the door and rejoined Lorraine behind the counter. "Nobody there," Carla confirmed. "My guess is 6 minutes for the first punter." "I'm going to be optimistic. 10 minutes, I reckon," Lorraine said, more in hope than anything. Carla was closer. At 10:04 they heard the door open. They heard the Yale lock click as the door was locked, and the hand on the clock moved to 10:05. A figure walked around the corner of the counter and faced the two women. Wearing a black hoodie, with the hood pulled up and forward to conceal the hair, it was a terrifying vision. A white mask turned his face ghost-like, the mouth frozen into a rictus grin. A long stick of some description, wrapped in a large black plastic bag, was gripped in the right hand, hands that were hidden by white gloves. Everything else about the figure was black. Jacket, jeans, trainers. Darkest black. The horrific mask, completely concealing the facial features, moved from side to side, as what they assumed was a man surveyed the two women in the red shirts, proclaiming to the world they were employed by Sanderson's bookmakers, and they were happy to help. It was so scary, so horrifying, it was almost comical. He pointed to Carla with the stick. "Money," he said, his tone guttural and unnatural. They remained seated. His left hand moved across his body to reach the plastic bag, and he pulled at it to reveal its contents. Something the two women had assumed was a baseball bat, the preferred weapon of choice for bookie robbers. The end of a rifle protruded from the black bag. Carla moved first. She emptied her own till and handed over the money she had only recently put in. He grabbed at it and stuffed it into his pocket, then swung the gun towards Lorraine. "You," he said, once again hiding his true voice behind the unnatural, harsh tone he had adopted. Lorraine glanced at Carla, and Carla gave a slight nod. Lorraine keyed open her till and removed her float money. He pocketed that, then said, "Safe." Neither of them moved, so he tilted the gun and pointed it directly at Carla. She pushed her off his chair and it rolled gently away from the desk. She stood. Her legs struggled to respond to her commands to walk. Moving slowly towards the staff door that separated them from the main area of the betting shop, she opened it. Lorraine waited and watched. The second he moved towards Carla, she pressed the emergency button under the counter, knowing they would be instantly under surveillance by security. "Situation at 1475. Adam Taylor immediately switched all monitors to the ongoing action in the small shop. Everyone in the operations room could see exactly what was happening. "No police," Frank Sharp commanded. "Not till I give the order. Adam, your finger on the call button, please, ready to ring." The presence of a gun in the shop was a game-changer. Police activity would alert the gunman, with potential life-threatening repercussions. 999 would be dialed once the perpetrator was outside the shop and all employees were safe. Frank was relieved to see the two women were following company policy and complying with the gunman's instructions. Frank watched as his second screen gave him the information he needed. A Sheffield branch in the southeast of the city. Staff on duty, Carla Andrews, manager, and Lorraine West, cashier. He could see from his primary screen that it was Carla who had moved into the customer area of the shop. Her T-shirt had manager emblazoned on the back, above the words happy to help. His third screen came into play, and he saw her enter a tiny kitchen and bend down to open the safe. She handed the man the bundle of money, and he gestured with the gun for her to stand. Together they moved back into the main area, and the third screen once again was devoid of people. Frank could sense the fear. The women knew the police wouldn't be on the way. As long-term employees, their training had been completed, and they would know police would be notified the second they were out of danger from the gun. They were behaving exactly as they had been told to act. Hand over the money, hit the security button if it was safe to do so, remain calm. "More," the gunman growled, and Carla turned to face him. "There is no more. We've only just opened." The door rattled as a customer tried to get in. Carla glanced at the clock. 10:22. Whoever was at the door at that early hour was a regular. She prayed they would give up and go away. Again there was a rattle at the door and they all heard, "Carla, you in there? Open up, lovely, me bacon sarnie's going cold." Ben Craig. Carla knew he wouldn't give up. He didn't visit the shop every day, only Saturdays, and always arrived shortly after opening time, complete with a bacon sandwich from the cafe. "Ben, go!" There was silence, and all three of them waited for further activity from outside. Again Carla looked at the clock. 10:27. Ben had gone quiet, and she hoped he'd accepted the shop was closed. "You," the gunman pointed the gun at Lorraine, "get round here, and both of you get on the floor." Lorraine's legs felt like jelly, and her heart was hammering. She stood, holding onto the counter, and went out to join her manager. "Floor," he said, and Carla and Lorraine sank down, their backs leaning against the counter. Ben had moved away from the shop. The response when he had pressed the third 9 had been immediate. He asked for police, then quickly explained the situation when put through. "The manager's car's here. The blinds are lifted, shutters raised. She must be inside, but she's not opened up. Something's wrong." "Hold on, sir." There was half a minute of silence while the operator put him on hold to dispatch 2 cars to the bookmakers. There had been 3 betting shop attacks in a fortnight, and they normally only found out after the perpetrator had fled the scene. She went back to Ben. "Thank you, sir. I have sent 2 cars. Please leave the area of the premises now until we can sort it out. There may be a simple explanation, but please move away. Can I take your name? And is this number your own phone?" "It's Ben Craig, and yes, it's my phone. I can hear the sirens. I'll get out of the way." And he disconnected, running across the small car park before stopping. The 2 women looked at each other and automatically held hands. They had also heard the sirens. Chapter 2. The rifle swung towards the 2 women as the sirens wailed in the distance. He fired twice and ran. Ben Craig, in a crouching position by the side of a car, watched as the black-clad figure barreled out of the betting shop door, then swung left to run across the car park, heading for the row of shops. Ben had heard the shots. He watched as the man reached a waste bin and saw him stuff the black plastic bag into it before disappearing around the back of the shops. Ben moved slowly out from the side of the car. Illogically registering it was a bright red Mini, and he would have been better hiding behind something bigger like a Land Rover, then saw the first police car pull into the car park. He waved at them and began to stand, but within seconds he was surrounded and pushed to the floor. "My name's Ben Craig," he said. "I reported I thought there was a problem, and now there fucking is. Get your hands off me. I've heard 2 shots. You need to get in there quick. Oh, and the fucking gun is possibly over there in the fucking waste bin." He waved in the general direction of the row of shops and sank his head to his chest. He was aware he was still clutching on to his bacon sandwich, and that he was swearing too much, and that he couldn't breathe. The lock had dropped, and they had to break through the door. Blood was everywhere, puddled, spattered, but not pumping. "Shit, shit, shit!" Frank Sharp roared. They had all watched in horrified disbelief at the actions in the small, out-of-the-way betting office, all too aware of what the sound of sirens could do. The shots had echoed. As one, every security person in the place stood as they saw the killer's exit, feeling utterly useless, unable to help. The women had done nothing wrong, had played it by the book. "Adam, get me South Yorkshire Police." Frank slumped onto his chair and rested his head in his hands. "I want some bloody answers, and I want them today." He took out his mobile phone and scrolled until he reached Pete Newton's name. It only took a minute to relay what information he had to the area manager, and Frank disconnected. His next conversation with South Yorkshire Police was much longer. By the time Pete Newton arrived, the car park had been surrounded by crime scene tape, so he drove a little further down the road, then ran back up towards the shop. He hoped Frank Sharp had been wrong. He guessed he hadn't. 2 ambulances were waiting, but the paramedics were outside the shop, not inside where they would have been needed if... Pete groaned. Both women had young kids, who presumably still thought they had mums. He knew he should go to see the families once the police had done their jobs and notified them, but he wasn't convinced he had the strength to do it. He reached the crime scene tape that had been festooned like Christmas decorations around the shop, and a constable stepped towards the tape. "Sorry, sir, it's a crime scene." "I know," Pete responded. "That's my parking spot." He pointed to the area manager's sign. "One moment, sir," the constable said, and disappeared. He returned with another man dressed in a white coverall, white elasticated booties over his shoes. "D.I. Tom Fowler. I can't let you in, Mr. Newton. Peter Newton. I'm the area manager and this is one of my shops. These are my girls. I'm sorry, Peter, but there's nothing you can do for them." "It's Pete," he hesitated. "Both of them? Dead?" "I'm afraid so. Forensics are in there and will be for some time." "Have their husbands been notified?" "Not yet. I understand the ladies' names are Carla Andrews and Lorraine West. Is that correct?" "It should be. That's who was down for working this morning." "What the hell's gone wrong? There wouldn't have been enough money to merit 2 deaths. You know them well?" "I've known Carla for about 7 years, Lorraine for 5. I see them a couple of times a week, usually. This is one of the smaller shops. We don't normally have any issues here. Nice area, nice punters, lovely staff. If this had happened in a couple of my other shops in the rougher areas, it wouldn't have shocked me so much, but here..." Pete stopped speaking. He had to. Grief suddenly hit him, and he knew words simply weren't enough. The utter enormity of the situation hit him, and he felt himself stagger. Fowler reached out and grabbed at his arm. "Steady. Come and sit on this wall, take a few minutes. I'll need you to identify them as soon as forensics are done, so please don't leave." He lifted the tape and led Pete across to the wall. "I'll be back soon," Fowler said, and left Pete to take out his cigarettes. His hand shook as he struggled to light one, and then took a deep drag. A pack of 20 normally lasted him the best part of a week, but he guessed that might not be the case this time. Pete's phone rang and he saw it was Frank. Pete was tempted to ignore it, but then reluctantly swiped across his screen. "Frank? Pete, you okay?" "No, Frank, I'm not. We've lost 2 of the nicest lasses you could want to meet. I'm not fucking okay." His voice rose in anger. "We're still monitoring things, but it seems some punter rang the police. The punter thought something was wrong because the door was still locked at 10:30. That's what brought the bloody police in, sirens blaring." "And they would have heard them," Pete said slowly. "Carla and Lorraine would have known what it meant." There was silence from Frank. "Is that it?" Pete said. "Who's coming here to see the families?" "I don't know yet, Pete. We're trying to find out who's free." "Not good enough." Pete's anger was at boiling point. "Don't ring me again, unless it's to tell me Sanderson himself is going to do it." Pete disconnected, stuffed his phone back in his pocket, and took another deep drag on his cigarette. D.I. Fowler and D.S. Holly Jones arrived at the Andrews home to find Graham Andrews with the 2 children about to get into their car. Graham watched with interest as the police car stopped. A man and a woman exited the vehicle. He was a little surprised when they walked towards him. "Mr. Andrews?" He nodded. "I am, but as you can see, we're going out. Shopping," he added, somehow feeling he had to justify what they were doing. "D.I. Fowler and this is D.S. Jones." They showed their IDs, and Graham gave them a cursory glance. "A detective inspector? Have I done something wrong?" he asked with a puzzled expression, but a half smile nevertheless. "Is there someone who can look after the children for a short while, Mr. Andrews?" Holly said. "What? No, not really. A neighbour?" If Sally's in, she'll watch them for a few minutes, I suppose." "Sally?" "Sally Plowright. Lives next door." Holly reached out her hands. "Come on, children. I need you to go with me." "You have names?" They giggled. "Course we do, silly. I'm Kelly, and this is Daniel." Kelly turned. "Daddy?" "Go, sweetheart. I'll come and get you in a few minutes." Holly took the children up the next path, and a few seconds later she disappeared into the house adjoining the Andrews home. "What's this about?" Graham asked. "Whatever it is, I haven't done it." "Can we go inside, sir? My sergeant will be back shortly, and then we can tell you why we're here." The house was tidy, showed little evidence the children lived there, except for the many photographs dotted around the place. There was no sign of toys, and Tom assumed they probably had to confine them to their bedrooms. The front door opened and Holly entered. "They're okay. They've got lollipops." "What's going on?" There was a touch of aggression in Graham's voice. "Please, can we all sit down, Mr. Andrews?" Holly's manner brought a touch of calm to the room. Graham indicated the sofa and he took an armchair. "Mr. Andrews, I'm sorry to have to tell you that there has been a shooting at Sanderson's Bookmakers." Graham's eyes widened as he realised the implications. "Carla? She's okay?" Holly stepped in. "No, Mr. Andrews, I'm afraid she isn't. Your wife died at the scene." Graham felt the blood pulse through his veins, thought his body was going to explode. Dead? Carla? Suddenly his head dropped, and Tom nodded to Holly as she mimed making tea. Graham raised his head. Who did this?" "We don't know, not yet. Forensics are still there taking samples. Something will lead us to the shooter, I promise you, Mr. Andrews. But at the moment, we're at the beginning of the investigation." "And Lorraine? She was on duty today." "We haven't notified her husband yet. We're going there when we leave you. She was killed along with your wife." Graham tried desperately to brush away the tears. Men don't cry had always been his mantra, but he was bloody crying now. And he guessed it would be the same when Kenny West was given the news. Holly entered, balancing 3 mugs of tea. She handed them around, and Graham sat cradling his, not knowing what to say, what to do, and above all else, how to tell Kelly and Daniel. And then his brain seemed to come alive. CCTV. The shop has CCTV and a central security base. Didn't they see what was going on? Yes, but their policy when there is a weapon involved is to ring the police after the person committing the crime has left the shop. The man was masked. There was no way of identifying him from any camera. Graham was silent, thinking. He looked up at Tom Fowler. "OK, D.I. Fowler, now hear me. You find this man before Kenny and I do, because if you don't, you won't need to find him." Chapter 3. Kenny West stared at the 2 police officers, disbelief written across his face. But, he waved his phone around. "She only texted me an hour ago and you're saying she's dead." "I'm sorry, Mr. West. There's no question that it's Lorraine." "And Carla? How's she?" "They were both fatally wounded," Holly said softly. Kenny stared around the room, as if looking to escape from the horror of what he was hearing. "Where's Graham? Does he know?" "He's at home, telling the children. He said to tell you he'll ring you later." Tom Fowler stepped in. "Mr. Andrews indicated that you 2 could become vigilantes. I have to urge you against this, obviously. You both have children and no good can come of it if we have to lock you up for murder. Your family will need you." Kenny lifted his head and stared at the D.I. "There's no could become about it, rest assured on that one, D.I. Fowler. I've got to go upstairs and wake up 2 16-year-old lads to tell them they no longer have a mother. And once that's out the way and we've grieved for a while, we'll go find the bastard who did it. Graham and I will find him. That will help all 6 of us handle the grieving process. I'm sure you can see that. Mr. West, Kenny, don't bother saying it. And you won't know it's happened. But we will." The identical faces of Jack and Isaac West blanked as they listened to their father's words. Kenny reached out and pulled them towards him, aware they couldn't speak. "Come here, lads. We've got to get through this. Don't hold it in, it's your mum. We all loved her, we can all cry." He thought his words were rubbish, but knew he had to say something. His own tears were hurting his eyes as he tried to rein them in. He felt Jack break first as he slumped against his father's broad shoulders. "It can't be true," Jack moaned. "Not our mum." "It is, son," Kenny said quietly. "And we've got to be strong for her. Get through these next few weeks, and then we'll see. I don't want you going out of the house today because there'll be press people wanting to talk to us, and that's not going to happen. Nothing, you hear me? We don't say a word to them. Jack, go and make us all a cup of tea, will you? We need to steady ourselves. That's what your mum would have done. I'm going to ring Graham, see how he's doing with the kids." Jack peeled himself away from his dad, and Kenny lowered an almost catatonic Isaac onto the sofa. He knelt on the floor in front of him. "Come on, Isaac. Don't mess about being a man. Let it out. None of us are leaving this house. We've things to talk about. We've to be what your mum would have wanted." Pete Newton, once again sitting on the low wall outside the betting office, was trying to rid his mind of the sight inside the small shop. Carla and Lorraine had died holding hands. Their blood was intermingled in a wide area. Both had been shot in the chest, and the doctor had confirmed they would have died immediately. Pete had identified them as Carla Andrews and Lorraine West, and then had headed back outside, where he had vomited over the other side of the wall he was sitting on. It seemed that Samuel Sanderson, the owner of the chain of betting shops, wasn't going to be visiting either of the families as he was on holiday in Florida, but he would be ringing the husbands. Pete was struggling to hold in his anger and steadfastly refusing to answer calls from any work-related numbers. His pregnant wife, Ailsa, had rung at least 4 times, begging him to come home. She was the only one he pressed the phone's answer button for. But he couldn't. He couldn't leave the shop, leave his 2 friends lying on that floor, life extinguished. While they were there, he would stay. The 2 body bags carrying Carla and Lorraine were loaded into the coroner's van and dispatched to the morgue, everyone standing around in respectful silence as it happened. The van had been able to reverse right up to the door, much to the disgust of the many onlookers who were making wild guesses as to what had happened on that bright morning. A few were customers who had called down to place their usual Saturday bet and had remained to see if the rumours were true. They guessed probably Carla had been hurt. She liked to do the weekend shifts. It meant she didn't have to organise childcare for the kids, but they didn't know if anyone else was in there. The arrival of the coroner's van told them much more than their guesses. Some slowly dispersed, but a steady few remained. Pete shuffled around to find a marginally more comfortable place on the wall. He took out his phone. "I'm coming home, Ailsa. They've gone." "Good. I must have had 6 calls from Frank Sharp wanting to speak to you. Was it okay to tell him to piss off?" "God, I love you. You used exactly the right words. I'll be home in about a quarter of an hour. I'm going to tell D.I. Fowler I'm off. I've had enough." "And Frank Sharp? If he rings again, what shall I say?" "Piss off." Kenny fed the twins with beans on toast. Nobody wanted food, but he knew they needed to eat, even if it was to bring a little normality into the crazy world that had descended on them. They ate in silence in the kitchen, all 3 of them occasionally lifting tear-filled eyes as they remembered better times when Lorraine had said, "Only beans on toast tonight, I've had a really heavy day." Jack seemed to be completely lost in thought, idly pushing beans onto his fork and aiming for his mouth, not always successfully. Then he stiffened. "What do we do?" "I don't know, Jack, and that's all I can say at the moment." "What about our exams?" "Shit." Kenny stared at his 2 boys. How could he have forgotten? It had been the sole topic of conversation for at least a year. "When's the first one?" Jack spoke first. "We start this week, Friday. Then we've got a solid 4 weeks of them." Isaac confirmed he was taking the same first exam as his brother, but finishing the day before Jack finished his. "Mum said—" "Mum said what?" Kenny asked. "Mum said she would take us to Alton Towers for a few days after the exams were over." "Then that's what will happen," Kenny said. "Now things are obviously going to change. We're all going to have to learn how to do washing and ironing for a start. But I don't ever want us to stop talking about your mum. She'll always be with us. Probably laughing at us when we turn your school shirts mud green or something. The next week or 2 is going to be really hard. The police will want to talk to us, to see if we picked up on anything, to see if we recognise anything about the bastard who's done this to us. But stay strong, lads. And if you're struggling, I'm here. And so is Graham. What about school? I don't want you to go in Monday or Tuesday. Will that affect anything? Jack and Isaac shook their heads in unison. No, we're basically doing revision now, not learning anything new. We can do what we need to do at home. It amazed Kenny to hear his boys talk like this. His own school life had been spent planning how to get out of school without anyone spotting he was missing, and his exam results had been a joke. Yet Lorraine had instilled a sense of worth into their boys, and both had university plans. He suspected that would be the dividing point in their lives. They had separate plans for careers. He watched Jack walk over to the windows. It feels strange here now, Dad. Kenny walked over to Jack and placed an arm around his shoulders, realising with a jolt that they were within an inch or two of being the same height. It'll always feel strange without her, Jack. We would have found it easier to handle if she'd died naturally. But this... They heard Isaac sob aloud and leave the room before hurtling upstairs. You okay if... Jack nodded. I think he's being sick. Go and help him, Dad. Mummy's not coming home from work? 7-year-old Daniel stared up into Graham's face. Not ever. Graham shook his head. He was struggling to speak, to find the right words to say to his children. He thought Kelly had grasped the enormity of it, although not the concept of the previous night having been the final time she would have seen her mummy. Daniel was clearly struggling with the facts. The phone call to Graham's mum had been hard, but her immediate reaction had been to bring the children to her for a few days. Graham would have some sorting out to do. Like you've never known, Mum. Like you've never known. Did he hurt Mummy? Kelly's brown eyes, so like Carla's, were overflowing with tears, and yet Kelly seemed oblivious to them pouring down her cheeks. No, he killed her. No, sweetheart, he didn't hurt her. Come here and let me dry those tears. Kelly left the security of the sofa and walked to him. Daniel followed, puzzled, only half understanding everything. Now listen, you two. You're going to spend a few days with Nanny Glennis and Grandy Eric. I need you to be really good because Grandy Eric's been a little bit poorly, so keep the noise down, okay? They nodded solemnly. What about school, Daddy? Kelly brushed away another tear. I think you can have a few days' holiday. I'll speak to your teacher, don't worry. Come on, let's go and pack clothes for a week, then I'll know you'll have enough. We will come back to you. Graham could hear the desperate anxiety in his daughter's voice. Yes, of course you will. And I promise to feed all the animals. Even Lulu. Even Lulu, he said with a gentle smile. The cat was notorious for attempting to kill him by sleeping on the stairs, her grey fur blending in with the grey of the stair carpet. Kelly leaned into him and sighed. I want my mummy. I know, sweetheart, we all do. But we have to be really grown up about it and do what Mummy would have wanted us to do, and that's be strong and brave. Kelly, promise me you'll take care of Danny, and don't be a bother for Nanny and Grandy. You're taking Daisy with you so you won't feel too lonely. Daisy, the tiny Bichon Frise, lifted her head in acknowledgement at hearing her name, then dropped her head back onto her paws. Life was too tiring for her. Kelly looked at her daddy with huge eyes. I promise. We'll be good because we have to be for Mummy. Will you be able to see her, Daddy? He felt a lurch in his stomach that was almost a kick. I will. Possibly tomorrow. Please give her a kiss from me and Danny and tell her we love her. Graham stood, unable to hold back the tears any longer. He walked into the kitchen, sat at the table and sobbed. So many times he'd pleaded with Carla to leave Sanderson's, and so many times she'd said no. She loved the work she did. Graham thought of all the times they'd disagreed, his jealousy overriding everything, and he wished he could take back every damn word he'd ever said, every accusation he'd levelled at her. He hadn't really believed any of what he was saying. He'd been trying to absolve his own extramarital activities from any blame. That job had taken the love of his life from him. Now he had to find who had carried the gun. Kelly snuggled up to Nanny Glennis, knowing she had an hour of brother-free time. Daniel had fallen asleep on the settee, so he'd been packed off to bed, and Kelly could enjoy her hour before she would be dispatched. "I miss Mummy," she said. "So do we, sweetheart," Glenys said. "Shall we have a cup of hot chocolate like Mummy used to make for you?" The little girl smiled. "That's a good idea, Nanny. Shall I come and help you?" "Oh, no, definitely not. Grandy, can you make 3 cups of hot chocolate for us, please?" Kelly giggled. Poor Grandy. Eric put down his book with a sigh. "Ever the slave," he grumbled as he headed for the kitchen. 3 cups it is." Glenys and Kelly smiled and high-fived. "Sorted," Glenys said. She hugged the little girl and wondered what the future would hold. Oh, they would all pull together to get them through the next few weeks, but it was the next few years that might be more problematic. She had seen the look in her son's eyes when he had dropped off the children. The look that had followed the words, "Kenny and I will sort it." Chapter 4. Kenny and Graham went at separate times to identify Lorraine and Carla, but afterwards they headed to Kenny's house. They stood in the hallway for a moment, arms around each other, seeking comfort. It didn't feel wrong to either of them. Graham followed Kenny into the kitchen and dropped heavily onto a chair. Kenny reached up into a cupboard and took down a bottle. Highland Park, a shared favourite. Kenny poured, then handed the crystal glass to his friend. Graham took it and surveyed the amber liquid. "Always had lovely taste, did Lorraine." "For the whiskey or the glass?" "Both. Only the husband she went wrong with," he said, trying to raise some sort of smile. Kenny held up his glass. "To our lasses. God bless them both. And while we're on the subject of God, heaven help the bastard who killed them." They clinked glasses and drank deeply. Graham topped them up again. Kenny sat down across from Graham and stared at the liquid. "Good stuff, this, but it's not governing what I'm going to say. I'm going for him, Graham. Whoever he is, he's got it coming." Graham picked up his glass and drank. "You think I'm not with you on this one?" "That DI said you'd already told him we'd find him." "I did, but also said they wouldn't know about it. You with me on that?" "I bloody am. We've got kids, Graham, they need us. Whatever we do has to be so far under the radar it's invisible. I've already spoken to 1 or 2. Graham forced a smile. "Me too. And I've put some money on the table. We'd make good crims. We think alike. I've done the same. I waited while the lads went to bed, then got on the phone last night. Nothing yet, but it's early days." "Did Fowler tell you he wants us to look at the video? See if there's out we can recognise? And if we do know the bastard, do we tell him?" Kenny hesitated for a fraction. "I'm not telling him. You?" "Not a cat in hell's chance. This one's for us and Carla and Lorraine. Practice a sad expression for when he asks us if we recognise anything about him, but let's hope we bloody do." Kenny held up the bottle and Graham shook his head. "No thanks, mate. We're going to need clear heads. I'm off it till we've got him." He stood. "I'll head home. I have to work out how to use a bloody washer. And I'm going to call round to Mum's and see the kids." Kenny accompanied Graham to the door and watched as he drove away. He shook his head. "You've got to trust him," he said quietly, as if to convince himself. He picked up his jacket and headed down the front path. He needed a walk and a think, away from the home where everything reminded him of Lorraine, and away from the boys. They didn't need to see him cry. Jack didn't bother telling anyone he was going out. He slipped through the kitchen door, down the back garden, and vaulted over the small gate at the bottom. Over the years he and Isaac had made the gate quite unstable, but it had always been their quickest way to the green space behind the houses. There was a small thicket of trees and bushes, and he sprinted across the grass, not wanting a casual glance from Isaac's bedroom window to reveal where he was heading. Jack reached the trees and looked back to make sure there was no sign of a following brother. He needed time out from the oppressive feel of the house. He climbed their tree, the one that had aged and grown stronger as they had aged and grown stronger, and he settled into the fork that had always been his seat. They had sat here so many times, listening to their mum calling their names, to no avail. If she called his name now, he would answer. He could hear Lorraine's voice in his head. feel her as the person she had always been, the one who peered round their bedroom doors every night to say she loved them and to wish them good night. He ached for the hug she gave whenever she arrived home from work. He quite simply ached for everything to be back as it had been Saturday morning. He took out his phone. He had put it in silent mode. So many texts and messages had arrived that the pinging had been constant. He scrolled through the messages showing on his opening screen, trying to decide if he really wanted to open them properly. He felt the tears prick his eyes. His mum had always texted during her working day. She'd found a reason to text, even if it was a daft one. It was simply to keep in touch, to let them know she was thinking about them. And the funniest part about her messaging was that she would be sat on the toilet tapping away on the keyboard because staff weren't allowed to use their mobile phones during working hours. So many messages had started, "I've just had a wee, so I thought I'd tell you I love you." He pulled the list of messages back to the beginning, wiping his jacket sleeve across his face. The tears didn't seem able to stop. And he saw a message from his school friend, Leo Parks. Jack clicked to open it fully, read it, and dropped down from the tree. Isaac wasn't asleep, but he was on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Silently, Jack handed him the phone, the message from Leo on the screen. "Need to see you two, pal. Might know summat." Isaac read it and smiled, despite the blackness of his mood. "All three of us are taking an English language GCSE in a couple of weeks. Guess who looks like failing?" He handed back the phone. "You answered him?" "Not yet." Isaac sat up and ruffled his hair. "I'll jump in the shower. Text him and we'll meet him after school." "Why have you got twigs in your hair?" "Been out." Isaac nodded. He didn't need to ask where his brother had been. "I'll be 10 minutes. Do us some toast and we'll have a talk, as long as Dad's not in. I heard him go out after Graham left. They've done the identification." "Good. Can't think of what Leo might know, but whatever it is, we don't pass it on to Dad. Don't want him locked up." "You heard him on the phone last night?" Isaac nodded again. "I did. We'll have to watch him. And whatever he's done, you can bet your life Graham's done it too." Leo was at their house by the time Isaac came downstairs after his shower and was happily munching on 2 slices of toast. "You not gone in then?" "Nah. Figured I needed to see you two. It's shitty, mate. Totes shitty. Carla and your mum." "I've been asking round." Isaac placed 3 glasses of fruit juice on the table, and they worked their way through the mound of toast. "So what have you heard?" Jack picked up another half slice. "Summat of nowt, really," Leo said, swallowing before continuing. "It's about him. Graham Andrews. Might be connected, might not." Leo picked up his glass and drank half of it. "Get on with it, man," Isaac said. "Patience? Seems he's been playing away. I heard my granddad telling my mum when he called in this morning." "Who with?" It came out of Jack's mouth almost as a casual throwaway comment, as if he wasn't really bothered what answer was given. "Dunno. Grandad shut up, so I bet Mum told him I was in the other room." "But it was a robbery," Isaac said, puzzlement etched across his face as he digested the information. "Was it? What sort of plank tries to rob a bookies at 10 in the morning? How stupid was that? Even you wouldn't be that daft, Isaac." "Thanks. You're welcome." "Go on then, what time would you go in?" Isaac paused, giving it considerable thought. "About 5, I guess. They've got the day's takings and most of the punters will be heading home by that time." Leo nodded. "Spot on." He picked up another piece of toast. "This is nice." "Don't they feed you at home?" "Yeah, already had breakfast. This is my second one." "Let's go back to this playing away." Jack was frowning. "You think that's the reason? How would that end up with my mum and Carla?" He couldn't finish the sentence. Simply left it hanging in the air. "I don't know," Leo said, "but I thought you'd want to know. At some point somebody's going to mention it to the police, so I thought I'd better tell you." "You think anybody who lives round here would voluntarily tell the police anything? I don't. Let's keep it to ourselves for now. Might have to tell my dad at some point, but not yet. He's in a right state. Thinks we don't know, but we do." The letterbox rattled and Jack went to the door, half prepared for it to be a journalist. They had hung around all the previous day, but he hoped they had got the message that they would get nothing from them. He opened the door and a neighbour stood there holding a casserole. "For your meal tonight," she said, and quickly headed down the path. "Thank you," he called, and carefully closed the door, balancing the still warm dish in the crook of his arm. "Oh, good," Leo said as Jack returned to the kitchen. "Is it lunchtime?" Chapter 5. Tom Fowler stood by the whiteboard and stared around the room. The upper echelons appeared to be throwing the lot at this, he reflected. The place was crowded. He banged on the desk with a pot of pens, and instantly there was silence. He felt a little unnerved. Silence amongst his team wasn't normal. "OK, first of all, I want to say thank you for the initial work everyone has done. We were out on the streets quickly, and I know several of you have contacted some of the more nefarious characters around the area for information. These two ladies were much liked and extremely well known, and I'm hopeful we'll start to see results from your work." Still nobody spoke. He saw several taking notes. "Both husbands came in yesterday and identified formally. The families have obviously been notified, and the newspapers are currently dining out on it. It goes without saying, I hope, that nobody speaks to any hack aiming to get a scoop." He glanced around the room and saw several heads nodding simultaneously, the young ones eager to please and impress on their first murder inquiry. "Let's cover what we know, and if anybody has any relevant information not on the board, shout up when we've finished." Carla Andrews, aged 36, married to Graham for 11 years and mother to 9-year-old Kelly and Daniel, 7. Carla was manager of the betting shop. Lorraine West, aged 40, married to Kenny for 10 years, but they've been together since school. They have twin lads, 16-year-olds, Jack and Isaac. She was an assistant manager, but on Saturday wasn't in charge. She was the cashier. He paused for a moment to let the note-takers catch up, then continued. The ladies were close friends, saw each other outside of work. Their families socialised. Saturday, both Carla and Lorraine clocked in a few minutes before the start of the shift. They had a cup of coffee at some point before the masked person came through the door. At 10:04, he or she entered. I will refer to this person as he from here on, because from CCTV it appears to be a masculine figure. But keep an open mind on that. He wasn't muscly, quite slim, and around 5 feet 6 inches tall, so it could easily be a woman. Apart from a couple of coughs and a sneeze strong enough to start a tsunami in Australia, the room was eerily silent. Having been dispatched to do a variety of different jobs, the team was hearing everything for the first time, presented as a whole picture and not in dribs and drabs. He knew that 1 or 2 people had actually had some contact with Carla when she'd experienced problems with punters, and that had to impact on them in some way. At this moment in time, we have no idea who he is. We have the gun. We have the bag the gun was in, and nothing else, apart from the CCTV captured at Sanderson Security Place. He left no trace. He wore gloves and a mask throughout, even at the point where he ran across the car park after he had killed the ladies. A man, Ben Craig, made the initial call, and then hid in the car park until we arrived. He confirmed the figure was still masked, and he showed us where the gun had been dumped. He can't help us in any other way, and says it was pure instinct that made him think something was wrong. He's been going to that bookies every Saturday at just after 10 for 9 years, and it's always been open. I can't for the life of me imagine he is involved with the murder because he was the one who rang it in, and he hung around. But I want an in-depth profile on him to totally rule him out. DC Terry Vincent held up a hand in acknowledgement, and Tom thanked her. Everything, Terry. I want to know who he is. Is he known to us? Married? Any connection at all to Carla and Lorraine? Did he shag somebody at 3 o'clock last Wednesday afternoon? You know the stuff I want, but I want it in detail. OK, boss, Terry said, writing furiously. This would be so fucking in-depth he'd think he'd got Sherlock Holmes on the team. Tom turned back to the whiteboard and pointed to both pictures of the husbands. Graham Andrews and Kenneth West, known as Kenny. Tom hesitated. We have no reason to suspect either of them at the moment, but they are family, and we always check close family first in any murder. The thing is, again, he hesitated, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. The thing is, they wouldn't have had to have pulled the trigger. They could have asked somebody else to do that. I can't for the life of me see why, and it beggars belief that they both wanted their wives dead, but we can't discount it simply because it seems improbable. So, he looked around the room. Adele, turn Graham Andrews' life inside out for me, will you? DC Shea looked around her. Was he talking to her? She blinked. Her gaze travelled back to the whiteboard, and Tom was looking directly at her. On it, boss, she said. On it, boss. What the hell was she talking about? Couldn't she have quietly said, yes, sir? On it, boss. Tom smiled. He liked this young lass, thought she showed a lot of promise, and it had been a light bulb moment to give Graham Andrews to her. Tom suppressed a chuckle. She looked terrified. Diane, will you take Kenneth West, please? DC Ford lifted a hand in agreement and wrote on her notepad. She felt a little uncomfortable with taking on the issue, but never in a million years would she admit it in front of her colleagues to having had previous knowledge of Kenny West. Intimate knowledge. Tom finished the briefing by saying how small the financial gain had been. A little short of £1,500 had cost 2 women their lives. This man is dangerous. Even an unguarded thought spoken out loud by anyone can lead us to him. One thing we do know for sure, whoever he or she is, hasn't been targeting any other bookies in the area. CCTV shows that every other robbery attempted or successful over the past year has definitely been done by men. This one isn't that clear-cut. One other thing we all need to consider. Graham Andrews and Kenny West have both said they're going to find him, and that we won't know when they do. I believe them. This can't happen, of course, but you do need to be aware of the threat. Right, everybody has their jobs. Let's get on and do them. Suddenly the dynamics changed and the room erupted into a cacophony of noise, chairs scraping on the tiled floor, the clatter of keyboards, the verbalisation of thoughts between colleagues, the shouted goodbyes as people left the room to take on the allocated roles. The peace had gone. Tom headed for his own office, concerned he hadn't done enough. They had to find this man quickly. The motive was obscure, and that made the DI unhappy. The amount of money wasn't enough to merit risking 2 life sentences. So what had been the reason behind the killings? And if it was a newcomer to the game of robbery, he had to be stopped. He had killed once. He could do it again, working on the theory that he had nothing to lose. Tom sat at his desk and pulled his computer towards him. He peered at the screen, and once more made a promise to himself that he would visit the opticians. He could still see the words, but the problem was that he couldn't see them clearly. You're getting old, D.I. Fowler, he muttered, then switched off the computer, feeling all sorts of different emotions. Fretful, that was the word. That would cover them all, he reckoned. They had no clues, nothing to send them off in any direction, whether it be right or wrong. He stood and walked to the window where he looked down onto the car park. He saw his DS get out of her car, and he smiled. Was that the reason behind the fretful feelings, rather than a double murder with no clues? He didn't know, but what he recognised was that he felt better for Holly Jones being in the building. He watched her stop for a conversation with the PC in uniform, then Holly disappeared from sight as she entered the main doors. 2 minutes later, Holly popped her head around his door, and he held out a coffee. You read my mind, she grinned. Thanks, boss. No problem. Dentist okay? Fine. No worries about the implants, thank goodness. Only the normal 6 monthly checkups from here on. Holly had experienced the loss of 2 teeth after being hit in the mouth by an elbow in a street fracas involving 6 drunken football supporters, and as a result had suffered several visits to the dentist over the past 6 months. That's good to know. Sit down and I'll fill you in on this morning's briefing. I've got several people working on specific things, but I think we should take the CCTV recording and bring in Graham Andrews and Kenny West, see if anything about the man or woman rings any bells. This could be a bit of a double-edged sword. If they do recognise him, will they keep that information to themselves? We could be handing this to them to do with as they wish. I want you to watch them. Look out for any signals between the pair, anything at all that could tell us they know who it is. You think they know something? Damned if I can tell. I certainly think they're looking. I'll ring and get them to come in tomorrow morning. They baffle me, I don't mind admitting. I think they're working against us, but they were both devastated when we informed them their wives had died. There was no doubt in my mind that they were shocked right to the core, and their first thoughts were for the kids. Tom stood. When you've finished your coffee, we'll go out to the betting shop. Let's have another look round now all the activity has gone. We've told Sandersons they can open in 2 weeks, but I understand they're going to do a complete refurb on it, get rid of that window so any future staff can see who's approaching, and have an automatic lock on the door that the staff can activate. Pity they didn't think of this before our 2 ladies died. Hey, Holly said gently, this has really got to you, hasn't it? Come and sit down. I'll be a few minutes drinking this, it's too hot. Let's talk of other things, and then we'll go to the shop. How's Toby? Toby's a damn nuisance, but I'm hoping he'll grow out of the urge to chew my shoes. Tom's face creased into a smile as he thought of the chocolate Labrador puppy. Tom glanced at his watch. He'll be out with his dog walker at the moment, who thinks he is wonderful, but he doesn't chew her shoes, only mine. She walks him every day. 3 times a day. She lives next door but one, so I suspect she sees him a lot more than that, really. He loves her, and I know he's not too impressed when it's the weekend and he only has me in his life. They chatted about the dog for a few minutes, then Holly stood. Right, time for work. Let's go look at the shop. Chapter 6. The smell of blood hung like a pall over the betting shop. It was tangible in the air Tom and Holly inhaled as they went through the door, and both of them could still see the bodies in their minds as they looked to where they had seen them on Saturday morning. All crime scenes are horrible when we first go back to them, Holly said, dragging her eyes away from the floor. But this one especially so. I can't understand why he killed them. He could have run when he heard the sirens without pulling that trigger. You think he came in to kill them? Not for the money? Tom looked at Holly. This was why he enjoyed working with her. She thought outside the box first, then went inside it afterwards. I must admit I thought it was over the top for the amount of money he took. But these 2 ladies were middle-aged mums, not the normal target group for being murdered. They had good jobs, both married with kids, ordinary people. Holly frowned and moved through the open staff door to behind the counter. She pulled Carla's chair forward and sat on it, looking onto the shop floor. It must have been so terrifying, Holly murmured. That white mask, black clothes, the gun. Anybody doing this job must take it on knowing they could be held up at either gun or knife point, and yet they still do it. And let's face it, they have precious little protection, and gambling is a huge business with massive profits. Strikes me they don't plough much back into the security of these places. I know they're doing it for this shop now, but if they'd done it before... I couldn't agree more. If that window had been clear glass, they would have seen him and they could have prevented him getting in. Instead of security, they're given training into what to do if it happens. That can't be right, surely. Wait while the coroner gets all these details. He'll properly go to town on the failings in the gambling industry. Holly looked under the desk and located the alarm button. I'm assuming Carla Andrews didn't press this because his eyes were on her all the time. I think so. She would know Lorraine would press it at the first opportunity. I wonder what would have happened if Carla had been on her own. You're not telling me they let one person man these shops? Tom nodded. They certainly do. I imagine it's even worse at night when you're single manning, when it's dark outside and you've to do the locking up, bring down the shutters, secure them, all with your back to the outside world. Carla was tiny, nothing about her. She wouldn't have stood a chance under those circumstances, would she? It's time for major reform of the entire gambling industry, methinks. Methinks too, Holly responded. I wouldn't do it for anything. God, they must have been so scared. And it would have been that bloody mask that did it. They'd never have expected him to actually use the gun. The threat would have been enough. Tom walked through into the tiny kitchen area that housed the tea and coffee-making equipment and the safe. The safe door had been left open. He glanced around, taking in the feel of it, realising how close the man had been to Carla. There simply wasn't enough room for 2 people in the small space, all of it intimidation towards the shop manager. He hadn't targeted Lorraine until the end. It had all been about Carla. Was that because she had the word manager on the back of her T-shirt? Or was there some other reason? If Carla had been the intended victim, why? A dispute with a customer? Tom took out his notebook and wrote down his thoughts. They could check with Sanderson's head office for any customer complaints. It seemed a bit of an extreme action to take for not paying out on a suspicious bet. Tom sighed and backed out of the kitchen. No turning room in there, and he was in with Carla. Certainly wasn't a big bloke, was he? Nope, especially not if he was a woman. You're right. Let's have the husbands in tomorrow morning and looking at the CCTV. We'll stop it before the point where their wives were shot. They'll have already seen the bulk of it by that stage. You really think it could have been a woman? Holly waggled her fingers to show she was ambivalent on the subject. She didn't have boobs, if it was a woman, but you can flatten them. You couldn't. Oh, shit. Tom stared at his colleague. God, Holly, I'm sorry. Out of order. She sank back onto Carla's chair, creased in laughter. Tom Fowler, you're priceless. And you're right, I couldn't. But if you're a woman of, say, a size 10, you could. Seriously, I'm not convinced it's a man. But I do query a woman being able to coldly pull that trigger twice. Think we have faithful husbands here? Probably not. Are husbands faithful? Does it go with the territory? Would you be? Definitely. I never underestimate a woman, and I'd be far too scared of what she would do if she caught me cheating. I know we've got Adele and Diane doing the in-depth on the husbands, but they're not going to find evidence of infidelity on a computer, are they? Leave that with me, Holly said. If either or both of them are playing away, I'll find out. I've had practice. Tom looked at her. Yep, a cheating ex, and he thought I wouldn't know. That's why he's the ex. No second chance, then, Tom laughed. He hadn't known there'd been a significant ex. Not an earthly. I let him keep his balls, but I verbally destroyed him and burned his clothes. Then I screwed his best mate. You didn't. I certainly did. And took a photo as proof. Let's have a selfie, I said to his mate. They're not mates now. Tom stared. I'll remember never to cross you. She smiled at him. You wouldn't. I was young. Now I know which men are the okay ones, and you're in that category. Are we done here? You need anything else? You. No, I'm done, I think. I can't see us having to come back here. I needed to walk through what happened. Shall we go and get a coffee and discuss what to do next? About what? She winked at him and left the shop. She was running rings around him, and he knew it. He'd asked her to go out with him for a meal. He sat in complete shock, digesting her answer. Yes. And then she had followed up with, It's taken you long enough to ask me. He waved a hand at the waitress and ordered 2 further coffees, then pulled his notebook towards him. He couldn't concentrate at all, and knew that wasn't good. For so long he had considered taking Holly for a coffee and slowly leading up to the date issue. The waitress had brought their first coffees to the table, and Tom had blurted out to Holly that he would like to take her for a meal. Yes. And then she had laughed at his expression. Now they were on to their second coffees, and he had arranged to pick her up Saturday night at 7. She pulled his notebook towards her and wrote Saturday at 7 in it, then handed it back. Don't include that if you have to read from your notebook in court, she grinned. Where are we going? I've absolutely no idea. I didn't even know I was going to ask you. You have a preference? Not at all. I like anything, so wherever you choose will be fine with me. Then beans on toast at mine it is, Tom smiled. Thank you for saying yes, and not making me feel a fool. I've been wanting to ask you for ages. I know. Again the laugh. I decided you needed a little encouragement. It wasn't encouragement I needed, it was courage. Don't tell anybody. You know there are a lot of old women, gossip, gossip, gossip. So where do we go from here? What's the next plan? Holly tapped his notebook, subtly changing the subject. What's DC Young working on? Lucy? Not sure. I'll check when we get back. You want her on something specific? Not sure yet, but I want to give her something to get her pushing herself. She's got to DC quickly and she's bright. A little lacking in confidence, so let's build that up and give her a job she can feel proud of doing. Bit of a softie, aren't you? Until somebody upsets me, yes. Then I'd better make sure I don't upset you, Holly said softly, and squeezed his hand before standing up. Come on, let's get back and get some jobs allocated. DC Lucy Young walked with some degree of trepidation into her DI's office. She'd kept herself in the background, new to the team, and not wanting to make mistakes through lack of knowledge. Had she kept herself back a little too far? Tom looked up with a smile. Lucy, come in and sit down. Holly pulled out a second chair and Lucy sat. She was either in deep, deep shit or... "Don't look so worried," the DI said with a laugh. "I've called you in because I've something I want you to work on with DS Jones." Lucy glanced at Holly. "Yes, boss?" "As you know from the briefings, we have two husbands in this case. Diane and Adele are getting full background information on them, such as where they went to school, where they work, things that can be found on a computer. But I want to know their lives. I want you two to team up and do some shadowing. Follow them, find out if they ever meet, who they see outside of their family, what their kids are doing, everything possible we can discover. I'm giving no instructions apart from that. Holly knows what we need and she'll guide you. It will mean doing surveillance work, which can be a bit boring, but we get more results from that than anything." "Wow," was Lucy's response. "Wow, boss." He laughed. "Go on with you. I'll have a word with Holly and then she'll join you at your desk to discuss how you're going to tackle this. It's important, Lucy. Very important." She nodded and stood. "Thank you, boss. Sorry about the wow. I'm not usually like that. See you in a bit, DS Jones." Tom and Holly looked at each other as the door closed. "That wasn't quite the reaction I expected," Holly said. "You certainly impressed her. And now you'll teach her. I tell you, Holly, she's one smart cookie, is Lucy. She'll be a good addition to this team." "OK," Holly said. "Let's start as we mean to go on. It's Holly from this point on, unless we're with suspects and such like when it's DS Jones, OK? No problem. Anybody hearing me call you DS Jones when we were watching them would soon twig on we were police," Lucy said with a laugh. "Where do we start?" "I was going to ring the two husbands and ask them to come in tomorrow morning to watch the CCTV of the incident. But I think we'll call to their homes, let you get your first impression of them. And from tomorrow we don't come in uniform. While we're working on this, it's ordinary clothes, something like jeans and a top, and trainers in case we have to run. I've got some clothes with me. I was going to surprise Mum with a trip to the cinema straight from work, and I didn't think she'd appreciate me going in uniform. Shall I change before we go to meet the husbands?" "Good idea. What about your Mum?" "Oh, don't worry. She knew nothing about it. I was going to turn up and say we're going out. I can do it any time. We're going now?" Holly nodded, and within seconds Lucy had disappeared to get changed. 10 minutes later they were in Holly's car, heading out to see Graham Andrews. He answered the door, rubbing his eyes and frowning. "What do you want?" "It's what do you want, DS Jones? And this is my colleague, DC Young. We need to speak with you." He stood aside, and they went past him into the kitchen. Graham waved the kettle around and said, "Drink?" They both shook their heads, and he put the kettle back down on the work surface. "I don't either," he said, "and I'm sorry if I'm grumpy. I can't sleep when I go to bed. And I managed a couple of hours on the settee until you knocked on the door. Give me 5 minutes and I'll surface properly." Holly nodded again. "I do understand. We've only called to ask you to come into the station tomorrow morning to look at the CCTV. We're going to see Mr. West after this, so we'd like you both there for 10, please. Can you do that?" "I can. I can't answer for Kenny, obviously. But we're keen to help in any way at all, you know that." The two officers turned to leave, and Holly caught sight of a photograph of the Andrews children. "Little ones okay?" she asked. "They're with my mum and dad at the moment. I'll leave them there until we've got over the difficult part, dealing with you and such like. Then they're coming home to me. I think that's why I'm not sleeping. It's too quiet when they're not here. I'm not a television fan, but it was always on in the background, bloody Peppa Pig for years. And now we've moved on to more grown-up stuff that they watch, but it's not on. It's lonely without them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Andrews. So very sorry. And they'll not fully understand. It will be hard for you when they come home, but I'm sure not as hard as being without them. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll see you at 10 tomorrow." They left him standing in the kitchen, a blank look about him that made Holly wonder who the victim was, the deceased or the ones left to live with it. Chapter 7. Kenny West was deep in thought, mowing the tiny patch of grass that Lorraine had grandly called the front lawn. He had put on ear protectors so he could pretend not to hear anybody when they stopped to offer him condolences. He jumped when Holly tapped him on the shoulder. His finger came off the lever and silence descended. He removed the ear protectors. "Oh, it's you." "It is indeed," Holly confirmed, "and this is DC Lucy Young." Holly looked around at the small patch of grass. "Think you'll have this finished by tomorrow morning?" He laughed. "I bloody hope so." "Good. Can you be at headquarters for 10? We want both you and Mr. Andrews there to look at the CCTV from inside the shop." Kenny gave the impression of a frozen icicle. "What?" "Don't worry, Mr. West. We won't let it run all the way through. We do need to know if you recognise anything about the person you'll see on screen. I think Mr. Andrews is ringing you later to arrange going in together." Kenny nodded, not prepared to say anything. This was what they wanted. A sight of the bastard who had taken Carla and Lorraine down. Holly dropped Lucy off at her home, then headed home herself. Kenny and Graham's arrival was orchestrated. They followed each other instead of travelling in one car. Not knowing what the day would reveal in terms of recognition of the killer, they acknowledged it would be a possibility they might need 2 cars. They had friends on standby for such an outcome. Lucy Young met them in reception and led them through to the main office. Neither of them felt particularly comfortable. They had thought they would be in a smaller room. They were surrounded by police officers. Chairs had been placed in front of Adele Shea's desk, the tidiest one in the room, and the CCTV had been primed ready to start at the beginning and stop before the shots were fired. They sat down and accepted the offer of coffee. Graham's T-shirt felt uncomfortable around his neck, and he ran a finger along it to release the pressure. He wanted this to be over. He also really didn't want it to start. The coffees were placed in front of them, and Lucy leaned over and clicked the mouse to stop a screensaver that had kicked in. "Ready, boys?" she asked, and Holly smiled. Already Lucy's confidence was growing. The 2 men nodded in unison, neither speaking. It felt as though suddenly all sound in the briefing room was switched off. The video flickered into play, and a figure entered the shot around the corner of the counter, a horrific white mask covering its face, leaving no skin visible anywhere. Their eyes were glued to the screen, a screen that showed a figure rolling down a black bin liner to reveal a shotgun. It was almost as if Kenny and Graham held their breaths. They didn't move, didn't even glance at each other. They had already decided that wouldn't happen no matter what was revealed on the screen. Their eyes remained in a fixed position, following everything, registering it all but saying nothing. The video was stopped as the person swung the gun around. The sirens heard faintly in the background had triggered that action. His voice had been guttural, not natural for definite, but equally unrecognisable. Planned. They felt it had been planned, possibly practised. Holly looked at them, then at Tom. He nodded. "OK, Graham, Kenny, we want you to look again. We'll take it at a slower speed, and if you see anything at any point that you want us to bring into better focus, please say so. Was there anything on that first run-through that made you think you knew this person?" Now they did look at each other, and both shook their heads. In unison they reached for their cups and sipped at the coffee. Holly leaned in between the 2 men, and they would have got a whiff of black opium, a fragrance meant to excite Tom Fowler, not 2 potential murder suspects. "I do have to remind the 2 of you that withholding information should you inadvertently recognise something in this video would be a criminal offence, punishable by imprisonment. Now, shall we go through it again?" She smiled sweetly at both of them. Their heads turned back to the screen, and still neither spoke. Slowly they went through it, almost a frame at a time. Kenny asked for it to be stopped as the black-clad figure gestured with the gun, indicating that Carla should come from behind the relative safety of the counter. Kenny waited for a moment, scrutinising intently, then waved for them to carry on. Once again they reached the end, and neither man had suggested any recognition at all. Lucy switched off the monitor and sighed. It had been a long shot. The perpetrator had been completely covered. They had pinned their hopes on one or both of the men spotting mannerisms that reminded them of someone, but that didn't seem to be on the cards. Holly's eyes had never left the faces of either Kenny or Graham. She was determined she would recognise unease, or even triumph, if the 2 men saw something that gave them a clue to the identity of the killer. Kenny had frowned as he leaned forward to stare closely at the screen, but there had been no interaction between the two of them. "Kenny," Holly asked quietly, "what did you think you had seen when you leaned forward?" "Absolutely nothing," he said, bitterness evident in his tone. "I wanted to imprint it into my mind. The way he moves, the way he stands. He's out there somewhere, and so am I. One day paths will cross." He leaned back in his chair. "But there's bugger all. I can't even say for definite it is a man. Can you?" Holly shook her head. "Not with certainty, no. The one thing we can say is that this type of crime isn't a woman's crime. The last time we had a woman robbing a bookies in this area was 13 years ago, and she only did it because her partner made her. She was more terrified of him than she was of us. So the odds are stacked in favour of it being a man. But you're right, it could be either." "Can we see it again? Running it through at normal speed?" Graham asked. "You saw something?" Holly asked, hope briefly flaring. "No. I want to watch it more relaxed, not wound up like we were when we came in. Watch it like a TV programme, know what I mean?" "That's fine, Graham. Of course we can do that." She nodded at Lucy, and the two men sat back, still holding and sipping at their drinks. Neither of them spoke while the images moved around the screen, and when it finished, Holly asked them if they'd seen enough. "I have," Kenny said with some finality. "Graham?" Graham sighed before answering. "Yeah. Sorry we can't help, but he or she went to a lot of trouble to hide their identity, didn't they?" They finished their drinks and placed the cups on Adele's desk. "Lucy, can you escort our two guests out, please?" Holly smiled at her DC and watched as the three of them left the briefing room. As soon as they were out of sight, Holly slipped on some gloves and carefully picked up the cups, then placed them in evidence bags she had labelled prior to the men's arrival. Adele Shea moved back to her desk and Holly handed her the bags. "Take these downstairs, will you, Adele, please? Ask them for results ASAP, fingerprints and DNA as requested." "No problem, boss." Adele picked them up and disappeared, deep in thought. At last, a glimmer of a smile had shown on her sergeant's face, instead of the frown that had been in place since the shooting. By the time Graham and Kenny arrived back at Kenny's home, 15 minutes had passed without either man speaking. They walked into the kitchen and Kenny opened the fridge door. He handed Graham a can of beer, and the younger man nodded his thanks. "So?" Kenny asked. "So, nothing. You?" "Bugger all. I recognised the mask, but not with any sort of connection. Why would I recognise a mask? I've seen it somewhere, and we're months away from bloody Halloween. That's why I leaned forward. But I wasn't telling that DS. Figured she didn't need to know. We did." Graham took out his phone and clicked on the Amazon app. "Let's see if we can see it on here. Then at least you'll have a picture that'll hopefully jog a brain cell. Get it on yours in case I miss it." They sat at the table and both scrolled through the app, occasionally pausing to drink from the can. "Got it!" Kenny slammed his hand down on the table. Graham jumped. "For fuck's sake, man, a heart attack's the last thing I need. Let's look." Kenny passed his phone across, and Graham widened his thumb and forefinger to enlarge the picture. "I'm right, aren't I? It is that one." "I would say so. I've seen one or two of this sort while we've been scrolling, but this is the only one I've thought the same." Graham handed the phone back and Kenny took a screenshot of the enlarged picture. He then sent it to Graham's phone. Graham stared at the image. "They must have been shit scared being faced with this." Kenny nodded. "That's why we've to find him. He needs to be shit scared as well, and he will be because he's not coming out of this alive." "So how does this help?" Graham tapped his phone. "Absolutely no bloody idea. Let's sit on it for a couple of days, and then maybe we'll show it to our pretty DS Jones. I'll give it a bit of thought. For a start, I'll leave a question about it on Amazon. They forward questions on to customers who've bought them. It's a start. Maybe something will come of it. We'll not lose anything by trying it anyway." Although his wife had been more than proficient in buying things from the giant retailer, Graham couldn't remember ever buying anything from them. He had no idea about the idea of asking questions about the products, and bowed to Kenny's greater knowledge. "You use them much?" Graham asked. "A fair bit. Most things are cheaper online than in a shop. Auction sites are good also. Give me a second, I'll fetch Isaac's little printer down and do you a copy of that mask. Then you can ask around if anybody knows anything about one like it. Kenny disappeared upstairs and returned with a small rectangular piece of technology that Graham didn't recognise at all. Kenny laughed at Graham's expression. One day your kids will be 16 and want everything in the world that's technological. This was the twins' latest must-have. Got them one each for their birthdays. Kenny went into his phone, found the picture of the mask and clicked print. The little machine churned out a picture and he handed it to Graham before printing a second one for himself. "Bloody hell," Graham said as he studied the picture. "Never mind the kids wanting one, I do." "You can take the paper off the back and it's adhesive. You can stick it in an album or something then. Works on a heat system, no ink needed." "Bloody brilliant. Yeah, definitely want one." Kenny laughed. "Guess where I bought it from?" "Amazon. Got it in one." Chapter 8. Graham left Kenny's house and headed over to his mother's, where the kids went wild to see him. He was missing them as much and wanted them back home with him, but knew it wasn't the right time yet. Even the dog seemed pleased he was there, twining around his legs, asking to be petted. He reached down and ruffled her ears, then headed towards the kitchen. "Any food, Mum?" "Might have," Glenys smiled. She could have guaranteed those words would be spoken within 10 minutes of his arrival. "What do you fancy?" "Bacon and egg sandwich," Graham said hopefully, and his mother nodded. "I might be able to manage that." "How's things going?" "Not too good. I miss her. It's odd without her. Cold. Everything seems flat. I don't think Kenny's taken it quite the same way because he's got the boys at home, but our house has never been empty. Not like this. We've been to look at the CCTV from the shop, but we didn't see anything that would help." Glenys's eyes widened. "You didn't see—" "No, they stopped it before that." He sat down at the table and stared, remembering everything about the scene that had played out in front of them. They must have been so scared, Mum. That fucking mask. Don't swear, Graham. The children might hear. Sorry, but it was like something from a horror film, something Stephen King would have thought up. They'd not only got the gun poking out of a black bag, they'd got this white mask that must have been more terrifying than the bloody weapon. So many times I asked her to pack in that job and she wouldn't. Said there was no danger in that little shop. She was wrong on that one, wasn't she?" His voice rose. The anger was evident. "Calm down, Graham. Don't frighten Kelly and Daniel. They're going through enough. Kelly was heartbroken last night. She wants her mummy. And she's scared she's not going back to live with you. I've tried to reassure her, but you need to do it also." Glenys turned the bacon over in the pan and buttered a bread cake. "Spend some time with them, lad," she said gently. "You know they're safe here, but they need their dad." "I will. I'll take them up to the swings after I've had this, and I'll reassure them, don't worry. They can't come back yet though, Mum. I don't want them to see anything of this investigation. They're too young." Glenys cracked the shell and dropped an egg into the pan. "I know. What a damn mess it all is. They've not said anything about when we can start making arrangements. That'll be some time, I think. I'm not ready yet anyway. While she's in the morgue, she's still with us." Glenys flipped the egg for a few seconds, then placed it on top of the bacon. She handed the sandwich to her son and folded her arms around him. "Love you," she said. "Now eat that up while I'm making us a cup of tea. I don't doubt your dad'll want one." Graham bit into it and felt the egg run down onto his hand. He licked it off. "I hope your hands are clean," his mother said. "Tastes all the better for a bit of muck," he responded and winked at her. "Love you, Mum." Jack and Isaac sat in Jack's room watching as Leo walked across the large playing field, heading for their house. "He's limping," Jack observed. "Certainly is," his brother agreed. "I'll go and let him in." Isaac headed down the stairs and opened the kitchen door. "Leo." "Isaac." "What's wrong?" Isaac nodded in the general direction of Leo's left leg. "I got kicked." Leo climbed the stairs, guessing correctly that the boys would be in one or other of their rooms. "In Jack's," Isaac said helpfully. "He got kicked," Isaac informed his brother as they entered the room. "Who by?" "Horse." Jack stood. "Why? You upset him again?" They had given the nickname Horse to Leo's mum's current boyfriend, after Leo had given them an explicit description of the size of the man's dick. "He's hung like a fucking horse," he had said. From that day, they had called him Horse. Yeah, they wouldn't sell me any cans at the shop. Police crackdown or something, so I had to go home without any. I walked in on him screwing Tina Jackson. He got mad. Let's look, Jack said. Leo unzipped his jeans and lowered them to his knees. The bruise covered the whole of the top of his leg, and trainer soles were clearly imprinted. Christ's sake, Jack whispered. And where was your mum? Obviously not there if he was screwing Tina. She was at bingo. I thought he'd broke it at first, my leg. Couldn't stand, so he dragged me and threw me on the sofa. I kept rubbing it, and it started to feel a bit better. But it hurts to walk. Slowly and carefully, Leo pulled up his jeans, as if trying to avoid touching the bruise. Did you tell your mum? Nah, she'd only have a go at him and then he'd batter her. I told her I'd hurt it playing football. Suppose I did, really. I was the football. And I didn't tell her about Tina, because I reckon if that carries on, he'll leave us anyway. I'd rather Mum caught him at it than me tell her. I don't want blaming for the fallout from this. You want a can of Coke? Jack asked, moving to the small fridge in the corner of his bedroom. Leo nodded and Jack handed him one. Thanks. You got any painkillers? Yeah. Jack opened the drawer of his bedside cabinet and removed a small strip of tablets. Keep 'em, he said, and watched as Leo took two, thought about it for a second and took a third. I need to kill this pain, he explained, and tucked the remaining tablets into his jeans pocket. Be better if you killed Horse, Isaac said. Oh, fucking Tina, she's caused me some grief, that tart. The three boys stayed in Jack's room until Leo said he felt a little better, and they moved outside onto the playing field. They'd all called out to Kenny as they left, telling him they were going for a game of footy, and Kenny gave his usual warning of, be good, to them. They reached the base of the tree, but in deference to the bruise chose to sit around the base instead of climbing up into the branches. Leo spoke quickly, as if he'd been holding words inside him. It was almost as if he didn't really want to pass on the next piece of news. I know who he's screwing. Who? Graham Andrews. I told you word had it he was having an affair. I know who it is. My mum was talking to Horse last night and I heard them. It's Tina Jackson. Horse didn't say out about him having her as well, though. Jack and Isaac looked at each other, comprehension flashing across Jack's face. The same one Horse was having it off with. The barmaid in the Kestrel and Pigeon, blonde hair, big tits. You would know that, Isaac laughed. Can't say I know her. Mum didn't like her, that's how I know Tina. Mum was going on about her one night, about a week before. Jack's voice trailed away. Every so often it hit him that his mother wasn't there anymore, and it took his speech, his thoughts every time. She didn't say why she didn't like her, Leo asked, studiously avoiding looking at Jack, brushing the tear from his cheek. Isaac chewed on a blade of grass. She said she was a tart. That probably means she found out Graham was seeing Tina. Surely to God you don't think him screwing a barmaid is connected to Carla and Mum dying. The barmaid lives with Charlie Linwood, Leo said softly. I really came to tell you that. It wasn't to give you dopey Tina's name. She must be proper loopy to be shacked up with Charlie. And if it's right Graham's screwing her, he must be proper loopy as well, Jack replied with a grin. I wouldn't want to cross swords or anything else with Charlie Linwood. But supposing Charlie's found out? All three sat quiet for a minute, lost in thoughts that were scary to them. We've got to tell somebody, Isaac said finally. Your dad? Leo turned to his friend, a troubled expression on his face. Not sure about that, you see. Your dad's a bit of a jump-in with both feet kind of bloke. Might do something that could end up with you losing him too, either to prison or to Charlie. We've got to think about this. Should we have a word with Graham? Jack said, not convinced by the idea. Again there was silence while they all digested the question. Eventually Jack spoke. I say we don't. We shouldn't be telling him we know anything. He's going through enough shit. We should really tell the police, but I'm not convinced. So what do we do, pretend we don't know? Isaac directed his question to his brother. We sort it, Jack said quietly. Leo punched the air. That's my boy. What? Isaac stared open-mouthed at Leo. You're not telling me you agree with Dickhead here? We can't tackle anything. We're sitting GCSEs from next week in case anybody's forgotten, and I'd prefer to write without broken arms, thank you very much. Leo flapped his hand. Forget them, we'll ace them anyway. You done any revision then? Nope. Went in first time I was told anything, so don't need to revise. Stop worrying. Who needs exams? We do, Jack volunteered. And Isaac's right. We're 16. No authority, and you only look about 12. What can we do? I know I said we'll sort it, but I don't know how. Anonymous phone call to the police? Isaac suggested. Could do. But it's only hearsay, you know. Jack hesitated. Why would he go with Tina Jackson when he'd got Carla at home? Are we sure this is right? Carla worked most nights, so how did he manage that? Kelly and Danny were too little to leave on their own. Again there was a prolonged silence while they mulled over all the for and against arguments. The sun was climbing ever higher in the sky and the heat was building. Leo's eyes closed, and Jack nudged Isaac and pointed to Leo. The tablets are working. Let's talk sensible while he's nodding off. I think the only person we can pass this on to is Dad. It makes sense. The thing that puts me off telling him is his temper. He's likely to fire up and go stomping round to Graham's, convinced it's all Graham's fault that Mum's dead. It's not. Graham didn't pull that trigger. Even if it was payback for him screwing this bird, he still didn't shoot Mum and Carla. So how do we tell him without all hell breaking loose? Leo winced in his sleep as he moved his leg. Have you considered the possibility that maybe Dad already knows? Isaac the thinker spoke slowly. They've been best mates for a long time, even before Graham started dating Carla. So I can imagine Graham telling Dad, can't you? I can, but I can't believe Dad would agree with it. He's only ever had eyes for Mum. Maybe that would put Graham off telling his best mate, because he'd know Dad would go off on one. So what are we going to do? Isaac stared into the distance. My vote is we tell Dad. Let him decide what happens next. If he tells the police, that's okay. We've dumped the problem and we don't have to worry. If he doesn't tell the police, he's going to head straight for Graham and want answers. That could be a bad scenario. They high-fived and Leo stirred slightly. Sorted. We'll tell Leo when he wakes up. Guess we're stuck here for some time. I reckon if that leg stiffens up, we'll be carrying him home. Leo groaned and moved his leg. His eyes remained closed, and Jack and Isaac picked up the football and went for a kickabout, watching their friend from afar. Chapter 9. The briefing room chatter fell away as Tom held up his hand. Morning, everybody. Reports? Adele? He looked around the room and the DC signalled where she was. You've looked into Graham Andrews? I have, boss. She waved a sheaf of papers. These are the findings from the three of us tasked with researching Andrews, West and Craig. I'll pass them around when we're given our verbal reports. So, Graham Andrews, married to Carla, deceased. Been with his wife for around 18 years, married for 12. 2 children, Kelly aged 9 and Daniel 7. Nothing on Graham from our point of view, not even a parking fine, so seemingly a good guy. Joint ownership with Carla of his home, no other properties. Works for the council. He had no jobs until he met Carla. It seems she turned his life around. He started attending college and eventually got his job in the planning department. He's moved upwards in seniority since then. No connection to anybody he shouldn't have a connection with. An all-round okay bloke. Adele paused. Maybe a bit too nice. I spoke to a couple of people he works with and got the impression he was a bit of a stickler. Timekeeping, that sort of thing. Liked to be in control. Nobody disliked him, but nobody really liked him. He didn't socialise with anybody at work, and they mentioned he rang his wife twice a day, every day. And strangely enough, he keeps a list of the times he rings her. They vary every day. He doesn't trust her? Tom asked. Either that or he likes to control her the same as his colleagues. I actually spoke to 3 of his co-workers, and all of them used the word control. Thank you, Adele, Tom said. If Graham Andrews is into strict timekeeping, expecting the same from his colleagues, I'm going to offer him a job in this unit. There was some laughter, and Tom grinned at them. Couldn't resist that. OK, Diane, Kenny West. Diane stood. My written report is in the papers Adele has, but briefly it shows pretty much the same for Kenny West. Happily married, buying his house with Lorraine, our victim. They had twin boys, 16, called Jack and Isaac. Kenny's 40, 4 years older than Graham Andrews. Dates of birth, marriage, dates, etc. are all in the report. Like Graham, Kenny's clean as far as we're concerned. Nothing on file. He has his own business, repairing cars, 3 employees, tidy place, happy workers. It's also the local MOT test centre. I checked on that to see if there was ever anything dodgy with certificates, but an absolute zilch. They all spoke highly of him and were keeping things running until he's ready to return to work. All of them expressed sorrow at Lorraine's death. They valued her as much as Kenny. It seems both our husbands are squeaky clean. And they've been friends for a long time? Tom asked. Yes, boss, certainly before they married. A long and seemingly close friendship. She hesitated for a moment. It's almost too clean, isn't it? My thoughts exactly, Tom said. Terry Vincent was shaking. A newcomer to the team, she had known that one day she would be called upon to give a report. That day was now. She suddenly wanted to develop tonsillitis so she couldn't speak, but that was never going to happen. Not in the next 30 seconds, anyway. She coughed to clear her throat. Benjamin Craig is an all-life resident of this area. His full address and all his details are in the report. He attends the betting shop every Saturday morning after calling into the cafe on the high street and picking up his breakfast. It has been a routine of his for a number of years, ever since he was old enough to go into the bookmakers. He did exactly the same last Saturday, but in all the years he's been going there, the shop had never been late in opening. He sensed something was wrong when Carla didn't respond to his knocking and shouting for her to open up, as he could see both the ladies' cars parked in their usual spots. He figured he would risk getting a bollocking, his words, and rang the police to explain he was worried. He was advised by our operator to get out of the way and cars would be dispatched. He hid behind one of the other cars in the car park and seems to be the only person who has witnessed anything. He saw the killer exit the premises after the gunshots, dump the gun in a waste bin and leave the scene. At no point did the killer remove the mask, and Craig has no idea at all who the masked person could be. He did get the feel it was a man by the way he ran. He seemed to feel a woman would have taken shorter steps, but this person ran at full pelt, long strides. Terry paused for a moment. He did confess that at one time a couple of years ago he had a bit of a fling with Carla. It seems their Saturday morning chats led to a bit of flirting, and although he never took her out because she couldn't escape from her husband, they squeezed into the tiny kitchen at the bookies on the pretext of making coffee. They stopped by mutual consent because she had no freedom beyond being allowed to go to work. Terry paused for a moment. He cared for Carla, had a lot of respect for Lorraine. That's what came across when I spoke to him. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And although he doesn't realise this, he inadvertently caused their deaths by ringing us. Obviously I didn't say anything about that, but one day he'll find out, and I suspect we'll have an angry young man. He's still young, a lot younger than Carla, but he really fell for her. He could easily want revenge. We have a minor infringement on him. He broke a window and ran away when he was 14. The owner saw him and Craig received a caution for it. Terry sat down, and for a brief second there was silence. Then everybody clapped, and Tom smiled at her. Sorry for the applause, Terry. They do it every time somebody gives their first report. That's it over with now, and it was an excellent report. General feeling about him? Not from a copper's point of view. Nice bloke, no wife, but he's only 25. Well-spoken, spends £10 every Saturday in the betting office, lives with his mum. Dad died 10 years ago. No grandparents. Ben works at Tesco, manages one of the smaller express branches in the centre of Sheffield. Never works Saturday. He does the Sunday shift. He likes his trip to the bookies, and he's a Sheffield Wednesday season ticket holder, so goes to all the matches home and away. There was a muted groan from the Sheffield United supporters in the room. Terry laughed, feeling more at ease. It's why I didn't bother mentioning that bit in my earlier report. I knew we'd got people from the dark side in here, so I thought it best to leave that as part of the written report. She glanced around the room. Up the Owls, she said, and sat down. This time, only the Owls supporters clapped. Adele handed out the written reports, and everybody read through them. For a few minutes, peace reigned. Tom cleared his throat, and everyone looked up. OK, let's have Ben Craig in to look at the CCTV, see if there's anything that strikes a chord with him. It's a long shot, I know, but we can but hope. There are 6 employees, plus a couple who stand in occasionally from other shops in the chain. So today, I want all of these interviewing, concentrating on their relationships, good or bad, with our two deceased ladies. Holly and I are going to the security division of Sanderson's to look back at CCTVs of this branch, on the off chance something shows up that's out of kilter. Tom turned to the whiteboard and pinned up a list. This is who is allocated to visit who. Sort yourselves out, and reports by tomorrow morning, unless you couldn't find your interviewee. Let's remember it's holiday season. We're not going to find everybody in, waiting for us to call. Thank you, folks. Excellent work so far. Holly followed him to his office. What time we going, boss? I told them we'd be there for around 11. You got something you need to do first? Yep. Get us some decent coffee. It's going to be a long day if we're staring at screens for most of it. She closed the door as she went out, and he smiled. One more day and he was taking her out. Please, God, he thought, let the case break on Sunday, not Saturday. Frank Sharp had set them up with the screen to themselves, showed them how to operate the setup, and left them to it. Any questions about anything, shout out. Any one of us can help. We want to catch this bastard as much as you do. Holly took out her notebook to make notes. 3 days prior to the attack, they saw a man come in, reach across the counter and clearly threaten the cashier. He was loud, verbally abusing her, and she tried to calm him down, unsuccessfully. Tom paused it and turned to Frank. Can you tell us who the cashier is? I can. Frank entered the details into his own computer. Samantha Holgate. She was single manning that day. Really? Tom's tone was dry, and Frank recognised the one word for what it was, disagreement with their policy. She dealt with him. Frank laughed. Sorry about that. I shouldn't laugh, and she shouldn't have handled it the way she did, but we've banned him from all our shops. Run it through and you'll see what I mean. Tom pressed to restart it. Samantha was still trying to calm down the man. He made a grab for her hair, and she stood, picked up her full cup of coffee and threw it at his face. He screamed. The word bitch was heard, and he ran from the shop. Immediately, the cashier picked up the phone and rang her security. She reported it. She did. She told us straight away, as you've seen, because the coffee was freshly made and boiling hot. She doesn't take milk. She thought it might have scalded him. I told her not to worry. We'd got it all on tape, and if anything came of it, we could prove what he had done to make her act in the way she did. I didn't mention this to you because he's clearly too fat to be the killer who did for our ladies. Get me all the details, will you, Frank? We need to speak to this man. You have his address? I do. He held one of our bonus cards, and they have to register their name and address to get one. I'll make sure you have it before you leave. His name's Charlie Linwood. Long-time customer, but not anymore. Holly and Tom returned to their scrutiny of the recordings, but saw nothing else to give them cause for concern. Eventually they agreed enough was enough. They had recognised Graham and Kenny, but nobody else had made them see any connection with the masked killer. The detectives returned to Sheffield, knowing they would be tracking down the overweight individual who thought it was okay to threaten somebody simply doing her job. Holly was quite looking forward to facing the obnoxious Charlie Linwood. Chapter 10. Tina Jackson answered the door and stood, immobile. She waited. She felt the tremble start inside, and she knew they'd found out about her and Graham. And because bloody Charlie wouldn't go out with his face in such a mess from the burns, he was in the kitchen and would hear every word they said. Then her face would be in as big a mess as his, but it would be caused by his fists. Still she waited. Is Charlie Linwood in, please? Tina allowed a brief flare of hope. Charlie, yeah? Tom and Holly held out their warrant cards, and Tina pushed the door back against the wall. Straight through, she said, and the flare of hope grew into a flame. Charlie glared at them. He had bandages around his forehead, and new skin showing on his nose and cheeks. He looked a mess. That's not looking good, Charlie. Does it hurt? It fucking does. Good. We've seen the CCTV, Charlie. What had the staff member done to upset you so much? Were you in a bad mood? Like attacking women, do you? Holly glanced at Tina. She made no comment. The silly bitch wouldn't take my bet. Why not? You wanted to pay with Toy Town money? No. Why wouldn't you take your bet then, Charlie? Holly was curious. Horses had already set off. And you can't place a bet once the race has started. I see. So you thought she should risk her job to accommodate you? How much did you try to put on? It was a somewhat muffled tenner that came from his mouth. Tenner? Christ, Charlie, you acted like a big girl's blouse for a tenner. And now you look like getting arrested for assault. Whoa, Charlie finally moved in. What the fuck am I being arrested for? You reached forward to attack a Sanderson's employee who was simply doing her job. She chucked a cup of boiling water on me, he roared. Tom was trying hard not to laugh, full of admiration for the way Holly was handling the man. Self-defence, Holly said quietly. But, the blustering began again, but nothing. So, Charlie, as you can see, you're in some trouble here. First of all, you can't go in any Sanderson's betting shops ever for the rest of your life. Secondly, you attacked an employee, and we have it on CCTV. And thirdly, we believe you paid somebody to go into that same shop 3 days later to teach that young lady a lesson she wouldn't forget, not knowing she wasn't on duty that day. But 2 other ladies were on duty, and they were... Charlie lumbered to his feet, panic etched into every pore. I had nothing to do with that. I liked Carla and Lorraine. I wouldn't harm them. But it wasn't Carla and Lorraine you wanted to hurt, was it, Charlie? I didn't want to hurt anybody. Again his voice grew in volume as he saw the issues that were slowly being wrapped around him by the slip of a girl standing in his kitchen. He turned to Tom. You're the boss, aren't you? Can't you make her see sense? Shut her up, for fuck's sake. She's only saying what we've come to tell you. I thought you might take it better from someone of the fairer sex, rather than me. I'll be honest, Mr. Linwood. I wouldn't have bothered saying anything to you. See? Shut her up. I would have simply arrested you, Tom said calmly. D.S. Jones, handcuff him, please. I believe he may try to run. We'll take him back to the station, see who he knows and what he knows. Tina leaned against the back of the door as she heard the car pull away, carrying Charlie. It had been pointless him protesting that he had an alibi for the time of the shootings at the betting shop. Her. But they already knew he hadn't pulled the trigger. It seemed they thought he had ordered the attack. She pulled out her phone and rang Graham. It went straight to voicemail, and she disconnected. Maybe he really had meant it when he said it was over. She felt tears prick her eyes. She'd been stupid and allowed herself to fall for him, but she'd known all along he would never have left his wife. Maybe Tina needed a little time to let him get over losing Carla, then she could accidentally meet up with him again. And he couldn't stay out of the pub forever. Could he? Charlie Linwood was pissed off. They had stuck him in a cell and said, see you in the morning. He wished he had accepted their offer of a doctor, given the state of his face. At least it would have been somebody to converse with. He was even more pissed off because he was innocent. He'd been in the cells once or twice, or 3 times, before, and it had been merited, but this wasn't. He knew he wasn't here to discuss him grabbing for that tart behind the counter. He was here for the murders. And that caused flutterings of panic. Big flutterings. He'd heard rumours, but rumours always flew round the estate whenever anything went off, so he daren't repeat anything. Not if he wanted to live beyond tomorrow. He paced around the cell, wondering if he was going to be fed, or at least get a cuppa, then sat down with a thud on the bed. He was in for a bad night. He'd tested these beds out before, and knew they didn't match up to Silent Night mattresses. Tina arrived at work early and took her place behind the bar, forcing the smile onto her face. She knew she would take the brunt of Charlie's anger if they kept him overnight, and even if he did arrive home later that evening, he'd be in a foul mood. Her glance swept around the room, but she didn't see Graham Andrews. Still, it was early, and he might come in for a late pint. She'd seen his kids earlier out with their nan, so guessed they were still staying there. Not speaking to him was giving Tina some considerable grief. It had started as a laugh, a quick kiss and a fumble behind the pub, but on her part it had escalated. When he walked in the pub, he made everything about her tingle, and her smiles were reserved only for him. She had to be extra careful when Charlie was there, but the squeeze of Graham's fingers on her hand as he took his change from her was enough to show he cared. And then had come Saturday. There had been silence ever since, and she was starting to crumble inside. Pint, Tina, and a gin and lemonade. She pulled the pint, then turned around to dispense the gin into a glass. The lemonade splashed slightly as she squeezed the tap, and she placed both drinks on the bar. The customer handed over a £20 note, a slightly bemused expression on his face. She moved to the till, handed over a £10 note and some coins in change, still without speaking, and watched as he carried the 2 drinks away with him. Tina didn't want to speak. She wanted to worry inside her head, try to work out what to do. Should she ask her mum if she could stay there for a couple of nights? That thought was quickly scrubbed. Her mum would let her, but it would be at a price. Pay the window cleaner, Tina. Get us a takeaway, there's a love. You want to nip and get us a bottle of Prosecco, Teen? 2 nights in that house and she would be bankrupt. It was why she'd moved in with Charlie Linwood in the first place. He'd seemed to be loaded. He never went out to work, though, and at first she'd found it a bit strange. She didn't anymore. Not now she knew about the safe under the cushioned floor in the conservatory and the floor-to-ceiling blinds that hid any activities in there, like customers visiting at odd hours. The thought hit her with a thump. Would she be expected to deal with them? Charlie had never told her anything of that side of his life, occasionally threw a bundle of cash at her and told her to treat herself. She felt sick. She guessed there would already have been customers that evening, and if they hadn't heard on the grapevine that he was locked up, they would be pretty pissed off at Charlie, and her. They would take their drug-deprived anger out on her. She took her phone out of her pocket and looked at it again. Still nothing from Graham. Despondency wasn't normally in her nature, but that night was an exception. She'd lost him because some thick bastard had shot his wife. It had been a long evening, and many of the regulars had commented on how quiet she was. Some of them knew where Charlie was, and 1 or 2 offered to walk her home. She knew they meant they'd like to come in for a coffee, so she declined, her lips set in a straight line. Didn't they realise what Charlie would do to them if he found out? Maybe the same as had been done to Carla and Lorraine. She pushed the thought to the back of her mind, not able to face the possibility that she had stupidly put their lives at risk. Charlie Linwood was violent. She had evidence of that on her own body. But would he have killed 2 innocent women because he'd found out Tina had had sex with Graham? She could see Charlie killing Graham, but not the wives. Somewhere in Charlie's warped brain there was a sense of fair play, and these women hadn't upset him. Graham had. If Charlie did indeed know about it. Logic said he didn't. He would have battered her, then gone for Graham. That hadn't happened. Ergo, Charlie didn't know. She was nervous walking home. It was a warm evening, but extremely dark. A sliver of moon was evident in the night sky. She listened carefully for anybody following her, her keys clutched in her hand, the sharpest pointing outwards between her forefinger and middle finger. She would aim straight for the eyes. Her plans were unnecessary. She threw herself inside the front door and listened carefully. No sounds meant Charlie wasn't home, and she headed upstairs, after checking all the outer doors were locked, especially the conservatory. Once inside the bedroom she normally shared with the corpulent Charlie, she said a silent prayer of thanks for the ensuite, and wedged a chair underneath the door handle. It took some time, the handle wouldn't cooperate, but at last she felt satisfied that nobody would be able to get in. She wasn't even convinced she would ever get out again. She took a quick shower, put on her Harry Potter pyjamas and climbed into bed. Her Kindle was fully charged, and she settled down at last, breathing a sigh of relief. She knew tomorrow would be hard, but tonight was for her. Graham was clearly out of the picture, and she was going to have to live with that. And if they charged Charlie with anything to do with the murders at the bookies, she would be a rich woman. She smiled at the thought of the stash in the safe underneath the flooring in the conservatory. Hers. All hers. Chapter 11. Tom looked at the email, reading it through for the second time. It seemed Holly's idea of giving Graham and Kenny their coffees in proper mugs had paid off. Their fingerprints were in the system, but until recently had been listed as unidentified. They related to an old crime from back in 2001, a burglary and the subsequent death of the owner of the property after he had fallen downstairs. There had never been any proof that the two unknown men had physically contributed to the old man's death. It had been a known fact that he was unsteady when he walked, and the coroner had been 100% sure that he had fallen down the stairs. But money had been taken. His daughter thought he had at least £500 kept in the microwave. Fingerprints had been recovered, but the case had eventually been shelved because they had no idea whose fingers had carried the prints. Now Tom knew. He waved through his window for Holly to join him, and she stood to one side as he spun his monitor around. "Bingo! You cleared up a cold case." "I did. That's because I'm bloody good at my job," she laughed and bent down to read the email. She read it for a second time, making sure she had all the facts, then stepped back. "So, our upstanding citizens have a criminal past?" "Seems like it. Bear with me while I think this through." Holly moved to the chair facing him and waited. "I think," Tom said slowly, "I think we put this on the back burner for the time being. If we start hauling them in and questioning them about this, they'll clam up about anything that may be helpful in solving the murders. That's far more important than a years-old burglary. But when we've resolved all the issues with Carla Andrews and Lorraine West, we'll damn well arrest them. They will pay for this. I want the full file of that case so I can go through it. I need to make sure it was accidental death and not an open verdict, because if there's any way it could be murder, they'll go down for a bloody long time. Do we agree?" Holly nodded. "Fully. We don't want to lose focus on this one. We're going to talk to Charlie Linwood?" "We are. I think we'll be letting him go. But let's see if we can get anything helpful from him first." Charlie wasn't a happy man. He'd been sitting in the interview room for an hour for a start, and the plastic seat was making his arse ache. He couldn't stand because every time he did, the PC guarding him from the corner moved towards him, his face expressionless and intimidating. Charlie had asked for a drink of water, but it hadn't appeared. He was tired to some extreme depth, and whatever they thought they'd got on him, he knew he hadn't done it. Frustration was a new experience for the overweight bulldog of a man, and the temptation would be to put his fist straight into the face of... Holly Jones opened the door and walked in, taking a seat opposite him. She was accompanied by Adele Shea. Holly checked them in, then looked up at Charlie. "You've waived your right to a solicitor, duty or otherwise." "Don't need one," Charlie growled. "Then if you're sure, we'll carry on. Let's go back to Saturday the 5th of May. Where were you between 9 and 12 that morning?" He looked startled. He'd decided during the long, sleepless hours of darkness that he was only there about that tart who'd thrown the boiling water all over his face. "Eh? I was at home. Probably sleeping off Friday night's beer." Holly gave a slight nod. "OK. Names of people you were with on the Friday night, please, Mr. Linwood." Adele held her pen ready to write down his words, and she lifted her eyes to meet Charlie's. "When you're ready, Mr. Linwood." "Tina was working. She served me with most of the beer, so knows how much I had. And I was with Judd. And for a big part of the night, Willie Vanton was there." "Judd?" Adele queried. Barker. Judd Barker. They're in the pub every night. Judd is a big black man, straight as a die, lovely wife, and Willie is an Irish leprechaun. About 5'6", and listen careful like, his accent's a bit strong." Holly didn't doubt Charlie had proof of where he had been the night before the murder, and she knew for a fact that his rolls of fat wouldn't fit into the clothes the killer had worn, but she had to play the game. "So, who did you talk to in the pub, Mr. Linwood? Think about it. We shall be asking all the customers. You talked to a slim bloke, a bit handy with a gun, did you? Someone like your Willie Vanton, perhaps? He's the right height, right sort of voice." "No, I bloody didn't. And the bloody leprechaun hasn't got the nous to shoot anybody. He's not the brightest button, know what I mean? Whoever killed those lassies, it was nothing to do with me or Willie. Perhaps I do need a solicitor." Holly stood up and gathered up her file. "OK, we'll see to that for you. We'll talk later if a solicitor is free. If not, it will be tomorrow. We've applied for an extension, so we can keep you for some time yet, Charlie. Sleep well." The two women left the interview room, aware that Charlie was following their movements with his mouth open, unsure what had happened, but knowing he was probably in for yet another night. Saturday night at 7, written in Tom Fowler's notebook and etched into his brain, arrived without fanfare. He wanted fanfare. It had taken so long to find the courage to ask Holly out on a date, and yet now the time was here it seemed a bit anticlimactic. He was still in shock that she had agreed, and at work the date seemed like the elephant in the room. He pulled up outside her home and got out of the car, but before he had opened the front garden gate, she came out of the door and waved. "I'm here," she called and turned to lock the door. Then he knew he had his fanfare. In a blue silk dress that swirled around her knees as she walked, and carrying a pretty silver bag, he was blown away. "Stunning," he said, and bent to kiss her cheek. "Absolutely stunning." "Thank you, kind sir," she said with a smile. "But I don't take compliments very well, so can you stop now so I don't get fidgety?" He laughed aloud. "Get in the car, Jones, but know this. If anybody even looks at you in a fancying sort of way, I'll blow their head off. It's a man thing." "OK, no problem. Why haven't we done this before?" "Because I'm an idiot. And again, it's a man thing. I didn't expect you'd say yes." "You're right about one thing, you are an idiot. Where are we going?" "A little pub in Derbyshire. It's quiet. Thought we could talk and get to know each other properly, away from the station. I've told front desk the only reason they're allowed to call me tonight is if there's a murder. So let's hope it's a quiet night in Sheffield." They were actually in bed in Holly's house when the call came through that a body had been found. The chat between them had rapidly matured as the evening wore on, and when Tom pulled up outside the small semi-detached, he had taken her into his arms and kissed her. A long kiss. A returned kiss. "You're coming in." It wasn't really a request, more an instruction. "Coffee?" "If that's what you want." Holly winked and got out of the car. He smiled, locked the car and followed her down the path. 30 seconds later, he held her against the wall in the hallway and kissed her a little more thoroughly, and within 5 minutes they had found their way to the bedroom. "Do you know how long I've fancied you?" Holly smiled. "About as long as I've fancied you." She ran her right hand lightly over his chest. Happiness seemed to explode inside her. "I knew I had to step up a gear, or we'd have spent the rest of our lives skirting around, wanting to do what we've successfully done." He leaned on one elbow and smiled down into her face. "You're beautiful, funny, smart, and amazing in bed. We have to go to work and pretend nothing's changed. But it has, Holly. It's all changed. We sure as hell can't tell anybody," she laughed. "Can you imagine the reaction and the ribbing we'd have to take? Nobody knows, let's keep it that way. Are you staying all night?" "Bit brazen, aren't you?" "Not normally, but I've got this DI who's a bit slow on the uptake." He kissed her again. "I'll stay, in case you need protection through the night." They had drifted off to sleep by 4, and at past, Tom's phone pealed out its Elvis Presley ringtone. He woke in some panic, initially unable to remember where he was. Then Holly sat up. "Oh, God," he groaned. "I said I didn't want disturbing." "Unless there's a dead body," Holly finished the sentence. She passed him the phone. "You'd better answer it." He looked at his screen and blinked, trying to focus. He swiped the answer bar. "Roger, what's wrong?" "Body found, sir, on that playing field in the middle of Waterside Estate. Know what I mean? Stabbing, sir, so pretty obvious it's a murder. I don't know anything else yet." "I know the location. I'll ring the team." "I'm ringing DS Jones now, sir, on the other line." Holly's ringtone pealed out, and she was leaning out of the bed, frantically looking for it. "Oh," Roger said. I take it I don't need to speak to DS Jones, sir. I'll leave you to tell her." Holly was dressed in jeans and a long-sleeved top, but Tom still wore the grey suit he had worn the previous night. He realised it wasn't suitable, but hoped nobody would pick up on it. They went in separate cars and arrived at the scene to see a white tent erected. They checked in and saw 1 or 2 more of the team already there. He moved towards the tent, leaving Holly to liaise with the others. He popped his head inside. "Shit," he said, not quite under his breath. "You know the victim, D.I. Fowler?" "I do. Her name's Tina Jackson. It looks as though she was running from something or somebody, stabbed in the back." "Thanks for that." I know one person on the whole of this bloody estate who didn't do it, and that's the fella she lived with. He's currently in our cells. PM tomorrow, Oliver? Yep. Shall we say 11? Tom nodded and retreated outside. Now to tell the rest of his team. This had to be connected to their ongoing investigation. It had to be. Chapter 12. Dead. Charlie had known something was wrong when they'd put him in a room with a settee and not the interview room in which he had spent a good part of the previous day. Christ, he knew Tina could be a bit gobby and a bit of a pain, but dead? What the fuck's happened to her? His brain gave a brief excursion to his conservatory, and he felt sick. I'm sorry, Charlie, but it wasn't natural causes. She was killed unlawfully, a knife to the back, and that's all we have so far. Her body was found about 3 hours ago, so we don't even know yet how long she'd been lying there. Holly spoke quietly. A bereaved partner is a bereaved partner, no matter what else he might have been doing. He raised an eyebrow. Where was she found? That large grassed playing field in the middle of the estate. Charlie breathed an inward sigh of relief. Not in his conservatory, then. With Holly's next words, his world crumbled. We've put a team into your house to go through it carefully. Hopefully there'll be something there that will give us a clue as to why anybody would want to kill Tina. Can I go home? He was aware how quavery his voice sounded, and hoped D.S. Jones hadn't picked up on it. As soon as we've finished our search, we're going to let you go. Please keep yourself available in case we need to bring you back in, but you'll be home later today. She stood and moved out of the room, leaving a young PC in with him. He might be in the cosier interview room, but they were making it clear he was still there under their orders. It didn't take the search team long to find the stash of drugs and the bundle of money. Nobody accidentally left £20,000 in an Asda carrier bag in a hole in the floor. And the white powder definitely wasn't icing sugar. Tom had Charlie recalled to the interview room, and when the DI walked in, accompanied by Holly, it was to see him sitting by the side of the duty solicitor. The interrogation started in a mild fashion, a gentle chat almost. They made sure he was getting support following the death of his partner, and that he was being looked after while he was in their care. They explained they had found items of significance hidden in a specially built hole under the conservatory floor, and accessed by pulling back the flooring. Charlie confirmed he knew about the hole, but not about its contents. So your fingerprints won't be on anything we found in that hole under the conservatory floor? Definitely not. Fowler ran his hands through his hair. Wonder how they got there, then. Charlie opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it. The duty solicitor touched his arm, warning him to be quiet. The words from the officers strengthened, and it was obvious Charlie could easily be convicted on fingerprint evidence alone, as there were no prints belonging to Tina Jackson. When they finally charged him, he said nothing. He had already said he didn't know anything about it. He never had visitors or customers. It must all have been Tina, and he would plead not guilty. He was returned to the cells prior to a court appearance the following day and subsequent transfer to a remand centre. Charlie Linwood was an unhappy man. The smart-ass lass who had scolded him in the bookmakers faded into insignificance remarkably quickly. Graham Andrews was in a blue funk. Word had quickly spread about the death of Tina Jackson, and he knew it wouldn't take much of an investigation to trace her new fella. That information would then lead the police into thinking that maybe he had been involved in the murders of Lorraine and Carla, and even though they could never prove that because it simply wasn't true, he was aware that mud sticks. And that sort of mud was particularly glutinous. He stood in the lounge staring morosely at the garden, thinking that maybe somebody should mow the lawn, before it needed a scythe rather than a lawnmower. Carla had loved her garden so much, and spent time every day keeping it in tip-top condition. She would be horrified to see it looking so neglected. Carla. He felt sick. Never to see her again was almost too much to bear. And bloody Tina throwing herself at him as she had. What was a man supposed to do? It was all falling apart. His entire life, disappearing somewhere over the horizon. Why was Tina dead? Tom's thoughts came back over and over again to the same question. She had known the two women, but wasn't a friend of theirs. They had been nodding acquaintances around the area and in the pub, and occasionally Tina had taken in a bet for Charlie, but as far as the investigation was showing, that was the extent of their relationships. Tom picked up the phone. "Kenny, D.I. Fowler. A quick question. Would your wife have any connection with Tina Jackson outside of the customer barmaid one? Did they ever go out together, have any sort of friendship?" Kenny paused for a moment. "Not that I can bring to mind," he finally said. "You think there's a connection?" "Oh, there's definitely a connection. It's finding out what it is." All three women were in the same circle, although I accept they weren't friends. Being barmaid in the local pub that you and Graham, along with your wives, frequented makes the main connection. Tina Jackson did know Carla Andrews and your Lorraine, of that there is no doubt. We have to find out if it went deeper than that. Can you think of anything? They were all a similar age. I know Carla and Lorraine went to the same school, and knew each other from there before Graham and I came on the scene. Maybe Tina went there too. If she lived in this area as a teenager, she probably did. Did Lorraine have any school group photos? Kenny gave a small bark of laughter. Lorraine kept photos going back to the days of the Ark. When her mum died and we were clearing out her house, she brought every picture back here. Hundreds of little black and white photos taken with a box brownie. All her school photos, and yes, even group ones. I can find them out for you. Thank you. If I send one of my officers over around 3, does that give you enough time? They'll give you a receipt for them, and of course you'll get them back when we've had a chance to look through them. Have you asked Graham? I'm not sure if Carla kept photos, and her parents are still alive, so maybe they've got some school ones. Thanks, I'll check with him. Tom put down the receiver and stared into space. The post-mortem had showed that it had taken only 2 stab wounds to kill Tina. Who had been chasing her across that land? She had died in the place she had been discovered. There were no hiding places for anybody to lie in wait for her, and no obvious reason for her to be where she was. The house she shared with Charlie backed onto the playing field, as did all the others on that new-build estate. But Charlie's large detached bungalow was across the far side from where her body had been found. Tom could imagine her fear. With 2 women in the locality already dead by gunshot wounds, she would have known she was running for her life. Would she have known why she was being chased? He knew if they could answer that one, the whole case would be solved. Tom left his office and walked through to the main room. He glanced around, trying to judge who was doing what. Diane Ford was eating a sandwich, so she was his pick to head off out. He walked over to her desk and she looked up guiltily, quickly dropping her sandwich back into its plastic box. "Sorry, sir, it's lunchtime." He laughed. "I know it is. When you're finished, and there's no rush because I said you'd be there about 3, can you nip over to Kenny West's home and pick up some photographs, please?" Suddenly it felt as though the sandwich was jammed into her throat. "Me?" "Yes, you," he smiled. "It seems there's a possibility our 3 victims all went to the same school at roughly the same time, and he's got some pictures from that time that belong to his wife, Lorraine. Give him a receipt for them and bring them back here to see if they could possibly be of some help. We need to find the link between the 3 of them that might have been the reason for them being killed. Thank you, Diane." He headed back to his office. Why did all these young DCs assume he would let them sit there doing desk-bound jobs? They'd obviously not fully understood what it meant to be on a major crimes team. Diane clicked the lid back on the sandwich box. Suddenly, she didn't want her lunch. She felt as if everything was going wrong. Facing Kenny West again was the last thing she wanted to do. They had only spent 1 night together after meeting in a bar in town and going back to her flat, but she had given him 10 out of 10 in her diary. It had dropped to 0 next day when he had told her he had a wife and he wouldn't be seeing her again. He had even been gentle, holding her tightly while he told her, but she had to face the truth. He was a married man. She knew deep inside that she should have asked the question the previous night, before she'd had the best sex she'd ever had, but she'd avoided it. And now she had to go visit him in his own home and face him again. Would he recognise her in her uniform? He hadn't known she was in the police. She had told him she was between jobs, not wanting to put him off with any mention of what she really did for a living. She thought back to how she had looked that night. Her skirt had ended slightly below her bum, and her long blonde hair had been almost down to her waist. Today her hair was twisted round into a French pleat, and she wore navy trousers and a white shirt. Surely he wouldn't know her. Surely. By 2:30, she was a dithering wreck. She'd hoped to avoid meeting him, knowing it could be the worst moment of her life. But now her DI had asked her to make the visit, and she couldn't say no. Her hands were trembling on the steering wheel as she drove the squad car out of the compound. It took her a mere 10 minutes to travel the short distance to Kenny West's house, and she managed to bump the car into the curb. "For fuck's sake," she muttered, "calm down, Di. You'll end up drawing attention to yourself, and then where will you be?" She got out of the car and walked up the short path to the front door. Her knock was answered almost immediately, and a teenager held open the door. "Dad's in the kitchen," he said. "I'm Isaac. Jack's upstairs, if you need either of us." "It's your dad I need to see," Diane said, smiling at the face that looked so like Kenny's. "That door there," Isaac said, and ran upstairs to join his brother. Diane walked down the hallway and peered around the kitchen door. "Mr. West?" she said, with no clue how to handle anything. He looked at her, his eyes not leaving hers, his face drained of colour. "Bloody hell. It's Diane, isn't it?" Chapter 13. Kenny handed Diane a cup of tea and she smiled at him. "You're doing okay?" she asked. He shrugged. "Not really. I hardly see the lads. They seem to be leaving me to get on with it because I don't think they know what else to do. They're not playing music, there's no laughter. And that was always there before... He stopped, unable to carry on. It was hard enough talking about Lorraine not being there anymore, but telling somebody you'd had a one-night stand with, that was a whole other ballgame, and one he couldn't handle. "I'm to pick up some photos," Diane gently reminded him. "Oh yeah, they're in the other room. Hang on while I get them." She sipped at her drink and turned as he re-entered the kitchen. "There's actually quite a few of her school days. Mainly pictures that were taken by the school photographer with only her on it, but there's 5 group photos. She'd obviously sorted them out because all of them were in this one folder. The group photos are one for each end of year. The last 2 have all the names printed on the back, but the first 3 have a few scribbled bits and bobs. Some are nicknames, so I assume Lorraine did that. To me, it looks as though the school got its act together for the last 2 and provided the photographer with a complete list of all the children in the year." "Lorraine was an only child?" Diane asked. "She was. It shows. Her parents kept all the photographs. I was the third of 4, and you'd be hard-pushed to find a picture of either me or my younger brother." Diane put down her cup and reached for the folder. "You want another drink?" "No, I'm okay, thanks. I should get back." "Please," it was said quietly. She hesitated, then nodded. "Go on, then. A quick tea, please." He stood and switched on the kettle, waited for it to boil, and made 2 further drinks. He handed one to Diane, and then sat down. The elephant was still in the room. "Diane," he began, "about that night. Kenny, you don't need to say anything. We both made a mistake. We don't have to let it affect the rest of our lives." "Can you forget it?" There was a harshness in his voice. "No, but I don't want to. I don't even need to. You had to. There's a difference." "I had to put it behind me. I've loved Lorraine for years, love her now, and can't begin to imagine how I'm going to get through the rest of my life without her. But that night we fancied each other," Diane said, her face serious. "If I had asked you if you were with someone, what would you have said?" "I would have said no. You're a beautiful woman, Diane, and no way would I have confessed to having a wife. Apart from everything else, I was drunk enough not to have a care in the world. It was memorable." He smiled at her. "Extremely memorable. But wasn't there something you kept from me?" "My job. It's better if people don't know. It creates too much attention and a hell of a lot of friction. You would have walked away, drunk or not, if I'd said I'd started with South Yorkshire Police, wouldn't you?" "And do they know we know each other, in every sense, your colleagues?" She blushed. "No, they don't. I can't tell them, and I would prefer if you didn't." "You with anybody now?" "No, it's not worth the hassle. I've bought a little house and I'm quite happy there, living on my own, sort of. I've got a cat called Hamish." She held up a hand before Kenny could say anything. "Not my choice of name. He was a rescue cat. His owner had died. His name was on a tag on his collar. We live happily together." She put down her cup, picked up the folder of photographs and stood. Now I really must go. They'll be sending out a search party for me. Thank you for the tea, Kenny. And I'm really sorry for your loss. He walked her to the door and watched as she drove away. It almost felt as if he had lost 2 women from his life. Isaac and Jack heard the closing of the front door and knew their father was on his own once again. "We're going to tell him then?" Jack asked. "Shit, I don't know." Isaac was troubled. He felt as though his brain was being taken over by stuff he knew, thought he knew, or could simply guess at. What would they gain by telling their father of the affair Graham had been having? Maybe the person they should have told was that policewoman who had driven away. "Isaac, she's dead. Tina Jackson is dead and we're prattling about with some info the police might not know about. We've got to tell Dad. He'll know what to do." Jack's frustration was showing. "Throw me Macbeth, will you? I can't be doing with thinking about bloody murders. I've got an exam to pass." "Don't swear, Jack," they heard their father call from outside the bedroom door. "And Macbeth's about murders." Jack stared at Isaac, and Isaac nodded, giving in and knowing that one day all the thoughts and suppositions running around his head would have to explode. "Dad, can you come in for a minute? We've got something to tell you." Kenny felt sick. He hadn't known about Graham and Tina, and what did this mean? The boys had told him that the information had come via Leo, who had overheard gossip coming from his mother. But that didn't mean it was inaccurate gossip. Kenny poured himself a whiskey but sipped it slowly. This wasn't a night for getting drunk. He needed a clear head to think through any implications around this so-called affair. Tina Jackson. He could hardly believe it. It seemed as if Graham had traded in a Ferrari and got a transit van. Tina the transit van. He almost laughed aloud, then realised laughter was definitely not on the menu tonight. Kenny couldn't believe for 1 minute that his best mate for all these years wouldn't tell him if there was something serious going on. It had to have been a one-night stand, surely. Kenny picked up his phone and scrolled to Graham's number, but hovered with his finger on the call button. What would he say? "Did you arrange to have Carla and Lorraine killed so you could have Tina Jackson?" Graham wouldn't be so fucking stupid. Could Tina have ordered it? There was a thought and a half. She was a nutter, had to be to live with Charlie Linwood. So who had killed Tina? The same person she had paid to kill Carla and Lorraine? Suddenly it seemed to him it was coming together. There was a vital component missing. If the scenario was right, who had Tina paid to go in that bookies on that Saturday morning? He knew he had to see Graham, and finally Kenny called him. "Hi, Kenny, I'm at Mum's house with the kids. You want something?" "To talk." Graham went quiet for a moment. "You have something?" "I do, but not what you're thinking. What time are you coming home? We need to meet at yours. The lads are in studying and I don't want them picking up on anything." "Daniel's already in bed. Kelly goes in about half an hour. I'll text you when I'm home. That okay?" "Sure." Kenny disconnected, then put the bottle of whiskey away. No more tonight. Tonight was for thinking. Kenny walked across to Graham's house. He hoped the evening breeze might clear his head. It didn't. So many thoughts were running around it. He knew he wouldn't know where to start once they began talking. Graham waved the bottle of whiskey at Kenny, but he shook his head. "No thanks. We need to talk and we need to be sober." A look of puzzlement flashed across Graham's face, then disappeared. "Okay, what's happened?" "I might ask you that, pal." "If you're asking me, the answer's absolutely bugger all. Nobody knows anything, or at least they're not prepared to talk about it." "You want to tell me about Tina Jackson?" This time there was no look of puzzlement. Graham Andrews knew exactly what Kenny was insinuating, and he responded by sitting down heavily on the sofa. "Who's been talking?" Graham looked at him, then stood and walked over to the window. The moon was a quarter moon and shed little light. He watched a neighbour walk by, then Kenny turned to face Graham. "It doesn't really matter who's been talking. What does matter is that if I know, the police will find out. The sensible route would be to tell them first. Soon." "You think?" "I think. You're a bloody fool, Graham. You had Carla, somebody you wanted right from that first date years ago, and you had an affair with Tina Jackson. I don't understand." "No? Then let me try to make you understand. I always knew I couldn't keep Carla. She worked with men, and I couldn't be in that damn betting shop all the hours she was in it. I had to trust her, and I didn't. She was beautiful, Kenny, and I know it was half the reason all the fellas went in there. So you thought the sensible thing would be to screw Tina? What the fuck did you hope to gain from that? Maybe a bit of self-esteem. He said it quietly. We were having problems quite apart from me being jealous. I think there was somebody else. I don't know who, and I don't suppose I ever will. You want to know how I found out? Jack and Isaac told me. And they found out from Leo Parks, who heard it being talked about at home. The lads are starting their GCSEs this week, and they hear something like this about a man they think of as their second dad, Uncle Graham, someone they can go to if they're ever stuck for anything. I tried to tell them it was probably only a rumour and they were to ignore it, but that I would have a walk over here and check with you. I don't know what to tell them when I go back. Do I tell them a lie, which, by the way, isn't the way we work in our family, or do I tell them you have been having an affair? Graham sighed heavily. Tell them the truth. Don't lie on my behalf. I'll go to the police tomorrow and tell them. They're going to come for me if they find out from other sources, so I'd better get there before they do start talking to the wrong people. Why, Graham? Do you really know why? Sex. If you don't get it at home, and trust me, I wasn't, you go looking elsewhere for it. I did. It was only a fling, and it was basically over. She started wanting more than I wanted to give, so I cooled it off. It's proper cooled off now, isn't it? You missing a knife? No, I'm bloody well not missing a knife. I've got 2 little kids in the house. All knives are fully accounted for here. I reckon that's going to be the first question when you fess up to seeing Tina. I'm going home now. You might want to think about a solicitor as well. I reckon they're going to be looking a lot closer at you. Graham's shoulders slumped. Thanks for coming over, Kenny. Don't lie to the lads, and wish them good luck from me in the exams. I'll sort out this mess. They can't arrest me for having an affair, and that's all I'm guilty of. Make it first thing tomorrow, Graham, Kenny warned. By lunchtime, they may have found out by other means. You've got to get in first. Graham nodded and escorted his friend to the front door. Thanks for coming over, Graham said, and closed the door. Kenny's brain was reeling. After the fright of the robbery at Malk Roberts' house, they'd both played everything safe. Diane Ford had been for one night, and Kenny had recognised how much he had to lose if he followed his instincts and asked to see her again. But Graham seemed to have gone the whole hog with Tina. Had Charlie found out? He could imagine the big man arranging for her to be killed. But he'd have done things to Graham as well. If it had been Charlie, Kenny reckoned Graham would probably still have had 2 legs, but probably no feet. Instinct was saying it wasn't Charlie, but instinct wasn't giving Kenny alternative names. Chapter 14. Jack looked across at his brother, writing as if his life depended on it, which it probably did, and then put his own pen to the paper. This was it. The years of study, encouraged so much by their mother, and the beginning of qualifications, started this minute, in this room. Leo had turned up for the exam and was sitting with one leg stuck out to the side. Jack and Isaac had exchanged glances when they spotted him still limping. He'd given them a thumbs up and taken his seat, but then eased his leg out into the aisle rather than under the desk. The invigilator had handed out the papers and looked pointedly at Leo's leg, but he whispered, "Injury," and she passed by. For the next 2 hours there was silence. With half an hour left, Jack noticed Leo sit back and read through the answers he had already completed. Bloody genius, Jack muttered, and began his own final question. Isaac finished before he did, but Leo sat waiting patiently for the official end. All 3 stood and walked out of the room together, each lost in their thoughts of their first official GCSE exam. Wasn't easy, Isaac said, his brain unable to produce more words than that until it had recovered. Too right, Jack agreed. You think you know Macbeth inside and out until you see the questions. Then you know you don't understand it at all. I like Shakespeare, Leo said, as his friends slowed their pace to match his. Jack stopped and turned to him. What? Leo shrugged. Read most of them. Found a book of his plays in the charity shop and started reading them. He's a genius, man. Isaac joined in. Must admit, I've actually read 4 or 5, not curriculum ones. Leo's right for once. He's a cracking writer. Jack shook his head. Never in a million years would he have put these two down as Shakespeare fans. So, what now? Hospital? Eh? Leo looked puzzled. Leo, mate, you can hardly walk, and that invigilator had to avoid your leg all morning. It needs looking at. It's better than it was. At least I can sleep now. Don't worry about it. It gets easier every day. So, did you two finish? Jack nodded. I did. And you're changing the subject, Leo Parks. What did you think, Isaac? Saw you finish. It was as I expected it to be. Not easy, but not that hard that it made me want to chuck away the pen. I used the last 10 minutes or so to check through, and I don't think I'd have changed anything. Lot of pressure, though, when you want at least an A in it. Jack ruffled his twin's hair. You'll get it. And even if we only get C's, we don't have to do resits for the A level. Leo, you think you did okay? Leo grinned at the serious faces of his friends. Aced it. No worries. All three turned to each other and high-fived. Aced it, they chorused. As Ben Craig watched the video of the robbery, his face never altered. You okay, Ben? Fine. Can I see it again? Yes, we'll take it through at a slower speed. You ready? He nodded, and he watched the entire episode once more. He felt a lump in his throat as he viewed the last moments of the two women's lives, women he knew so well, especially Carla. There had been a spark, a love, a desire between them he knew would never die. He didn't want the CCTV clip to end. This would be the last time he would ever see her. When it ended, he sat back and sighed. The bastard. Holly nodded in agreement. Nothing triggered recognition with you? Nothing at all. But really I knew it wouldn't. If I'd known him, and I'm sure it was a bloke, I'd have recognised something about him as he legged it across that car park. I watched him every bit of the way. Didn't move a muscle while he was deciding what to do next, because that's what he seemed to do, and then saw him dump the gun. Last time I had sight of him, he'd still got that bloody awful mask on. You've not found it? No, we think he hung on to that. We've had officers out day after day looking for it, but nothing yet. Ben sat quietly for a moment. It's the only thing that'll have DNA on it, isn't it? That's why he didn't dump it. Not daft, is he? And he was fit, ran at some speed. Thank you for coming in, Ben. It's much appreciated. She handed him her card. If you think of anything. He took the card and kept his head down, looking at it. I liked her a lot, you know, Carla. And it wasn't feeling sorry for her. I genuinely liked her. There was a big age gap, but it didn't seem to matter. Why would you have felt sorry for her? Holly waited as if wondering what snippet was coming. Him. Graham Andrews. Control freak. Wouldn't let her breathe without permission. He used to sit in that shop on that high stool at the counter, waiting for her to finish her shift. But as soon as he arrived, the punter started to go. He watched everything she did, and the atmosphere in the shop was awful when he was there. Really? Can you hang on a few minutes and add this to your statement, please? As a witness to this obsessive behaviour, it could become either irrelevant or mega important. Sure. Not a problem. He stood and pushed the typist's chair back from the desk. He touched the top of the computer almost as if saying goodbye to the woman he would never see again, and followed Holly as she handed him over to Lucy Young. Diane Ford was troubled. She had little time to make the decision about whether to confess to knowing Kenny West. It was literally now or never. She couldn't go to the DI any later because he would want to know why she hadn't said anything before. She could get away with it at the moment by saying she hadn't known Kenny's surname when she'd had the one-night stand, but that get-out-of-jail card was active for only the next few minutes. She paused outside Tom Fowler's door, then knocked and waited for his response. Diane, he said with a smile, can I help you? Not really, sir. It's that something's come up that has surprised me, to say the least. When I went to see Kenneth West, I didn't realise I already knew him. I accidentally slept with him one night. Tom looked at her, trying to work out what to say next. Accidentally? She nodded. Yes, sir, definitely accidentally. I went out with my mates one night and I met him. We got on really well, but both of us had a lot to drink. A lot, she repeated. We got a taxi together, and he was going to drop me off, then continue to his home. But things got a bit hot in the taxi and he got out with me. A bit hot? Yes, sir. Very hot. And you accidentally slept with him? Yes. I was completely drunk and so was he, but he stayed all night. The next morning he left saying he couldn't see me again because he was married and he loved his wife. I put it down to me being stupid and not asking the question, are you with someone? I see. You didn't think to mention this before you went to see him today? I never found out his surname, sir. I knew him as Kenny. It was quite a surprise when his son led me into the kitchen and there was Kenny. I had a cup of tea with him, collected the photographs and came back here. I wasn't going to say anything. Obviously there's nothing between us and never really was except for that one night. But then I thought I'd better tell you. I'm sure there's probably some rule against having dealings with ex-acquaintances. Tom managed to keep his face straight. Diane Ford was so serious, and to phrase her actions as accidentally sleeping with Kenny West was something to brighten his day. And those are the photographs. Diane looked down at the file in her hand, seemingly surprised to see they were still there. Oh, yes. She handed them over and left his office. He tipped the photographs out onto his desk, still struggling not to laugh, and stashed the portraits to one side, concentrating on the group shots. The first 3 were clearly class only, as there seemed to be only about 30 pupils on each picture, but the last 2 years showed the entire school year. These were the ones on which he wanted to concentrate his thoughts. The Year 10 photograph listed all the pupils in alphabetical order, so he had no way of knowing who was who on the picture. He scanned the names and saw both Lorraine's and Tina's, along with Kenneth West. Tina had obviously not married, or at least hadn't changed her name, and was listed as Tina Jackson. He thanked the Lord that Lorraine had a fairly unusual Christian name. She was there, Lorraine Roberts. He heard his office door open and he looked up, a smile instantly appearing. "Afternoon, boss," Holly said, and he beckoned her in. "We've got the school photos from Kenny. I've no idea how they can help us, but it's building the bigger picture. It appears that Tina Jackson and Lorraine West were in the same year." Holly reached across and took them from him, and while casually looking at the photograph said, "Would you like to come round for a meal tonight?" He leaned across his desk and pointed at what he could tell was the picture of Lorraine and said, "Definitely." Holly smiled. 7? "Yes." "So this is Lorraine. You can tell, can't you? She was pretty. No wonder Kenny fell for her. Last time I saw him, he was saying they'd been together forever." Holly turned the picture over and scanned the names. "So they were in the same year, Kenny and Lorraine?" Tom nodded. "Yes, but I can't pick him out. All the lads look the same. Luckily, Lorraine had blonde hair at school, so that was fairly easy, but I've no idea which one is Kenny." Holly finally sat down and pulled the photo closer to her. It wasn't only the blonde hair. Lorraine's face had changed little. So pretty, wasn't she, even at this age? I think Kenny could be the lad 2 rows back and almost immediately behind her. I can't tell at all which one is Tina Jackson. Think facial recognition could help? We can try, but maybe Kenny can help. He's on the damn photo, surely he can remember most, if not all of them. Shall I send Diane back with the photo and ask her to go through it with him and link as many names to faces as we can? Tom grinned. I think not. Maybe we'll take this one. 2 heads are better than 1, so we'll go tomorrow morning. And tonight I'll tell you a story about how you can accidentally sleep with somebody. Holly stood up and picked up the file of photographs. I'll get these copied and enlarged, then we can take the originals back when we go to see Kenny. Something's pecking at me. Lorraine Roberts. Holly paused in the doorway with a frown. It'll come to me. And she pulled the door closed. It opened again immediately. Roberts, Malk Roberts, the fella who tumbled down the stairs, while Kenny and Graham were robbing him. Chapter 15. They looked through the old file on the closed case and saw mention of a daughter-in-law, Shirley Roberts, who had been married to Malk Roberts' son, Lawrence. Lawrence had died 2 years earlier than his father, and Shirley had taken on the care of her father-in-law, checking on him every day, because he lived alone. She had been the one who had found him at the bottom of the stairs. He had left everything to her, with a small sum of £500 for his only grandchild, Lorraine. Shirley had died 3 years later, leaving Lorraine with a tidy inheritance from the sale of her home. "I can't get my head around this," Holly said. "What specifically?" Kenny West was living with Lorraine at the time of this crime, and he would definitely have known Malcolm Roberts was her grandfather. What kind of man does something like that? And Kenny would have gone through the whole funeral thing, supporting her, standing by her, and all the time he'd been in that house robbing the poor chap, who probably fell down the stairs because he heard Andrews and West. Tom nodded. "Kenny'll pay for it, I promise you, but he's no idea we know anything about this. So let's keep it like that." He reached across to answer the strident ring of his phone. "D.I. Fowler," Tom frowned. "Put him in room 1. I'll be down in 10 minutes. Give him a coffee or something." He replaced the receiver and looked at Holly. "Graham Andrews is downstairs. Wants to see us. Think he's come to confess?" "Hardly," she laughed. "He definitely didn't pull that trigger. He'd been left minding the kids, remember?" Tom's face was grim. "Doesn't mean he didn't order it to happen." Graham had drunk his coffee by the time the 2 police officers arrived at the Moss Way interview room. "Graham?" Tom Fowler held out his hand. Graham shook it. "How can we help you?" "I have something to tell you that was irrelevant in Carla and Lorraine's deaths, but now isn't, so I thought I'd better pop in and see you." "Oh?" "It concerns Tina Jackson. I'd been having an affair of sorts with her." There was a momentary silence, and then Holly spoke. "An affair of sorts? What does that mean?" "I was seeing her." "Did your wife know?" Graham shook his head. "No, she didn't. It was never serious on my part, and when I realised how involved Tina was becoming, I called it off. But Tina's dead, so I can't keep quiet about it." "You killed her?" Holly raised her eyebrows as she asked the question. "No, of course I didn't." "You know who did?" "Certainly not. You might cast an eye over her partner, though, Charlie Linwood." "Charlie Linwood was locked up in our cells when Tina was killed. You want to come up with another name? What about Kenny West? Or, heaven forbid, Graham Andrews? Now you're being ridiculous. Of course it wasn't either of us." Tom stood and Holly frowned. "We'll need a statement from you, Mr. Andrews. Don't leave anything out. We want chapter and verse on this affair. Who knew about it? How long it's been over? I'll send one of our PCs down to take it, then we'll discuss whether you can go home or not." They walked out of the room, leaving an open-mouthed Graham speechless. The betting shop's cleaner, Janice Marshall, handed Tom and Holly a glass of water each, ice cubes tinkling to cool it down even further than her fridge had. She sat down at her kitchen table, nursing a coffee. "How can I help?" "Simply by answering a few questions, really. We need to get timelines in order, find out routines, stuff like that." Holly smiled at her, putting her at ease immediately. Janice nodded and waited. Holly opened her notebook. "How long have you worked at the betting shop?" "About 5 years, same as—" There was a pause as Janice took in a breath. "Same as Lorraine. She got me the job." "And how many days a week do you work?" 6, Monday to Saturday. Sundays it gets a bit of a lick around by whoever's managing the shop. Then Monday I give it a good doing." "And you worked on the Saturday the 2 ladies were killed?" "I did. I went in a bit earlier because I hadn't done it since Monday morning. I'd been on a hen do for 4 days, got back on the Friday night. I normally go in about 7, but I went in for 6:30 to fettle it properly." "And there was nothing unusual about that morning?" Holly asked. "Nothing at all. I think Carla must have been on all week because it was clean anyway. She was one of the best managers, never moaned at having to do the cleaning, simply did it. Lorraine, she was a different kettle of fish. She really didn't like having to work there anyway, but it was convenient for both of them. If they had car problems, they could always walk it. I walk every day, there and back." "So you arrived at 6:30. Nobody hanging about?" "Not that I can think of. The newsagent's a little higher up the road opens at that time, so I suppose in theory there must have been, but I didn't see anybody." Holly wrote newsagents in her notebook and underlined it. "Were you friends outside of work?" "We were, when Graham allowed it. We went out for a quick drink maybe twice a year in the summer, but Carla was always on edge. He didn't like her going out. Christmas we ignored everything and had a meal, and then a night out in Sheffield. Always a cracking night, and Carla kind of switched off from home. Lorraine seemed to do what she wanted, and my old man trusts me." "I guess it's not going to happen this next Christmas." Mind you, it wouldn't have happened anyway, not with Lorraine leaving. Leaving? Tom looked at her. Leaving her job? Leaving her job, leaving Sheffield, and presumably leaving Kenny and her boys. Tom and Holly looked at each other. Did Kenny know about this? And what do you know about it? Precious little. Janice picked up her coffee while she gathered her thoughts. She took a sip and replaced it on the table. I found out the Friday night, the night before she was killed. I'd gone to the pub for a swift half with the hubby because I'd arrived home in the afternoon from the hen do. We decided to have a meal there instead of me cooking. Anyway, Lorraine came in about 7ish and sat with me for a few minutes while Dave was nattering to his mate at the bar. Lorraine was bouncing. She'd got a new job in Leicester, working for an accountancy company, she said. Then she sort of clammed up and asked me not to say anything to anybody, particularly Carla, because she wanted to tell her in her own time. I probed a bit, and it seemed her intention was to move to Leicester, leaving the boys here with Kenny. I must have looked shocked at that, because she said the boys would have finished their exams by then, and that was why she wanted to keep it quiet. She didn't want any turmoil in their lives while they were taking them. I said I wouldn't tell anyone, and I haven't until today, not even Dave. Holly was scribbling furiously. Suddenly a new avenue had opened up. She lifted her head. Was there a new man in her life? Janice gave a small smile. She didn't say there was, but I can read between the lines as much as you can, D.S. Jones. And you don't know the name of the company in Leicester? Janice shook her head. She didn't say, only that it was a small accountancy firm. Good luck finding that one. Leicester's a big place. Was there anything else at all she spoke about that could throw some light on her plans? Tom leaned in towards her as he spoke, willing her to come up with some nugget that would solve the whole thing. Nothing I can think of. Tom sat back in his chair, deflated. Holly took a file from her bag and slid the final year school picture across to Janice. You were at school with Lorraine. Is this you? She pointed to a girl 3 seats further on from Lorraine. Janice laughed, relieved that the focus had shifted from Lorraine's love life. Good grief, I haven't seen this for years. Yes, that's me, Janice Cartwright. So you were in the same year group as Tina Jackson and Kenny West? I was. Lorraine and I were close friends until she linked up with Kenny. Then our friendship cooled down a bit. We still hung around together when he wasn't there, but when he was, I wasn't needed. But despite all that, we stayed friends. And she was chief bridesmaid at our wedding, as I was at hers. I'm going to miss her and Carla. Tom finished his glass of water and pulled the photograph towards him. He pointed to the boy they had worked out was Kenny West. Is this Kenny? Janice shook her head and pointed to a boy on the front row. No, that's him. The one you've picked out is my Dave. Tom nodded slowly. Look, Janice, if we get you another copy of this photo and drop it off, can you make a list of who is who for us? It may be of no help whatsoever, but there may be something there that will lead us to whoever is killing off your friends. I'll be happy to, Janice said, as the 2 police officers left her kitchen. But Tina Jackson was no friend. Only Carla and Lorraine. Thoughts? Tom said as they headed back to headquarters. She had to have had another fella. The way everybody has described her, she put those boys above everything. Made sure they had the education they needed to go on to university, helped them in any way she could. She's either been biding her time until she could get away without having to worry about her boys anymore, or there is another man to throw into the mix. Holly pulled up at a red light and turned to her boss. You have any other thoughts? He shook his head. No, but we're going to have to talk to Kenny West about this, and possibly his boys. This will devastate them. And how the hell we track down a small accountancy firm in Leicester who was about to employ a lady from Sheffield, I have no idea. Put Adele onto it. That's the sort of stuff she's good at. A little ferret she is on that internet malarkey. Good thinking. And let's get a copy of this picture over to Janice Marshall as soon as possible. We've had more information from her than from anybody else in this sorry affair. Let's hope there's a name on there we can recognise and that leads us somewhere, because it's stagnating a little. The lights changed and Holly drove down the hill leading to headquarters, deep in thought. Maybe Carla had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe Lorraine had been the target in all of this, with everything brought to a head by the proposed changes in her life. Holly sighed. Or maybe not. Chapter 16. Do we bring them in, or shall we interview them at home? Tom mused out loud, after reviewing the on-screen notes Holly had entered following their visit to Janice Marshall. He hated the thought of how the boys would remember their mother after hearing what Tom had to tell them, but the interview had to happen. With nobody else in his office, he expected no response. "Bring them in," he said, answering his own question. Lucy Young and Holly Jones were sitting in Holly's car a few houses down from Kenny West's home, killing time by playing Scrabble with each other on their phones, the screen's the only light in the car. Lucy had scored 94 points with a 7-letter word on a triple-word score, and Holly wasn't amused. "Strictly speaking, I'm your boss," she grumbled, and tried to rearrange AAIOENJ into anything that would give her more than 11 points. The letters disappeared as a call came through from Tom. "Yes, boss. Where are you?" "Watching Kenny West's house. No activity at all. In fact, we're so cheesed off I've let Lucy get away with scoring 94 points with one word in Scrabble." "OK, part the game. I need you to go to Kenny and tell him we want him and the boys in here for interview as soon as possible. I'd really like them in tomorrow, but I'm aware the boys have exams, so we have to be careful. But they're not having exams all day every day, so at some point tomorrow I want them here, even if it's late afternoon. In fact, thinking about it, if the lads have an exam in the afternoon, don't get them in tomorrow morning. They're probably going to be upset by what they hear, but I've got to do it. If they've no exams tomorrow, let's get them in and get it over with." "Will do, boss," Holly said, and disconnected. Kenny was surprised to see the 2 police officers at 9 o'clock at night, but he opened his door and let them in without saying a word. They followed him into the kitchen. "Are Jack and Isaac in?" Holly asked. "Studying upstairs. They've a big exam in the morning. Do you need to see them?" "Not really. We can organise it with you. We need the 3 of you to come into the station. Some new information has come to light, and we're going to need statements from all of you. Don't let the lads be worried, because it really is nothing to worry about. It's procedures we have to follow. Shall we say 2 o'clock? I'll make sure we're there. I'm going to the garage tomorrow morning to check everybody's handling the work, so I'll be back here before lunch. I'll tell the boys to come straight home after the exam." Holly smiled at Kenny, but it wasn't returned. He looked ill. His face had taken on a gaunt appearance, and she suspected food was the last thing on his mind. For a brief second she wanted to give him a hug and say it would be okay, and then she squashed the thought. It would never be okay for him again, and he was still a potential suspect. "That went well," Lucy remarked. "I can't help but like him, but he's not looking good, is he? Looks grey. He's suddenly having to bring up 2 teenagers at the most stressful point in their lives so far, and hold it together for Lorraine. But never forget he's still not in the clear for this, and won't be until we have somebody in custody." Holly put the car into gear and headed towards the police station. "Let's call it a night. We'll do the same tomorrow night, but outside Graham Andrews' house." "You don't like him, do you?" "No," was the short, sharp answer. "Any particular reason?" "I suppose it's because of the picture we've built up about him. A control freak who tried to stop his wife living. Maybe he did it for real. I know he has a cast-iron alibi because he was looking after the kids from when Carla left for work. But even so..." Holly pulled up and Lucy got out. "Maybe we should split up and sit outside both houses," she said, leaning through the open car door. Holly shook her head. "We stay together. We have 3 dead women and no idea who killed them. We stay together." Lucy held up a thumb, walked across to her own car and headed home. Holly guessed Tom would still be at work, so she walked up the stairs towards his office. His smile lit up his face. "Any problems?" "None at all. Neither of them seem to go out at night, and let's face it, if they're as innocent as they're making out they are, they'll both be grieving for their wives. Everything about me is treating them as suspects, yet we know they didn't do it. We know Graham didn't pull the trigger. He's a lot chunkier than our masked man, but Kenny..." She thought about what Tom was saying. "Surely not." He shrugged, then laughed. "No, I don't think it's him for 1 minute. But you must admit he's about the right build. And dressed in black he would have looked slimmer. We'll see what they have to say tomorrow when we tell them about Lorraine's plans." Jack and Isaac looked uncomfortable as they entered the room, fidgety and unsmiling. Kenny was protective, although Holly couldn't imagine why he would be unless he thought his boys were in trouble. The young PC asked them to sit down and offered them a drink. All three refused and sat quietly, waiting for whatever was to happen. Tom and Holly were outside, watching them through the darkened window. They left them for 5 minutes and then entered the room. Holly pressed the recorder and registered the names of all attending, and Jack and Isaac looked at each other, unease written across their faces. "Why are you recording it?" Jack asked. "Standard procedure, Jack. Try not to worry about it." Holly smiled at the young boy. Tom coughed to clear his throat. "Some information has been passed to us that made us realise we needed to talk to you, hopefully to clarify things." "Information?" Kenny queried. "Yes, about Lorraine. Were you aware she was leaving Sheffield?" There was a stunned silence. "And were you aware she had a new job in Leicester?" Kenny stood. "Don't be fucking stupid, man. Of course she wasn't leaving. I don't know who's told you this, but it's not true. She wouldn't leave her lads, that's for definite, and especially not at this time when they're taking exams. She's worked with them for 5 years to get them to this point in their lives. No way would she leave them. Us." "Sit down, Mr. West," Holly said. "Don't shoot the messenger. We're giving you information that has been given to us, and we hoped you would know who her new employer was to be. All we know is that it was a small accountancy firm in Leicester, and she was starting in 6 weeks. Did your wife have another man, Mr. West?" Kenny sat down with a thud, and he looked from one police officer to another. "No, she bloody didn't. It's unthinkable. We've always loved one another. She wouldn't move away, wouldn't leave Sheffield. She's a Sheffield lass born and bred here. Whoever's given you this information has a screw loose, is inventing it for some reason I can't even guess at." Tom swung his frame round to focus on Jack and Isaac. "Jack, Isaac, do you know anything about this? Chinese whispers at school?" Jack responded instantly. "Of course we don't, and I don't believe you anyway. Our mum wouldn't leave us. You're talking daft." The anger was evident in every part of his body. "Isaac? I know nothing and don't want to." He paused for a moment. "If, and this is a big if Mum was thinking of going to Leicester or anywhere else for that matter, she wouldn't simply go, she'd tell us. She was never a coward about anything." "OK, boys," Holly interrupted. "We think it was more a case of your mum wanting your exams to be over before she told you anything. That's why she wasn't going for another 6 weeks. We are looking into where she could have been going and why. If there is anything at all you may have overheard, anything that didn't sit quite right with you, now would be a good time to tell us. It's vitally important we find out what Lorraine was planning and who with." Tom took over. "Kenny, was everything still OK in your marriage? We can let the boys go to another room if you think you can't speak freely in front of them." Kenny's eyes widened. "There's nothing I wouldn't share with the twins, but equally there's nothing to share. As far as I'm aware, we were as happy as we've always been. She'd been a bit subdued of late, but said it was her age. She didn't like being 40, said the number made her feel old." "And you don't know of anybody new she's met over the last year, a newcomer into her life?" Kenny went quiet for a minute, clearly letting his mind wander back in time. "I honestly can't think of anybody," he said finally. "The only thing that was something new, something she'd never done before, was a holiday without us. But she wasn't any different when she came back. In fact, for 2 weeks it was like being newlyweds again." He glanced guiltily across to the boys, aware it was maybe too much information with them in the room. "Who did she go with?" Holly asked. "It was a 40th birthday present from me. She asked for it. Said she wanted a girly few days away with Carla and Janice, her other mate. I said to pick a holiday and I'd pay for all 3 to go. In the end it was only Lorraine and Janice. Graham wouldn't let Carla go. They went to Benidorm, had a truly boozy week, then came home." "Janice Marshall?" "Yes, cleaner at the bookies." Holly looked at Tom and he gave her a slight nod. She reached across and switched off the recorder. "Thank you for coming in. If we need to speak to any of you again, we'll let you know. Good luck with the rest of your exams, boys, and try not to let our investigation worry you. Your mum would have been proud of the way you're handling this." Tom and Holly left the room together and watched as Kenny hugged the twins before being escorted from the interview room by the PC. Without looking at Tom, Holly said, "That holiday is our next line of inquiry, isn't it? I'll bet anything she met somebody. But how have they stayed in touch? We have a phone that was in her bag when she was killed, and there's nothing on that to trouble us." "Suppose she had another phone?" Holly turned to her boss. "Hidden at home? Do we need a search warrant?" He gave a dry laugh. I hardly think Kenny will give us permission to mooch around. First thing tomorrow we'll go and conduct a search. And when we've done that, our next port of call is Janice Marshall. I think there may be something she didn't tell us. Chapter 17. Janice didn't speak. She stared at Tom and finally stood and walked towards the kitchen window. She looked out, taking in the view across to the green of the playing field, and choked back a sob. "Janice," he said, and she turned around. "What?" "You heard me the first time. Did Lorraine meet another man during that 7 days in Benidorm? Did she make plans to be with him as soon as her boys finished their exams?" Janice moved back to the table, clearly still reluctant to open up about the holiday. "He didn't know." "Who didn't know? Kenny?" She gave a slight nod. "We came back and she pretended, but it was to keep the cart on the wheels so the boys weren't upset by anything. But they're bloody upset now, aren't they?" "Tell me his name. The man she met. Did she know him before you went?" "No. And his name is Beth Davis. Bethan, to give him a full name, and surprise, surprise, he's a woman." "And what was their relationship?" Holly successfully kept the surprise out of her words, but felt she needed it spelling out. Janice was being tight with the truth. "Lorraine and I slept in the same room for the first night, but after that I saw little of her. They spent the other 6 days and nights together in Beth's room. I ate with them for breakfast and the evening meal, but other than that I stayed by the pool and read, and drank cocktails." "Lorraine said nothing to Carla or anybody else when she came home?" "No. Lorraine cried most of the time we were on the plane, but it was almost as if she squared her shoulders and put on a different face when we got out of security at Manchester Airport. Kenny picked us up and she behaved as if nothing had happened in Benidorm. We've not mentioned it since, other than the night before she died, and she said Beth had organised a job for her with her company. She didn't say what it was doing or where it was. I don't have contact details for Beth, so I haven't been able to tell her." "You think it was for real, this relationship?" "Definitely. They were so right together. Kenny and Lorraine were okay, but it was only because they'd been together for so long. She met Beth and it was like a thunderbolt. She'd never shown any leanings towards being with another woman, but she never thought twice about her and Beth. Beth came with us to the airport and both of them were like lost souls. They had no idea when they would see each other again. They only had their phones to keep them in touch. Phones? Throwaway models. Only had their numbers programmed in. They always kept them on silent but checked them at certain times every day. I was there the evening they set them up. You obviously haven't found that phone, D.I. Fowler. That will tell you everything. But if you don't find it, it means somebody else did and took her life. And poor Carla bought it also." "On this holiday, I appreciate you didn't see much of them, but I don't suppose you managed to get a photo of this Beth?" "Yes, it's not clear because she had a large sun hat on, but I took a picture of Lorraine trying on a hat and Beth was in the background laughing at her." Janice took out her phone and scrolled through the pictures. "Here," she said, and handed it to Holly. The DS enlarged the face by opening her thumb and forefinger and stared at it for a minute. "I need to send this to my own phone," Holly said, and Janice nodded. The task completed, Janice took back her phone. "I hardly took any photos. Didn't really go anywhere. I'll go through them with a fine-tooth comb tonight, and if I find anything, the tiniest picture of her, I'll send it to you." "Thank you for finally being honest with us, Janice. Why didn't you tell us before?" "All sorts of reasons. I know nothing about Beth except her flight was to Manchester but 2 days after us. I couldn't really tell you anything. And then there were the boys. I've known them since their birth and I didn't want anything to hurt them. So I decided to take the Fifth Amendment." "We don't have a Fifth Amendment," Tom said. "Please bear that in mind when we have to question you again to get it down in statement form." Janice knew she had been chastised, so she merely inclined her head in acknowledgement of his words. They found the throwaway phone inside the lining of Lorraine's bag, secured by grosgrain tape, carefully glued in by Lorraine to stop the phone moving about. She had left a 3-inch hole in the lining at the side of the bag, so she could get her fingers through to release the phone to check for messages. It was quite ingenious. The bag she had taken to work on that last day of her life was from River Island and held no such structures. The bag she had altered was a large Marks & Spencer one, and without careful checking would never have given up the secret of the stashed phone. Kenny looked defeated when they gave him a receipt for his wife's bag and nothing else. The bag had been in the wardrobe all the time, and he hadn't checked it. Tom looked through the phone and made a note of the only mobile number in the contacts. He then passed it to the tech people for them to go through it with everything they had on hand. Tom's phone call to Beth was merely to make an appointment to go and see her the following day, but the quietness in her voice told him she knew what had happened. "She's dead, isn't she? My Lorraine is dead." "I'm sorry, Miss Davis, but she is. And I'm truly sorry we haven't been able to notify you properly, but we've only recently found out about you. I need to come to Leicester and talk to you as soon as possible." "For Lorraine, I'm available any time. How soon?" "Tomorrow?" They ended the call by setting a time, and Tom sat staring at the phone for what seemed ages. Beth Davis had been polite, well-spoken and professional. He imagined she was currently crying her eyes out, crying for her Lorraine. They were shown into Beth Davis's office by a tall, pretty young woman who introduced herself as Eloise. She said she would bring in a tray of refreshments and closed the door quietly behind her. Beth stood and shook their hands, then indicated they should sit down. "Would you mind not discussing anything you've come to discuss until after Eloise has brought in the drinks? I'm a private person, and I'd rather she didn't hear anything that would make good fodder for the office gossips to enjoy." Tom smiled. "That's fine. I understand completely." He looked at her as she settled herself back down in her chair. Not tall, maybe 5'2" at the most, with shoulder-length blonde hair and grey eyes. He estimated her to be mid-30s. A pair of glasses rested on the desk. He assumed she needed them for reading, as she wasn't currently wearing them. They chatted about the journey down, Jamie Vardy and Kasper Schmeichel, because Beth proved to be a football fan of many years, and it was getting to the point of it being awkward when Eloise opened the door and brought in drinks and biscuits. "Let me know if you need anything else, Beth," she said as she left the room. Beth gave a half smile. "She'd kill to know why you're here." "I'm sure," said Holly. "Are we safe to talk now?" "We are, but let me pour you a drink first." "You had never met Lorraine before that holiday?" Holly took a sip of her coffee before asking the question. "No," Beth shook her head. "I've heard it said you can meet somebody and you know, but until that day I hadn't believed it. I thought it was impossible to fall so utterly and completely. But we did." "We understand from Janice that you even accompanied them to the airport when they flew home." "That's right. I felt numb all the way back to the hotel when they'd gone." "And had you made plans to meet up in England? Leicester isn't so far from Sheffield." "No, not definite plans. We had bought simple little phones so we could keep in touch without anyone else being aware. And of course I knew about her twins, her lads, taking their exams. They were her priority. She said she had to get them safely through the GCSEs before she could contemplate anything. But we knew we'd be together one day." Tom and Holly waited, watching while Beth took a drink. She wiped away a tear that was threatening to trickle down her cheek and looked up at the two officers. She'd never had a relationship with a woman before. It was the reason I didn't push her for any commitment. I had to be sure that she was sure. But she was. In the end, she was planning her life around July for leaving Sheffield to come to me. "This," Beth said, waving her arm around the office, "is all mine. It's my business. I employ 8 people, and Lorraine would have been the 9th. And now—" "Do you know the circumstances of her death?" Tom asked gently. "Only that she was killed at work. Obviously I don't know why, but please don't tell me it's something to do with me. I couldn't bear that." "We initially thought robbery was the motive. He took money, but it happened around 10 in the morning. They hadn't even had a customer through the doors. He only got 1,500, as opposed to so much more if he'd waited till later. He went with a gun and used it to kill Lorraine and her manager, Carla. There are a lot of questions unanswered, Ms. Davis. A lot. The main issue is which one was the target. We don't believe the money was what he came for. It simply wasn't enough. And it was still early. It's possible he thought he had been recognised, so had to kill them both. We don't know yet. But we will." "I wish I could help. I wish that quite desperately." "We're going to have to take your phone, the one you used to keep in touch with Lorraine. We already have hers, but we'll need yours also." "Of course. I hope this wouldn't have to come out, you know. I didn't want to hurt her husband or boys unnecessarily, which is why I hadn't come forward. Clearly Janice didn't have any such concerns. Holly gave a quick laugh. Oh, Janice did, believe me. She only told us because Kenny West mentioned Janice and Lorraine had been on holiday together. We asked Janice some questions about it, wondering if Lorraine had met some fella on holiday, and the fella was you. Beth took the small phone out of her desk drawer and handed it to Tom. Will I get it back? You will. I'll make sure you do. And thank you for your cooperation. We're truly sorry for your loss. This has been a bad investigation all round, and it's possible it will get worse before it gets better. We'll keep you informed, and if I need to speak with you again, I'll try to make it by phone. The phone call came while they were travelling back home on the M1. Isaac West is missing, boss. Nobody's panicking too much except his dad, who's a bit fragile anyway. Isaac could have gone walkabout, but he's got a maths exam he's currently missing, and his dad and brother both say he would never do that voluntarily. Chapter 18. Tom and Holly called in briefly at headquarters, hoping the young lad had turned up. They were told that Adele and Lucy had gone to be with Kenny until the boss and Holly arrived from Leicester to give them further instructions. With no further news having come in, they drove straight to the West home to find Kenny standing in the front garden smoking. I've never smoked so much in my life as I have this past 2 or 3 weeks, he said to the 2 officers as they walked up the path. No news? Holly asked. Kenny shook his head. He wouldn't have missed that maths exam. That's what he's basing his entire future on. For fuck's sake, find him! Kenny ground out the cigarette underfoot and headed back inside. Your officers are making some tea. That's all I've done since Jack told me. Drink tea and smoke. Where the hell can he be? And when did he disappear? Let's start at the beginning, Holly said, and after sending Lucy back to the station and sending Adele in the lounge to watch for front door activity, the 3 of them sat around the kitchen table. Holly took out her notebook. Where's Jack? Tom asked. At school, taking this bloody exam. He'll not be able to concentrate knowing Isaac's not there taking it with him. I swear if Isaac's playing silly buggers. What do you mean? Holly asked. I don't know what I mean, truth be told. Isaac doesn't play silly buggers any more than Jack would. Kenny looked defeated. I've no idea where my son is. I know this is so not like him, and I'm scared, after Lorraine and Carla. Holly reached across and squeezed his hand. Hey, Kenny, come on. This is probably Isaac reacting to the pressure of GCSEs, needing time out. My impression of your lads is that they're good kids, been brought up well, and wouldn't hurt anybody. He'll probably try sneaking in later and hope you've not noticed he's been missing. And he can resit the exam, so even that's not a problem. Do you know when Isaac went missing? Tom asked. Kenny shook his head. No. He said goodnight about 9 last night. Said he was going to have one more look at his revision notes before the exam today, and that was it. Jack had already gone up to revise, so by 9:10 it was pretty quiet here. I watched TV till about 10, then called it a night. I didn't disturb either of them, simply went to bed. I think they must have been in their rooms at that point because I think I would have heard if Isaac had gone out. And this morning, Jack got up around 7:30, had his breakfast, then shouted for Isaac to get his lazy arse downstairs. Isaac was always the last one down. There was no response, so Jack went up to wake him. His bed had been slept in, but Isaac wasn't there. Jack rang Leo to see if he was with him, and then I started to panic. I've no idea where he is. This is definitely not like Isaac. He's the quieter of the 2 lads and wouldn't worry me like this, especially not now. So you made Jack go to school? Yes, but thinking about it, maybe I was wrong. If he didn't go at all, he could do a resit. Now he's gone, the result will stand. And he probably won't be able to concentrate, not with that empty seat right across from him. I should have thought it through and kept him here with me. Do you have any relatives Isaac might have headed towards? Mum and Dad, but we have little to do with them. It wasn't a good childhood for me. Holly nodded. And Lorraine's parents? Both dead. We don't really have friends either. There's Janice, of course. The boys loved her. But if he'd gone there, she would have rung me straight away. They've also been known to go to Carla or Graham when they were in trouble, but even that's been taken away. Where the hell can Isaac be? I felt sure he would be with Leo. The 3 of them are like brothers. But Leo was as worried as us as to his whereabouts. Tom hesitated for a moment. Under normal circumstances with 16-year-old lads, we'd work on a give-it-time process, because they're unpredictable at the best of times. But having got to know the family and seeing how your lads are, I'm fast-forwarding this. I'm going to arrange for a search of the area, and I'll need to know if there's anywhere Isaac is likely to go. What time will Jack be home? Kenny checked his watch. About half an hour. He's bringing Leo with him. Said they were going out to look for Isaac if he hadn't come home. They checked the tree on the way to school. Tree? The three lads have a tree they can climb. Used it for a few years now. We used to laugh about it because they thought they were hidden from us there, and if we called them they didn't need to answer. We explained to them one day that we could actually see them from Jack's bedroom window, so it deflated them a bit, but they still use it when they need time out. Since Lorraine went, Isaac's been there a few times. That's where I thought he was this morning, but we checked through the bedroom window straight away. He wasn't there. OK, Holly and I are going back to the station, and we'll leave Adele here. If Isaac comes home, she'll contact us immediately. Meanwhile, I'll get a team together to go house to house and search every nook and cranny of that playing field. Kenny nodded. Thank you. I don't know what to do. I didn't want to go out looking in case he came home and I wasn't in. Stay here, please, Kenny, Holly said with a smile. That's exactly the right thing to do. Adele escorted them to the door and Tom paused. Anything, Adele. Any little snippet he says, I want to know immediately. Text it. Don't let him hear you reporting back to me. Adele nodded. Consider it done, boss. Jack and Leo made a list of close school friends and their addresses before handing it to the search coordinator. They then disappeared to conduct their own hunt, trying to imagine where Isaac might have decided was a safe place. In the distance they could see officers surrounding the playing fields, in the deeper grass and wooded area off to the north, and the small overgrown pond area in the dip at the south side of the field. OK, where do we start? Leo asked. Crystal Peaks? Jack shrugged. Maybe. It's a starting point anyway. Shall we split up when we get there? We ring each other if we spot him. He's got money. He'll have his bank card with him. He's got access to money even if he has no actual cash on him. Leo felt a pang of he didn't know what. His two friends lived such normal lives. Probably had a monthly allowance that went directly into their bank from Kenny, and possibly from Lorraine also, while he had to mow people's lawns to get any sort of income. And no bank card for him. And once the lawn mowing season finished, no money either. They reached the small shopping mall of Crystal Peaks and entered via the bus station entrance. It was busy as always, and they decided Jack would take the shops on the right, Leo on the left. The card factory and Poundland were really busy, and Leo wandered around, up and down aisles several times, buying a 4-pack of Mars bars for £1, so he didn't look like somebody about to rob the shop of a £1 item. He only glanced into Specsavers, figuring it wouldn't make sense for Isaac to be seen in there. He would stand out too much. Jack took lots of time in Wilkinson's. With a ground floor and a first floor, it was a lot of area to cover. He bought a packet of crisps from the checkout stand. Eventually, both lads met up at the Sky desk outside the market hall entrance, both shaking their heads. Let's go check out McDonald's, Jack said. If he's going to be anywhere else in here, that's where he'll be. Lunch was Big Macs and fries with a banana milkshake each, but no Isaac. They hung around for as long as they could without suspicious looks from the staff, but still Isaac didn't appear. And eventually they headed to Sainsbury's for a quick walk around the huge shop. Jack took a minute out to ring home, but the news wasn't good. Isaac hadn't reappeared or contacted Kenny. Slowly, Jack was becoming despondent. He'd thought at first that Isaac had needed some space, that his mum's death had suddenly hit with some force, but unease was growing in his mind. Why hadn't he been in touch? Why hadn't he put Jack's worries to rest? And where the fuck was he? Slowly they wandered back through the mall, scanning shops as they passed, and exited by the same door they had used to enter. They had been hopeful. Now hope had gone. It took 15 minutes to walk home, and both boys were wet through. While they had been in Crystal Peaks, the weather had changed. The rain was bucketing. Jack took off his shoes and ran upstairs for a couple of towels, subliminally aware that the towel stack was running low, and they were no longer tidy. He handed one to Leo, and they dried themselves before heading into the kitchen. Kenny was sitting at the table, the handset from the landline in the middle of the table alongside his mobile phone. He looked up and indicated they should sit down. "You want something to eat?" "No, we're good. Had a McDonald's in the hope Isaac might find his way there, but no luck," Jack sighed. "Nothing from the police search?" "Not a thing. They've been to every address on that list you gave them, and nobody's seen him. They've even checked here, been up in the loft, in both sheds, but no sign. I was mad as hell before, but I'm not now. I want him home. They've even checked at your nan and granddad's place, but I reckon that's the last place he'd go. They haven't rung here to check whether he's home or not, so I guess they're not that bothered." They sat in silence, lost in deep thoughts for a couple of minutes, and then Kenny stood. "Anybody want a lager?" he asked, and walked to the fridge. Jack's mouth dropped open. The one rule his mother had hammered into their brains was no alcohol of any sort until they had moved to higher education. He looked at his dad. "No thanks, Dad. Mum wouldn't like us to do that." Kenny thought for a moment, then closed the fridge door. "You're right," he sighed. "She wouldn't. Tea?" "Now you're talking," Leo said. "We only had coffee at home this morning. A cup of tea would be great. I'll do it." And he stood. Kenny sat down and pulled Jack close to him. "He'll be back. He's got to be back." Chapter 19. The prison governor told Charlie Linwood at 7 in the morning that his house had burned down. Charlie thought of the carefully hollowed-out space in the top of the roof beam that contained over £150,000, the space that was impossible to see and hard to access, and knew an anger so intense his heart stopped. For good. The fire had been all-consuming, and Tom and Holly had spent a couple of hours there, watching the onlookers, hoping the flames wouldn't spread to the properties either side of the inferno, and knowing nothing would be saved. "Let's hope they've finished targeting him now," Holly mused. "This does open up the murder investigation a bit, doesn't it? We'd got it into our heads it was connected to the Bookies murders because Tina, Carla and Lorraine knew each other. But is it really connected? This is starting to look as if somebody is holding a grudge against Charlie Linwood. They got rid of his partner, they've got rid of his home, and he's currently locked up. Bit of a slam dunk against him, isn't it?" "It's looking that way." Tom glanced at his watch. 6:30. He'll know soon that his home's gone. It's not going to be a good day for him, is it? Who hates him so much that they're taking everything from him? It's a bit extreme. And why didn't they kill him? Or is that going to come next? Hurt him with everything that's happened, then finish him off? Taking revenge a bit far, don't you think? In the world Charlie inhabits, I'd say it's par for the course. Tom smiled at Holly and wanted to pull her to him and hug her. They stood watching operations wind down as the fire was held under control, and Tom was about to walk across to the operations commander when his phone rang. He answered it and frowned. His responses were short, and he was clearly not happy. "Tom?" Holly said as he switched off. "He's dead," Tom said, his tone clipped. "Charlie Linwood. Heart attack when he heard the news of the fire. Just dropped. No chance of reviving him." Holly felt incapable of speech. Death wasn't something new in their line of work. But death by natural causes was, and it felt so wrong that it had happened on their watch. The briefing that morning was sombre. Nobody joked. Tom took everybody through the morning's activities and said he would know more once they got the full report from the fire service, but initial findings showed it had been started deliberately. He then moved on to the missing Isaac West. CCTV from further down his road had picked him up at 22:03, walking, not running to escape from something. And then nothing. No sightings, no contact, absolute silence from the lad. "I want every house within a quarter-mile radius of the West home to be visited. He may have been picked up by a car, maybe somebody he knew, or, worst-case scenario, somebody he didn't know. Lucy, organise everybody into pairs, please, and I want the entire area covered today. This is a 16-year-old lad who's done something completely out of character. Let's get him found and back home with his dad and brother. Any questions?" Tom glanced around the room and saw to his satisfaction that people were already pairing up and moving towards Lucy. Nobody raised any further issues, and he indicated that Holly should follow him to his office. They sat facing each other. "Thoughts?" Tom said. "Very few," she conceded. "I got the impression Isaac was the quieter one of the twins. So for him to be even going out so late in the middle of his exams, and the night before the maths one that's so important to him, is crazy. Where the hell was he going? And without Jack?" "Kenny's said a couple of times he doesn't worry about them because they're always together. They're not now." "Think Jack knows something?" "Like what?" "Possibly where his brother's disappeared to. Possibly something to do with his mother's murder." Holly shook her head. "No, I'd have thought he would have made Isaac go for the exams. These lads are focused, Tom, and I imagine Jack is feeling pretty pissed off with Isaac. Let's hope we bring him home alive." Tom stood. "Right, let's head off over there, see what's happening. I'd like to talk more with Jack. Maybe he knows something he doesn't realise is relevant." Kenny was sitting on the front doorstep yet again, cigarette in hand and a mug of tea by his side. He looked gaunt and kept running his hand through his hair, pushing it back as if it would help him think. He stood as the two officers walked through the open front gate. "Any news?" Tom shook his head. "No, sorry. We've come round for a chat with Jack. See if he comes up with any tiny thing that might point us in a direction we can follow. He's upstairs. His exam's this afternoon, and through all this he's still revising." They followed Kenny into the kitchen, and he texted Jack to tell him to come downstairs. Kenny gave a half smile and waved his phone. "Easiest way. He revises with music on and his headphones in. He never hears me shout, so we use texts. Strange times, aren't they?" They heard a door open and close. "Certainly are strange times," Tom said with a smile. "But it works. If I ever have a child, I'll make sure it's born with a mobile phone in its hand." Jack walked into the kitchen, then stopped in surprise. He clearly hadn't heard their arrival. "You want me?" "Yes, for a little chat," Holly said. "Come and sit down. We half expected you to be out looking for your brother, but your dad says you've an exam this afternoon." "Yeah, history. It's not one of Isaac's, so if he comes back today he'll be okay for the next one. And he'll have only missed maths." "You think he'll come back?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "Don't you?" Jack countered. "It was the way you said it," Tom said. "Jack, do you know anything at all that could help with this? Where is he likely to go? Does he have friends who are maybe a little unsavoury that your parents wouldn't have approved of? Somewhere he could escape for a couple of days to sort out his head?" "I've been over and over this. We covered Crystal Peaks yesterday, went in every damn shop, but he wasn't there. He wasn't even in McDonald's, which is always his go-to place for food. His only other escape area is the tree, and it's not exactly a place to spend the night. I can't even think where to look today. Your men searched the school, didn't they? Not that you'd find him there. There's dozens of hiding places. It's a big school." Holly smiled at the serious-faced boy. "It's a pity this much-vaunted twin telepathy hasn't come into play. Can't you concentrate and see if he comes through?" "You think I haven't tried?" Jack said. "That was the first thing I did." "It works. Honestly, I was joking, trying to lighten you up a bit. It doesn't work in any sort of dramatic fashion. Daft things like finishing sentences off for each other. We don't have visions or stuff like that, so don't build your hopes up. But I do keep concentrating on his name. Anything's worth a try. And you absolutely can't think of any other place he would go to. Look, we don't have any really close mates other than Leo. We've got friends, but outside of school we don't hang around with them. I can't think for a minute he'd go there, or why he'd go to them. It's only the three of us, and he's not with Leo or me. We're the two who spent all yesterday looking for him. Leo's out at the moment walking the estate, talking to people. He's like that. He's taking the history exam this afternoon, but he's not revising. He's out looking for Isaac." Holly held up a hand. "Please don't overthink this. Go back to your studies and good luck for this afternoon. Thank you for talking to us." Jack gave a brief nod and went back upstairs. "He can hold his own," Tom said to Kenny, very confident. "That was down to his mother. Speaking of her, have you tracked down the reason for her going to Leicester? Was it a new job, or is it a fella?" There was a moment of silence between the two officers. Holly spoke first. "We can only give you minimal information, but she did meet someone. They live and work in Leicester, and she was moving to be with them." We obviously won't be disclosing the name of this person unless this issue becomes part of the court case when we catch whoever killed Carla and Lorraine. At the moment, we can see nothing that links Lester to here. I want to know who he is. Did she meet him through work? That won't help, will it? You'll shoot off to Lester and cause all sorts of trouble for yourself, not for this person you're supposedly going to sort out, and your boys will be left to fend for themselves. Would Lorraine have wanted that? Lorraine's dead, Kenny said. What she wants or wanted ain't relevant anymore. I thought she loved us. Clearly she didn't. I don't think there's any doubt she loved her boys, Kenny. Holly felt brutal as she followed on. It was you she didn't want anymore. Kenny's cheeks glowed red with anger. I need to talk to him. No, you don't. And we found out who it is by police work, by using the internet, not by having the information given to us. So don't attempt any bully boy tactics with any of Lorraine's friends. It won't work, because there was only Lorraine who knew. They stood to leave, and Kenny accompanied them to the door. I will find out, he said quietly, and closed the door. Holly drove back, neither of them speaking, both deep in thought. Finally, Holly broke the silence. He causes me to worry. If he ever finds out about Beth. There's only one person who knows apart from our team, and that's Janice. We need to speak to her and stress that she knows nothing, that Lorraine hadn't spoken to her about anyone. And more than anything, he mustn't find out it's a woman. That would really send him over the top. I'll ring her as soon as we get back, Holly agreed. You want a lunch break? Or you want 10 minutes at mine with a cuppa? His smile lit up his face. A cuppa and a biscuit? We've half an hour. You get one biscuit, and that's your lot. She put her foot down and they pulled up outside her home. Thanks to my driving skills, she said, that's given us 35 minutes. You really want that tea? Chapter 20. Jack and Leo came out of the history exam without the feeling of elation that normally accompanied them at the end. It certainly hadn't been an easy subject, and the World War I questions had been complicated and long, requiring extensive essays. I'll ring and check if Isaac's home, Jack said. And if he isn't, fancy a McDonald's. I can't face that atmosphere at home. OK, I'm easy. I've only got a couple of quid on me, though. Not a problem, I'll get 'em. Let's see if we can come up with anything that might tell us where he is. I know he's not dead. I'd feel it, but I can't get a sense of out. What sort of a bloody twin am I if I can't find him? His angry words rose in volume. Calm down. I reckon he's gone away to think. Perhaps about what he wants to do now there's no mum directing him. He'll come home. And don't forget Isaac's always needed space. Jack rang Kenny but received no news of any sort. He told his dad where they were going, and Kenny said he would go to the pub for a meal. Leo and Jack walked to Crystal Peaks. McDonald's was quiet, and they easily found a table for two. Leo took out his phone and checked for messages, while Jack went to the machine to order their food. Leo was missing the more or less carefree days of a month earlier, when Carla and Lorraine were still alive, when Tina Jackson hadn't been murdered, when they were looking forward to getting the exams out of the way and the long, hot summer that would stretch for 12 weeks or so until they had to face sixth form or college. He desperately wanted to stay with the twins and head for sixth form, but bloody Horse had put in his 2 penn'orth and said Leo had to get a job, an apprenticeship at least. He sighed as Jack sat down, placing the receipt and the plastic table number in the middle of the table. Sup, Jack said. You thought of something? Nah. Wishing I was going on to sixth form. What I'm doing ain't what I want, but I'll do it for now, get a bit of money behind me, and do the university bit later. While Mum's with him, he calls the shots and she does what he says. Oh, mate, I'm sorry. You think you'll get the results for further ed? Leo laughed. Because I act like the village idiot, don't be fooled. We've known each other 5 years. You ever know me to get less than top marks in anything? I act daft, but serious talking now, I'm not. I've aimed for A star in every subject, and the only one that could cause me a problem is geography. Not keen on it, but I wanted to pass in it anyway. Might only be an A in that one. Jack stared at him. He knew Isaac was closer to Leo than he was, but he hadn't realised the plans Leo had in his head. You've spoken to Isaac like this? Course I have. He knows. When you disappear into your engineering life, we'll be heading for medicine. I'll be a couple of years behind Isaac because I've got bloody crap parents. He's never said a word. I mean, I knew he'd set his sights on being a doctor, and I suppose I should have guessed because you've taken identical subjects. But honest, pal, I didn't know. All I have to do, Leo said with a nod at the waitress who was approaching with their food, is survive the next 2 years, save as much money as I can so I can get somewhere to live, then university. He winked at the waitress and handed her the plastic table number before turning back to Jack. I'm doing the A-level subjects I need at college in the evenings. They don't know Mum and Horse. I'm hoping they think I have a good social life, so I'll need you to cover for me. If they find out my plans are different to theirs, they'll find some way to stop it. Shit, Leo, this is crap. We've got your back. Let us know when you've told them you're with us. It won't be a problem. And Isaac knows all of this. Leo nodded. We're close. Good mates. They sorted out the food and stabbed the paper straws into the milkshakes. Leo picked his up and took a drink. Okay, Einstein, promise me when you become an engineer or whatever you become that you'll reinvent the plastic straw. Best milkshakes in the universe, these, and tasteless now because they've forced paper straws on us. Should be a law against it. How come Isaac's not told me? Stop changing the subject with paper straws. I don't know. Perhaps because we're doing the same thing, and you're doing something different. Ask him when he comes home. If. What? Leo looked stricken. He'll come home. He'd better do. Look at me. Jack was firm. Leo did, then looked away. Look at me, Jack repeated. How close are you and Isaac? Once again, Leo dropped his eyes. Close. Shit. You definitely don't want Dad knowing about this. Do you know where Isaac is? Oh, come on, Jack. I've been out constantly looking for him, even more than you. Would I do that if I had any inkling of where he was? I'd have placed bets on us finding him in here, but we haven't. It's really hitting hard that somebody's got him, but it makes me feel bloody helpless. Leo bit into his Big Mac, and the conversation faltered. They finished their meal and did a whistle-stop tour of the shopping mall, just in case, then headed home. It was only later, when Jack was stretched out on his bed, earphones in, that he realised Leo hadn't actually answered the question. Kenny sat alone in the pub. Several people had tried to join him, but he'd politely refused, said he wasn't good company and preferred to be on his own. He'd ordered gammon, but when it arrived he knew he wouldn't eat it. Checking in with Tom Fowler before setting a foot outside the property boundary had become automatic, and Fowler had confirmed there was still no news, no sightings, and a television appeal was going to be the next step. Kenny finished his pint, pushed the plate to one side and walked out. He headed towards the playing field, where the crime scene tape was still miraculously in place, denoting the discovery of Tina's body, and he pondered once again why Graham would have had a fling with her. He said it was over. But was it? Could she have been pushing for more? And he decided there was only one way out. Graham had turned into a bit of an oddball as he got older, but Kenny hadn't reckoned on him becoming a murdering oddball. He'd got 2 young kids, for fuck's sake. Kenny paused at the crime scene tape, the only visible evidence that anything had happened there. He was sorry. He had liked Tina, liked her jokes, her flirting, her skills at pint pulling. Had she flirted with somebody else apart from Graham? Living with Charlie Linwood, and the dangers that entailed, didn't seem to stop her from having the odd fling with the customers. The spot wasn't far from the tree his lads had used for the last 10 years to escape from parental controls. He thanked God they had been in bed on the night of Tina's murder, and not up the bloody tree. His phone pinged, and he didn't need to look at it to know that it would be somebody saying, "Any news?" Janice too was feeling out of sorts, unable to eat, not really able to do much at all. It was hard dealing with death at any time, but Carla, Lorraine and Tina, all going almost at once, was difficult to handle. Despite spending most of the week on her own, going away with Lorraine had been such a good holiday. Janice had been able to spend most of her time reading, which was unthinkable at home, because Dave didn't like her to even pick up a book. He liked to talk, and she was expected to respond. She couldn't do that with her head stuck in a book. Many times Beth had tried to get them to do something as a threesome, but Janice had declined with a laugh. "You don't know what a luxury being on my own is. I'm quite happy on a sunbed with a cocktail on my table, reading, and when it gets too hot I can cool off in the pool. You two go. Leave me alone, she had said, smiling. And they had done as she requested. It was obvious from the start what the outcome of this particular holiday romance would be. So before they headed to the airport, Janice promised herself she wouldn't reveal any of it to Kenny West. Dave knew a little. On one of their talk nights, when even the television wasn't switched on, he had joked with her about having a new fella on her girls-only holiday. She had laughed, buoyed by 3 rhubarb and ginger gins and a Baileys, and had said it wasn't the men he needed to worry about if Lorraine was anything to go by. He had dug for more information. Of course he had. But Janice hadn't said anything beyond Lorraine had had a bit of a fling with a woman. Janice made him promise to say nothing to anyone, and he did. She could trust him. She recognised that even through the alcoholic fumes surrounding her. She loaded the dishwasher, taking note that the loss of friends didn't seem to affect Dave's appetite. His plate was clear. He'd never mentioned her revelation again after that night, and sometimes she wondered if he actually remembered any of it. He'd had about 4 pints himself. Maybe she should text Beth. Janice had been reluctant to do so. She didn't want any repercussions, but now it was out in the open, so to speak, it would be different. She went to get her bag from the hall cupboard and took out the scrap of paper with Beth's number on it. She hadn't entered it into her phone. In her mind, whatever it wasn't physically entered, she didn't know it. She typed a simple message asking how Beth was and hit send. Then Janice deleted it. She felt as though she was a spy working for MI5. The reply came back quickly saying that she was good, and did Janice know the funeral details yet? Janice sat down with a thud. She could feel her heart racing and the blood rushing around her body as she attempted to digest the message. Surely Beth wouldn't come to the funeral. If Kenny guessed, she would be toast. As would Janice for giving Beth the information. She messaged back that she didn't know yet, but as soon as she did, she would contact her. A simple thank you was Beth's response. Janice felt sick. Everything felt wrong, and she suspected it was mainly down to her. If bloody Dave wanted a talk night tonight, he could sod off. She was talking to nobody. She had a date with an author called Stephen King, a book called The Outsiders, and if she wanted to read, she bloody would read. With a glass of gin by her side and a small box of chocolates to hand, she was switching off from the world and everybody else's lives for tonight. Chapter 21. The briefing room was noisy as people inputted data, checked they were doing it right, talked through ideas, and generally, desperately tried to find the missing Isaac West. Tom watched them and saw Holly moving between desks, geeing everybody on, listening to thoughts, and he knew she wouldn't be a sergeant for long. And then they would move her to a station that required a DI, and he would lose the awesome feeling of knowing he would see her every day. She was listening intently to a newly seconded officer, who was asking her questions, and Holly was nodding. Tom went out to join them. The officer stood. DI Tom Fowler, Holly said, and this is PC Matthew York, sir. Newly seconded to help out. He's called Matt in the real world, not Matthew. He's been reading through everything, and he has mentioned he can't see much about the mask. Good point, Matt. I have to tell you we have a pretty good picture of it, but we don't have the actual thing. There's to be a TV appeal tonight with Kenny West and Jack West, because we're appealing for the safe return of Isaac, whether it be under his own steam, or if somebody else is holding him. We're going to show the mask on that programme, see if it stirs somebody's conscience, or somebody's found one for their kid at Halloween in a rubbish bin. We need to jog people on this. Good pick-up, Matt. The mask is key. Know why? DNA, sir, the young PC said. It will have saliva and possibly hair follicles in it. Find that and we certainly solve the 2 ladies in the bookie's murder, even if it doesn't link to Tina Jackson or Isaac West. Tom glanced at Holly and she smiled. Thank you, Matt, Tom said. You want to be part of the team taking calls tonight after the broadcast. It goes live about 6:45, so we'd need you here for 6:30. Too right I want to be part of it, Matt grinned. This is much better than patrolling Crystal Peaks, although even that stepped up a notch when Isaac went missing. I feel as though I'm living there. I've been going down when I've not been on duty, just walking around. I've got the security men down there on full alert, so if Isaac goes there he'll be stopped and held. I've even got 'em checking waste bins constantly in case that mask turns up." "Good man," Tom said. He turned to walk away. "Don't forget, back here for 6:30. I'll make sure you're on the list." "I'll hang on here," Matt responded. "Work through till the lines open up. This young lad being missing. It's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? I can work proper hours when we've found him." The broadcast went well. Kenny held it together, but Jack didn't. It was when he said, "Let my brother come home," that he broke down, and he was removed from behind the table. Kenny continued, pleading for his son to head back home. He wasn't in any trouble. All the platitudes that parents produce when a child goes missing, and everybody sits at home saying it's always the parent who did it. But Kenny hadn't done it. He knew he hadn't, and he didn't really care what anybody else thought. He knew his son was in danger somewhere, and unless there was some help following on from this broadcast, they were at an end with trying to find him. No clues other than that last sighting of him at 22:03. No contact by telephone, no use of his bank card, and no reason why anybody should be hiding him. On balance, it seemed he had been taken, with no clues as to his location or his kidnapper. A dog found the knife. A 5-month-old, scatty Cavachon puppy, who liked to walk on her hind legs instead of all four, and who believed excavating her way to Australia was the normal thing to do, dug her second hole of the day near the pond at the bottom end of the playing field. "Mabel," her owner called, "come here. You're filthy. For God's sake, Mabel, you're a white dog." Mabel looked back at her owner and returned to her important work. This was an easy hole, because the soil was nice and loose. She dragged out the knife and laid it to one side, to be investigated further when the primary task of reaching the Sydney Opera House had been accomplished. Her owner, a lady who had fortunately recently had her nails done, picked up the knife carefully by the tip in order to avoid damaging the pristine beauty of her nails, and then quickly dropped it when she saw the blood. "Oh, shit!" She took out her phone and rang 999, explained the situation, and sat down with a thump on the grass as she realised what the blood probably meant, which crime it was potentially related to. "Thank you, ma'am," the operator said. "Name?" "Mabel." "Surname?" "Mabel the dog, I suppose." "No, ma'am, I meant your name." "Oh, sorry, it's Philippa Taylor." "Thank you, ma'am. Someone will be with you in a couple of minutes. Please don't touch the knife any more than you may have done, and remove Mabel from the area of the hole." "I will, but she'll not be happy. Oh, there's a policeman running across the grass." "Thank you, ma'am. I'll leave you in their capable hands." Mabel ignored the arrival of the officer, of the 2 officers who followed, and the crime scene tape laid on the grass. She was really annoyed, however, when she was removed from her hole, and glared at the spoilsports putting the pretty tape around the pond. What did they expect to find in there? A body? The calls started to come in within a minute of the broadcast finishing, with nothing of consequence, until a woman rang in to say she had a mask exactly like the one shown, but it had been stolen from her washing line. Matt had taken the call, and he carefully noted down the details before signalling to Holly he had an item of interest. Holly read the form, and then looked a little perplexed. Did she say why it was hung on a washing line? "It's not relevant to anything, I know, but why would you hang a mask on a washing line?" He grinned. "It seems she bought it for a 13-year-old to wear for a masked ball at school, but her 5-year-old had filled it with baked beans. The woman washed it and hung it on the line to dry, but forgot to bring it in. The next day it had gone. This was 3 days before the murders. She can pinpoint it because of this school event." "Awesome," Holly said. "And look at the address. 2 minutes away from our 2 husbands. And 2 minutes away from our missing boy." "You think it's connected?" "I'm a PC, DS Jones. I don't think. I follow orders. I only think when I'm away from work. But when I get home tonight, yes, I'll probably think it's connected." Holly nodded, and walked back to Tom's office with the completed phone message form. "Look at this." She picked up a pen and drew a small map, showing the proximity of the washing line to the 2 homes. "You're saying—" "I'm saying nothing, simply pointing this out to you. If you speak to young Matt, he might say something, like how close this is to the 2 homes. But there's more than Kenny West lives in that one. There's our missing boy." Tom was silent for a moment, digesting what Holly had said, thinking, please don't suggest that 16-year-old boy killed his own mother. Let's go and talk to this lady who owned a mask, see if it's actually a match for ours before we jump to any conclusions. It might be a Pennywise mask for all we know. And let's see if there's any news on that knife. Let's hope there's some DNA on it, apart from dog saliva. The mask that had gone missing from the washing line was a perfect match for the one used in the murders. A photograph of the 13-year-old, who had been going to wear it for the masked ball event, had been taken, with him posturing for the camera. The one he eventually wore because his mum had been unable to replace the Rictus grin mask was a Pennywise one. The 5-year-old was still being blamed for the substitution of the original mask with Pennywise, which apparently wasn't as cool as the Rictus grin. They went back to headquarters with a copy of the photograph on Holly's phone and headed up to the briefing room. There was a quiet buzz about the place. Everyone pleased that at least something good had come out of the broadcast, the identification of the missing mask. All they had to do was find it. "I want search warrants preparing for the West home and the Andrews home for tomorrow," Tom said. "I don't expect to find anything because these two men are too clever to leave anything incriminating, but it will serve a purpose, this search. It will let them know they're not in the clear, either of them. And my God, wouldn't it be a bonus if we did find something?" Holly looked at her watch. "We're not going to find anything out about the knife tonight, so let's call it enough for now. We'll leave 2 lines manned in case, pull somebody from the night shift to answer any random calls till tomorrow morning, and look at things afresh then." The 2 young PCs left to man the phones congratulated themselves on getting an easy job, and a silence descended. It was a long night for them, with one call to the dedicated lines from some drunken yobs who didn't realise their phone number and ID showed up on the screen. It was only when the PC said, "Thank you for your call, Mr. Garside," that the yob panicked and disconnected. The quietness returned, and the 2 PCs made paper aeroplanes, then played Scrabble before moving on to solitaire. One of them slept for an hour, then woke to give the other one an hour's break. At 6 o'clock, people drifted in. Shifts changed, and the station came alive to the general public once more. The 2 men left to man the phones, although pretending it had been an ace job and they'd had a really easy night, secretly decided it had been bloody boring and they wouldn't want that shift again. Tom and Holly came in their own cars from the same house. They were in their offices by 7, with search warrants ready for use by them as the lead officers who would be heading up the searches. Tom decided to take Kenny West's home and gave Holly the warrant she needed for the Andrews. Tom left instructions he was to be notified as soon as anything forensic came through on the retrieved knife, but if it only said dog saliva, he didn't want to know. PC Matt York was attached to Tom's team, and he tried not to let his excitement show. Inside, he was bubbling. 4 cars were dispatched, 2 to each address, and so the day began. Both men grumbled they would have liked some notice, but as Tom and Holly later pointed out to them, prior knowledge would have turned the exercise into a rather pointless one. Before the day was over, some things would have been resolved. At least, that's what Tom Fowler hoped as he pulled up outside Kenny West's house. Chapter 22. Graham Andrews watched almost with resignation as the house came alive with police officers. He was advised to sit in the lounge, and he would be given a receipt for anything they removed. He couldn't imagine for 1 minute what they could possibly take away. So he made himself a cup of tea, watching as everything in his shed was moved out onto the lawn, then went and sat on the sofa with a book. Unlike Carla, he'd never been a big reader, certainly not fiction. But Carla had a bookcase full of books she couldn't bear to part with, and so he had taken advantage of these on the nights he didn't want to go out and have to take condolences every time he met up with anybody. He was currently reading one called Circe, and so soon became lost in a world of Greek gods that he last vaguely remembered from school. Very vaguely. When Holly moved into the lounge, Graham lifted his eyes in query. "Do you want to stay in here or move into the kitchen?" she asked. He didn't answer her question. He asked one of his own. "This house was spotlessly clean and tidy. I hope it will be like that when you go. Are you putting everything back you take out?" Holly bristled. Didn't this moron of a man know he was a prime suspect in at least 2 murders, possibly 3, and arson? "We're putting everything back that we're not taking with us," she said, and watched him crumple. He stared at her, picked up his book and empty cup, and walked through to the kitchen, saying nothing further. "Boss!" Holly walked to the bottom of the stairs and saw a stuffed rabbit being held out of Kelly Andrews' bedroom door. Holly took it as a signal that she was meant to go up, without words being heard by Graham, so ran upstairs. Adele showed her a black leather-bound book, quite small, but about 1.5 inches thick. It measured around 4.5 by 6.5 inches and was embossed on the front with the single word, believe. The edges of the pages were gold, and Holly longed to stroke it, but knew it had to be handled carefully. "What is it?" She checked inside the room. "Is it Kelly's?" "No, boss. We found it inside the rabbit. The rabbit's really a nightie case, got a zip up its back, and it appears to live on top of the wardrobe. The book is written by Carla, and I can't say it's a diary because the pages are simply pages, but she's used it as a sort of journal. Bag it, Adele. We'll get it fingerprinted and then we'll have a look in it. It'll be interesting to see if there are any of Graham Andrews' fingerprints on it. He's obviously not meant to see it. Good hiding spot. Kelly wouldn't have been able to reach it, so I bet her mum suggested this spot to her and to use it for decoration. Thanks, Eagle Eyes. Smart catch. Anything else?" Adele shook her head. "Not as far as I'm aware." Holly left her and the 2 others to it and went back downstairs to the lounge. Graham was standing in the kitchen doorway. "Everything okay?" "Fine, Mr. Andrews," she said. "You have every right to be in the room that's being searched, but most people get quite upset, so we suggest they might want to be in a different room. However, if it upsets you that we're doing this, please feel free to stay in the lounge with me. You'll see that we treat your home with respect." "No, you're okay." His tone was gruff. "I'll go back in there when you're done." "We shouldn't be much longer. The shed is finished and put back tidily, but I can't guarantee you'll be able to lay your hands on stuff. You might want to go in after we've gone and sort it." "And did you find anything in my man cave?" The sarcasm was evident. "Yes, 2 petrol cans." Graham couldn't speak for a minute. When he did, it was explosively. "It's a fucking petrol mower. I have to have petrol cans. And we would expect to find only 2 sets of fingerprints on them, yours and Carla's. Supposing there are other prints?" It must have been a spectacular light bulb moment. Graham's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. "Oh no, you're not pinning that one on me. Bloody Charlie Linwood's house." "Mr. Andrews," Holly said, "please calm down. Nobody is accusing anybody of anything. This is standard procedure, and the cans will be returned to you once they have been checked. In fact, everything will eventually be returned to you if we rule you out of the investigation." His breathing once more became ragged, and Holly knew she was winding him up, but she continued to push. "Do you have a lock-up of any description? A garage away from here?" "D.S. Jones, I work in the planning department of the council. I have no need of a lock-up. You've seen the small amount of tools I have in my shed, enough for minor repairs. Any big jobs we get in an expert. No, I don't have bloody lock-ups, garages, or even a fucking tent." He turned his back on her, stormed across to the kitchen door, and went outside into the garden. His shed was closed up once more. Holly smiled and returned to the lounge. 1-0 to her. When Graham was handed the receipt for the items they were taking, he didn't even look at it, merely threw it into a drawer and firmly closed and locked his front door as the last person left. Holly smiled to herself as she climbed into the passenger seat beside Adele. Okay, so he hadn't looked at the receipt, but she could guarantee he'd be looking right now. Graham Andrews sat down on the sofa with a thud, clutching the receipt in his left hand. His mind was reeling. What fucking journal? Kenny spoke to no one as they moved from room to room, peering into everything, removing items from drawers, but always putting the stuff back. They searched the attic a little more thoroughly than he would have thought necessary, and they certainly concentrated on Lorraine's wardrobe. That had revealed the jackpot when they found her other phone. They also spent a considerable amount of time in Isaac's room, although this had been searched previously, shortly after he had gone missing. They removed the book left on his bedside table, and in the end this proved to be the only item taken away for forensic screening. Tom thanked Kenny politely for his cooperation, and Kenny responded, "What would have happened if I hadn't cooperated? I would have arrested you." "I thought so. You're looking in the wrong place, you know. Graham and I lost our wives, and it's looking increasingly likely I may have lost my son. Family are family in this neighbourhood, and we don't kill our own." "You're probably right, Mr. West," Tom countered. "Unfortunately, at least half the people I've had to arrest for murder have said the same thing. It is a well-known fact that when we have a murder, in 63% of the cases, it is the partner who did it." Tom turned and walked away, got in the car and heaved a sigh of relief that it was over. They had brought in the book with the hope that they could get fingerprints from it that would be Isaac's, in case a body appeared on the scene. The briefing was good. Most of the officers present contributed in some way to the reports, and Tom felt pleased. The next step was to go through the journal, once it had been processed for fingerprints, and to see what Carla could tell them from the grave. Tom and Holly headed for the canteen for lunch, neither of them wanting to go out. They needed to know if the knife was connected to the Tina Jackson murder, and results were expected any time. They finished the crossword together, then Tom said they should go back to his office. "I've asked for a rush job on the journal. We need to know that Graham Andrews' fingerprints aren't on it, that he's seen nothing of what his wife wrote about. Then I want you to dedicate as long as it takes to going through it. Forget everything else for the moment. Find me some secrets. That little book wouldn't have been hidden in a rabbit if it didn't contain stuff she didn't want hubby to know." "No problem. I'm looking forward to that, to getting to know her a bit better. It seems to me we know a lot about Lorraine, but precious little about Carla. Maybe this is going to tell us why they were shot, even if it doesn't tell us who the shooter was. Let's hope so. Pass me a tray and we'll go. It might stop this lot talking about us." The knife results came in first. There was dog saliva. Mabel wasn't thought to be a suspect. The blood belonged to Tina Jackson. The knife matched the wounds beyond any shadow of a doubt, and there were fingerprints, most slightly smudged by the actions of the dog and his mistress, but there was a clear palm print and a clear middle fingerprint, presumed to be from holding the knife in a downward swing. The prints were being rushed through the system, but as yet they couldn't put a name to them. "Shit, shit, shit," were Tom's first words after reading the report. He read it through again, not wanting to have missed any part of it. The knife was a kitchen knife, sold in any supermarket, common, could have been bought any time in the last 10 years, impossible to trace. He sat back in his chair and allowed his thoughts to drift. If Lorraine's affair with Beth was somehow the reason behind the two women being shot, that couldn't be linked in any way to the Tina Jackson murder. They knew each other, but not as friends, only acquaintances. Lorraine, Carla and Janice were the trio of friends, and Tom couldn't for the life of him see any link to Tina. Lorraine's affair with Beth was known only to Lorraine and Janice, and Beth. He sat upright at that thought. "You're being stupid," he growled, hoping nobody out in the main office could hear him. It wouldn't make any sense for Beth to spill the beans. She was getting what she wanted without ruffling any feathers. Janice. What if she had told someone else, but thought it best to keep quiet about it? Chinese whispers could be killers. Maybe they had been in this case. Tom pulled a piece of paper from his printer and wrote down the random thoughts careering through his mind. His circles and lines kept going back to Janice. She was the one with the knowledge. If that knowledge had been passed on, however innocently. His door opened and Holly walked in. Reports back on the journal. Only Carla's prints, so Graham knew nothing about it, and she obviously didn't want him to see it. Fingers crossed, Tom. This could be the break we've been looking for. They're sending it to us in 5 minutes, so I've taken time out from everything else. Let's hope there's a reason she hid this book from him. Holly peered at the paper on Tom's desk. What's that? Resembles a Picasso. It's my thoughts. Whichever way I look at this, I head back to Janice Marshall. She's there the morning of the murders. She's with Lorraine the night before the murders. She's on holiday with Lorraine when she meets Beth. She's the one who gave us the information about the affair. She's always bloody there. They both turned as the door opened once again, and a young man holding tightly to the journal handed it over. Holly thanked him, and he disappeared as fast as he could, as if overawed by the job entrusted to him. She turned back to Tom. I'll leave you to your Janice and crack on with this. See you later. Always bloody there, he thought. Janice Marshall. Always bloody there. Chapter 23. Only a fellow stationery addict would understand how she felt about finally getting the journal into her hands without having to wear gloves, Holly reflected. She hoped nobody was looking as she stroked the front cover, ran her fingers over the indentation of the word believe, then ran a fingertip along the gold on the edge of every page. Finally, she opened it. On the creamy yellow first page was the one word, Carla. Nothing else. Before starting to read anything, Holly flicked through to see how Carla had laid it out, and she had simply worked through using dates as headings, no pausing other than one blank line between each entry. She had simply written her life down one day at a time, and she had coloured that life by changing pens for the entries: blue, red, green, purple, brown, lime green. So many colours. A pretty journal. Today I kissed another man. The first time since I met Graham. This was Carla's first entry in the journal, written in red ink and followed by little hearts and stars, and then followed by the name Ben Craig. Seeing the name convinced Holly more than any forensic tests that Graham Andrews hadn't known of the existence of this journal. If he had, Ben Craig's life would be over. I can't allow it to happen again. Ben is 12 years younger than me, but it was so nice. He is a gentleman and I really like him, but I can never see him outside of work. Carla had then drawn a little face with tears running down the cheeks, followed by more hearts. Holly had a sense that although this seemed to be the start of something between Carla and Ben, they had already set up a relationship of sorts. That momentous kiss had sealed something. They had learned about each other over that counter. Holly's mind flipped to the scene of Carla and Lorraine against that same counter, holding hands, and dead. No wonder Ben had panicked when he couldn't get into the bookies. Holly suspected that any other punter would have assumed the shop wasn't ready to open and simply gone home to wait until later. But Ben had been the one wanting to get in to see Carla. He knew something was wrong, because he knew Carla. There were several more entries where Ben was mentioned, and Holly got an impression of happiness that she had seen him, and sorrow that other than sitting on the wall outside the shop sharing a coffee, there was no forward movement in the relationship. Carla mentioned taking a phone call from Graham. She called it a Graham stalker call, while enjoying a 5-minute break with Ben, and she talked of how angry she had been that he had interrupted her time with the man she was growing increasingly fond of. The entry was in green ink where she had written, "How much longer can I stay with G when even his voice makes my stomach churn? But if he finds out about my feelings for Ben, and I know they're growing, he will kill one or both of us, or have us killed." Holly made a note of the date, then copied word for word the entry Carla had made. The fear was showing the more involved with Ben she became. She turned the page over and there was a drawing. It seemed Carla had been quite a talented artist, and this one wasn't in colour. It was a pencil sketch of Ben Craig. She had caught him perfectly, the gentle good looks, the half-smile Holly had seen on his face when he had spoken of Carla. His eyes, that even in pencil had a suggestion of the bright blue that was so noticeable as soon as his face came into view. Holly realised how much Ben Craig had held back from them when he said he had had a little fling with Carla Andrews. It had been so much more than that. They needed to talk to him again. Maybe show him a copy of this picture and watch for his reaction, because this picture showed more than any words how she felt about him. Underneath the portrait she had written, "Ben, my love." It was definitely looking as though both ladies had massive secrets they were keeping from their husbands, and also looking obvious that those secrets could have got them killed. But which lady, which secret had caused that black-clad figure to pull the trigger and kill both of them? Holly walked to the coffee machine and got a drink. She needed a little time out to escape Carla's world. Reading her words was proving difficult. She was a woman with a massive problem in the form of her husband. She was bullied, made to account for every action in her life, and it was so clear that the kindly man she'd met through her job was keeping her going. She lived for her work, and enjoyed the shift where she finished at 7 because Ben always called in to see her, knowing Graham wouldn't be around. He would be dealing with the children. Sitting at her desk nursing her cardboard cup, Holly allowed herself to dip back into Carla's world. And it suddenly dawned on her that if Holly could draw, and a cat that would possibly have 4 legs but maybe only 3, and definitely a tail, was the limit of her drawing capabilities, she too could produce a picture pretty much like this one, but with Tom Fowler's face instead. That thought hit her like a thunderbolt, and she stared at the picture in the book. My love, Ben. My love, Tom. Holly shook her head, causing curls to escape from the mound of them piled on top of her head, and pulled the journal towards her once more. No more sloppy love stuff. She didn't do that. A purple entry stopped her as she read the first few words. There was a rifle on the side in the kitchen this morning. I took the children to school, then came home to put some laundry in before going to work. I thought it was a child's toy when I first saw it, not because it looked like a toy, but because I've never seen a real one. Holly took time out to breathe. Had Carla seen the instrument of her own death? The purple words continued with, Graham said he had found it stuffed into the hydrangea bush at the bottom end of the garden. I screamed at him to get it out of the house before the kids arrived home from school, and he laughed. He actually laughed as if I was being a hysterical woman. I suppose I was, really. He said he was taking it round to the police station on his way to work, to tell them where he had found it. I felt stupid after he had said that, but it was a scary time. The purple words covered almost 2 pages, and the rest of the entry was taken up with little things that had happened at work, that she had seen Ben for half an hour, and that she hoped the gun would be gone by the time she got home. Holly reached across and picked up the receiver, dialing the department that dealt with random things that had been handed in. Normally it was bunches of car keys, jackets, backpacks left on benches, rarely guns. Hi, she said. DS Holly Jones, Major Crimes. If I give you a date, can you check and see if a rifle was handed in, please? And who handed it in? I can, was a somewhat dour response. When do you need to know by? Now. Oh. Tell me the date. The man didn't sound too impressed at having to get the information immediately. Thursday the 8th of June 2017. And if it doesn't show up on that date, can you check for each day for about a week? It won't be any earlier than that exact date. Hang on, he said, and the receiver clattered as he laid it on his desk. She waited what seemed like an hour, but was only 7 minutes. She heard the same clatter as he retrieved the receiver, and he said, Nope. Nothing. A grunt showed he was intrigued that she'd expected a different answer. There was an old revolver that some kids found down near the Shire Brook, but it hadn't been fired for a long time and it was all rusted up, and I checked for a month following that date, not a week. How hard would it be to check from that date up to present day? The man who had it told his wife he was handing it in that morning, the 8th. What's your extension number? 3512. Give me half an hour. I'll check with all the property offices. In theory, he could have taken it to any of them. She thanked him, replaced the receiver and sat deep in thought. If she was a gambling person, she would bet that rifle never reached any police station. He rang back 35 minutes later to report that the rifle hadn't been handed in anywhere in South Yorkshire. Holly thanked him again, and the man grunted again. She shook her head as she got up from her desk. She knocked on Tom's door and opened it slightly. You free? Always, he said, with the smile that crinkled up the lines at the edges of his eyes. Her stomach somersaulted. She handed him the journal with a lime-green post-it note indicating the purple entry. He quickly read through all of it, then reread it, taking it more slowly. She waited. He took that rifle nowhere in South Yorkshire. He nodded. He knew she would already have checked. You've spoken to Ted, then? Is that his name? Nearly growled at me when I first rang, but he actually went above and beyond. He's checked with every office in South Yorkshire and no rifle was handed in. We need to talk to Graham. She reached across and took back the journal. Look at this. She showed him the picture of Ben Craig, the words scribed at the bottom, and Tom stared at her. We need to talk to Ben Craig also. There was more to their relationship than he's led us to believe. I'll leave it with you. This is going to take some time. Her handwriting isn't the easiest to read, and when she's writing in a rush it becomes quite spidery. I have to make sure I understand every word she's written, just in case. It's strange, but it feels like an honour to be reading her words. Some newspapers would pay a fortune to get their hands on this little book. As the journal goes on, she puts more into the entries. I actually think this was kind of her escape. In one of the entries she says she's sat on the toilet seat because Graham is in the house and she wants to write, to get some anger out of her. Why the hell didn't she leave him? Would you stay with the man who dominated you as much as he did with Carla? Holly laughed. There isn't a man alive who I'd allow to dominate me. Let them try, is what I say. Let them try. She winked at him, wiggled her hips, and waltzed out of the office. His heart beat a little faster. Chapter 24. Tom had deliberately arrived early at Graham Andrews' home, accompanied by Matt York. Matt had been the earliest in the briefing room, so had jumped at the chance of a trip out with his DI. He was a little surprised at going out immediately, but as DI Fowler explained, it wrong-footed people to feel under attack at 8 o'clock. "Mr. Andrews, I need a quick word, please." Graham opened the door without speaking, clutching a mug of tea in his hand. "Kitchen?" Tom asked. Andrews nodded. Tom sat down at the table. Matt followed instructions and remained standing. Graham's face was expressionless. Inside, he felt intimidated, a feeling quite new to him. He couldn't see the young kid standing behind him, but Graham was facing Fowler, and Fowler had a non-smiling face. A serious, unblinking face. Graham tried for nonchalance. "What can I do for you?" "We need a little help, sir. A bit of information, you might say." "I'll try. I've told you about Tina, and I can't think of anything I might have not remembered to tell you." "It's not about Tina Jackson. Information has come to light that on the 8th of June 2017 there was a rifle in this kitchen." Fowler spoke bluntly, leaving no doubt in Graham's mind that answers would be required. Graham's face was no longer expressionless. It was red, mottled in anger. His mouth turned down as his thoughts raced, trying to come up with answers that would satisfy the DI staring at him from across the table, and answers that would make the young kid take the step back that he'd taken forwards. In the end, all Graham said was, "What?" "Oh, I think you heard me. And I think you certainly understood me, Graham. On the 8th of June 2017, you had a rifle in this kitchen. We have questions, obviously, but would prefer you to tell us in your own words why you had that rifle and where it is now. Please bear in mind we have a degree of information already on this, and I would hate to see you in a cell overnight while we investigate a different story that might come out of your mouth." Graham stood and leaned on the table. Matt took another step forward and spoke quietly. "Sit down, sir." "Or what?" "You don't want to know." Graham thought about it, realised the lad was probably 20 years younger, and sat down, staring at Fowler and trying to kill him with his thoughts. It didn't work. "The rifle, Graham." "You got a Ouija board then?" he asked, trying to buy some time, "because the only person who knew about that was Carla. So come on, you communicating with spirits now?" "The rifle, sir." "Or would you rather we continued this conversation in an interview room?" Graham took a sip of his tea, now cold. "I have no idea if you're right about the date, but I think I know what you're talking about. There was a rifle. I suspect it was something kids have been messing about with because I found it stuffed into the bush at the bottom of the garden. You want to see which bush?" Fowler stood. "Yes, please." All three of them went out the kitchen door, across the small covered patio, and followed the crazy paved path down to the end of the garden. It backed onto the playing field, as so many of the houses on the small private estate did. Tom could see the fluttering of the last remnants of the crime scene tape left from the discovery of Tina Jackson's body, and it occurred to him how close this house was to it. And Graham Andrews' alibi was that he had been at Kenny West's house. One step at a time. They needed to sort out what had happened to the elusive rifle. Graham pushed aside the huge blue blooms on the hydrangea, and Tom leaned in. "It was in there? How the hell did you see it?" "If it hadn't broken off a few flower heads as they pushed it in, I wouldn't have seen it. It's a pretty dense bush, but it was in a mess, and Carla wouldn't have allowed that. She loved her garden, so I knew something had happened. It turned out to be a bloody rifle." They headed back up the path, but not before Tom had a further look across the playing field. Once more, at opposite sides of the table, Tom waited for Graham to tell more of the rifle story. Tom had no intentions of prompting him. "Carla had taken the kids to school, and I assumed she was going straight on to work. She didn't. She came back here and saw the gun. I know it's the wrong word to use in view of the subject, but she went ballistic. Screamed at me, so I took her to show her the bush, but I knew she wasn't convinced. Anyway, she put the washer on and buggered off to work. Graham paused for a moment, as if lost in memories. I got ready for work. Didn't have to be in till 10, and I took the gun out to the car in a black plastic bag. My intention was to drop it in at Moss Way on my way home, because I knew I'd probably have to fill in forms and such like, as it was a gun, and I had a meeting at 10:15 I couldn't miss. So far, so plausible, Tom thought, still saying nothing. I opened the boot, placed the gun in it, then realised I'd left my briefcase with the file I needed for my meeting on the kitchen table. I came back in, grabbed the briefcase, locked up and went to my boot. The lid was still up, but the rifle had gone. Gone. The plausibility was no longer in play. Gone. No black bag, no gun, nothing. I saw nobody, there wasn't a soul around. So I went to work. When Carla asked, I said I'd handed it in. This is the first time it's cropped up since that day. You never thought, oh dear, my wife has been killed by a rifle. Perhaps I'd better tell the police I have a connection to a rifle. You have a selective mind, don't you, Mr. Andrews? You only spoke of Tina Jackson once you realised we would find out you had an affair with her. I didn't have an affair, Graham interrupted. Yes, you did. Don't call it a quick screw to salve your conscience. That doesn't work. In court, it will be referred to as an affair. In court? But I have kids. Yes, they'll be really proud of their father, won't they? Tom stood. That's all for today, Mr. Andrews. If we need to talk to you again on this or any other subject, it won't be here. You will be brought into Moss Way in one of our cars. Maybe you need to have a think about anything else you possibly haven't told us, yes? Oh, and on another subject. The coroner has released Carla's body. So will you get in touch with your preferred funeral director, and they will help you organise the funeral. I shall be talking to Mr. West later and giving him the same information. Graham remained seated, staring at Tom intently. Bastard. Tom smiled. You're not the first person to call me that, and it's always been a pretty accurate description. Think about this. If you remember anything else, I am the first on your list to call. Holly popped her head around Tom's office door. You get anything on the rifle? He waved her in and told her the story he had heard from Graham Andrews. It disappeared from his boot in about 1 minute. He expects us to believe that. So he says. The morning did have its moments. He asked if we had access to a Ouija board because there was only Carla who had known about the rifle. We did give him a receipt for the journal, didn't we? We did, but maybe he doesn't realise the extent to which she would use one. Every single entry has been written without his knowledge. A lot of the entries say where she is while she's writing it. Occasionally she was sitting on that little wall outside the bookies having her lunch. Sometimes, if she took a proper lunch break, she would be in the cafe around the corner from her shop. And sometimes she would lock herself in the bathroom at home and write. What an awful life, Tom. She was frightened of him. And a couple of times she's mentioned how scared she is that she would lose her kids if she left him. That's the only reason she was still with him. He kept her in constant fear. Fear of losing the kids, the biggest one. And although I'm still only about a quarter of the way through the entries, this thing she has with Ben is growing. I think she loved him. I can't speak for how he felt, obviously, but if he saw this journal, he would know what her feelings were. We've still a long way to go with it, then. You're being thorough, I can tell. You sit at your desk and don't move. Take time out. Don't overdo it. There's almost 2 years of entries and I read each one 3 times. I don't want to miss even the slightest nuance. If I'd been Carla's best friend for 20 years, I don't think I would have known her any better than I'm going to know her by the end of this journal. We can't give this back to that moron, Tom. No, we'll enter it into evidence and get it locked away in the evidence room. Is it getting to you? A little. And I don't think getting to me is the right word. I'm starting to know her. Her feelings, her hopes for a future she didn't have. Even her kids are coming alive. But arching over everything is this love she's discovering for Ben. And she's afraid of admitting it to him because he's younger than her. Can I have 1/4 of an hour in a room with that bloody husband of hers, Tom? Hard, isn't it? I've really laid it on thick this morning. Told him if I have to speak to him about anything he hasn't already revealed to us, he will be brought in here in one of our cars, and he'll be formally interviewed. Know what he called me? Bastard? Too right he did. I told him a lot of people said that to me, and it was fully deserved. Holly had been reading for about an hour and leaned back in her chair, stretching her arms into the air to release the stress and relieve a little of the pain in her neck and shoulders. She thought about her own journal, which was nothing like the one she was currently reading. Hers was mainly lists. She monitored everything in her life, but it was trackers. She tracked her steps. She tracked cups of coffee, so she didn't end up unable to sleep due to a surfeit of caffeine. She tracked every damn thing there was to track. But her to-do list was the real eye-opener, because it grew instead of shrinking. Nobody would be able to tell anything of consequence in her life if they read her journal. Reading the journal with the one word on the front page had been a revelation. Holly hoped it would reveal even more by the time she reached the end. Chapter 25. Tom and Holly arrived in work within a minute of each other. They had no idea they weren't fooling anybody by arriving in separate cars. It was plain to see something was happening between them. As Tom explained at 4 that morning, she couldn't expect to get much sleep when she had been wiggling her bum at him every time she walked out of his office. She hoped she would make it through the day without falling asleep on her desk. She pulled the lined notepad towards her and unlocked the drawer holding the journal. She lifted it out gently. These precious words of Carla Andrews deserved care. It seemed to her that the violence meted out by Graham Andrews was increasing. So many times there were the little words, "Graham hurt me," or "Graham made me cry," or "Graham hit me." And then suddenly, on the 9th of November 2017, Ben and Carla slept together. It was a glorious entry, written in red and decorated with little hearts everywhere. They had gone to a local hotel. She had stayed for the afternoon and then returned home to Graham. It seemed that Ben had stayed in the room all night, and they had managed to text a couple of times during the evening. Holly almost felt like shouting the news aloud, but sensibly refrained. She wasn't supposed to get involved, but she felt undeniably pleased that they had finally managed to do what had been building up for a long time. So why had Ben denied it? Holly put the journal to one side, sat back in her chair and let her thoughts roam. There was no way he was involved in this murder. He'd been sleeping with Carla for 6 short months before she died, and it was a true affair of the heart, according to Carla's notes. Ben had clearly thought it advisable to say nothing about it, beyond the admission of a brief fling. They needed to talk to him, and they needed to visit the hotel in question and get some proof of the afternoon rendezvous. Although Holly didn't think Carla would have invented it, it was always better to have garnered the true facts before confronting somebody, suspect or not. Holly made a note of the hotel and the date and continued to read. After sleeping with Ben, the tone of Carla's writing changed, and Holly really began to worry what Graham would do if he ever found out, or even what Graham had done once he had found out. The man in question was sitting in Kenny West's kitchen drinking Diet Coke. They had been out for 3 hours, walking the streets, talking to people, asking if they had seen Isaac, looking everywhere. They received lots of sympathetic shakes of heads and said if Kenny wanted to organise a mass search they would be happy to help, but nothing more positive than that came from the hours spent trudging around in the sun. Graham took a long drink and looked at his friend. He had lost weight and aged 10 years over the last few weeks, and now they had funerals to organise. From what Kenny said next, his thoughts were mirroring Graham's. How can I organise Lorraine's funeral while Isaac is missing? I can't bury the lad's mum if he's not here. He'd never forgive me when he does come home. I don't know what to advise. Why don't you go and talk to the funeral people, explain the situation, and see what they suggest? God, Graham, sometimes you're so logical. Anybody'd think you worked in planning. I don't really think I've much choice. That's the only thing I can do. At least she'll be out of that bloody morgue. I'll make an appointment for tomorrow. I've booked a time slot for tomorrow. I don't know what to do, how to organise it, how to tell the kids. And what's worse, I feel as if I'm getting used to Carla not being here, and that can't be right. That's because it's all stagnated, nothing seems to be happening. I think it'll hit us hard when we get the 2 funerals booked. There's going to be a lot of people there, and it'll overwhelm us all over again. It'll be like it was at the beginning. But even the police have hit a block, haven't they? We're learning nothing new. There's something new. Kenny's head lifted at some speed. What? To do with Isaac? Nah. If it had been to do with Isaac, I would have told you. Remember that gun? The one you told Carla you'd found in the hydrangea bush? That's the one. The police have found out about it. The fuck they have. This is serious stuff, Graham. How do they know about that? I asked if they had a Ouija board because I thought only Carla knew about it, but they said nothing about how they knew. The thing is, when they did the search, they left me a receipt for a journal they took away. I haven't a clue what that's about, because I never saw Carla writing in anything, and she only went on the laptop to buy Christmas presents. Why would she keep a journal or a diary or whatever it is? And what the bloody hell has she put in it? That's worrying. So presumably you've told them what you told Carla, the bush story. I have. Even showed them the damn bush. But all he kept looking at, that Fowler git, was the crime scene tape where Tina died. I tell you, Kenny, he's got us down for killing all three of them. Graham, Kenny said without raising his voice, we didn't, so much as he might think we did. There's no way on this earth he can prove we did, because we didn't. Get what I mean? We didn't do it. Somebody else did. And if we have to find out who it was, so be it. We've not had much luck so far, Graham pointed out. Not one sniff from that money we talked about for any info received. Somebody's hiding something, or somebody. But they're doing it bloody well if we don't know about it, and the police don't either. And where the fuck is Isaac? Know what I think? And this is why I haven't given up. I think he's gone because he can't handle what's happened. I'm hoping and praying he needs time and distance from this house, and if we find him, I think he'll be in some sort of squat, dotting down with other kids like him, who found themselves in a position where they can't handle their lives and want an escape. Kenny took a sip of drink and then continued. And I've got to admit, I'm relying on Jack saying he'd know if something bad had happened. They know things, my two lads. Sense stuff. Jack told us Isaac was struggling with science because he'd taken it at the top level. But Isaac hadn't said anything to anybody. We spoke to him and sure enough he admitted it, so we got him some private tuition. It was instinct, cognitive stuff on Jack's part. And he says he knows Isaac's okay, but not where he is. So you think looking round here is the wrong place to be searching? Maybe we should be downtown, showing his picture to kids in doorways and such. And you'd think they'd tell us? Kenny gave a harsh laugh. We're the ones Isaac has run from, so nobody's going to say, oh yeah, we know where he is, are they? So what can we do? I hate to say it, but nothing. In fact, after I've sorted out the funeral, or at least got Lorraine into the funeral home, I'm going back to work. Being at home waiting is killing me. So I'm heading back to the garage. There's stuff I need to do, and I've put a lot onto the lads, so from tomorrow I'll not be here during the day. You telling Fowler? Am I hell? Let the bastard find out where I am for himself. I feel so unhappy. I'm living two lives, one with a man I detest and one where I look forward so much to seeing a man I want to be with. I can't say love yet, but I'm close. I daren't leave G. I'm not convinced either Ben or I would survive, and that would leave the kids to live their lives with the man who ordered their mum's murder, because that's how he would do it. He knows people who have always scared me. It would be safer if I said goodbye to Ben now before G gets any inkling, but am I strong enough to do that? Holly reread the entry. Finally, there had been a reference to a fear of the criminality inherent in Carla's husband, and Holly wrote down the journal date on her notepad, then walked across to the photocopier to copy that small section for Tom. Holly carried in 2 cups of coffee, and Tom moved a file from his visitor chair for her to sit down. About time you took a break, he said with a smile. You've hardly moved from that desk all day. Are you getting anywhere near the end? Not really, but look at this. She handed him the copy paper and waited while he read it. So, he knows people, does he? He'll think it's a bloody good Ouija board by the time I'm finished with him. You've kept a file of everything she says with reference to Graham. Every damn thing, Holly smiled. But this was the biggie. She's noted every time he hit her, every time he was rotten to one of the kids. I photocopied them all and they're in a file for you to digest when I've finished. All the ones about Ben I've left alone. Nobody else needs to see them. Okay, Until we have every little thing from that journal, I'm not bringing Graham in, but the second we do, he can get ready. A gun dumped in a damn hydrangea bush. He must think I grew on that bush. He'll find out I didn't. Carl has never mentioned it since. So whatever he did with it, it's not in that house. It's worth another look, though. Concentrating on outside space, possibly. We turned the interior upside down. We don't actually know that the gun used in the murder is the same one that was in Graham's kitchen. I feel a second search warrant coming on. I'll get one organised for tomorrow. Let's hope he's not there. I know he hasn't been going to work, and it's always easier when the suspect isn't around. Holly laughed. The second you arrive mob-handed, somebody will be tapping away on their mobile. He'll be there within 10 minutes. He sipped at his coffee and grinned. Good. I'm counting on it. Let's see if he calls me bastard this time, especially if we find that gun. Now, you fancy a nice meal out tonight? Rather have a pizza and a glass of wine in, she said. I need to unwind. This journal is all the more sad because Carla's dead. She adores her kids, and that makes it so much worse. Daniel has an eye problem, and she really worried about that. And Kelly is streets in front of the other kids with reading, and Carla was worrying about that because she felt the books on offer at school were too babyish for what Kelly needed. It's all normal family stuff, until you reach the parts like, G knocked over a fresh cup of tea onto my hand tonight. Then you know it's not a normal family. Tom desperately wanted to hold her, but decided it wouldn't be a wise move. Pizza and wine it is. Your place or mine? Let's do mine. I could do with putting some laundry in. No problem, Tom smiled. Now that's being a normal family. Chapter 26. The search on the house and garage was short, sharp, swift, and brutal. No gun was found, but as Tom explained to an irate Graham Andrews, they didn't expect to find it because they believed the gun that had disappeared from the boot of Graham's car was the gun they already had in their possession, the gun cast away by the killer of the two women. Bastard, was again levelled at Tom by Graham as he watched the departing officers. And don't fucking come back! This is fucking harassment! Were the words yelled as D.I. Fowler closed his car door. He smiled. That's what he liked to see. A nicely irate suspect losing his cool in a spectacular fashion. Tom returned to the office, sat at his desk for a while, simply thinking, then opened up his emails. It seemed they had successfully lifted fingerprints from the book they had brought in from Isaac West's bedside table, and the fingerprints had been temporarily added to the system until such time as they could be removed. The fingerprint on the knife was still being processed. Dog saliva wasn't helping. They expected information any time. The palm print hadn't matched any palm prints on the system. The fingerprint was slightly smudged, but they were hopeful of a result. Tom stood and walked to his window. It was an unprepossessing view of the Asda car park, and he frequently saw police cars there for a couple of minutes, while his officers nipped in for a sandwich for lunch, or to get some milk for home. It was convenient, but he would have preferred a view of green fields and trees. Isaac West was a constant thought in Tom's mind. He had liked the lads from the start, had seen them at their most devastated, but had also seen the bond that was so strong between them. He wondered how much not having his twin by his side was affecting Jack, affecting those blessed exams that couldn't have been happening at a worse time. Tom knew Jack had been out every day looking around, talking to people, hoping. But Isaac had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. What worried Tom the most was that they all appeared to be assuming Isaac had gone of his own volition in view of the backpack and late-night departure from his home. But what if he'd been going out for a walk to clear his head for the following day's exam, and somebody had taken him? That was the worst-case scenario by far, but given an absence of any sort of contact, could it be seen as a punishment for something his father had done? Tom knew his judgment of Graham and Kenny was based on the discovery that they had burgled Malk Roberts all those years ago, but there was no getting away from the fact that since then they had been totally clean. Maybe Tom was judging them harshly. They had both lost their wives in horrific circumstances, and Tom knew he hadn't let up on them since. Perhaps it was time to ease off and let them dig their own graves. Holly placed the journal in her drawer and locked it, giving it a good tug to make sure the lock had caught. It was a bit temperamental, and if that journal disappeared, she would be in trouble. She thought back to the last entry she had read. Ben and Carla had decided it couldn't carry on. I'm sure G knows about Ben. He's behaving even stranger than usual, and I don't know what to do. G's showing me love, which hasn't happened in a long while, and I can't bear him to touch me. He fucked me 2 nights ago, and it hurts so much. But he knows. I'm convinced. He asked me about Ben. Said did he still go in the shop. I said not as often, but occasionally. Then G started to ask questions about him, so I said, I don't know, to everything. But he kept smirking. So today, 22nd of March 2018, Ben and I stepped away from each other. My heart is breaking, but I can't risk Ben being hurt. I'll stay at the bookies until the end of June, train Lorraine up to take the manager's job, and then leave. I can't bear seeing Ben every Saturday and not even daring to smile at him in case we weaken. He thinks I don't love him enough, when the real reason we can't be together is because I love him too much. So Carla had intended leaving, and so had Lorraine. Both women leaving for love. How had Graham Andrews found out? Had somebody seen Carla and Ben together and dropped them right into the mire? Or was it simply loose tongues, joking about how friendly the two of them were, and Graham ought to watch himself? She'd be going for a younger model. Holly wondered if she would be able to keep Carla's words from Ben when this was all over, when they had caught the killer. He deserved to know that last sentence at the least. He thinks I don't love him enough, when the real reason we can't be together is because I love him too much. Perfect words that summed up the whole situation. And surely if either of the two women had known the man in the mask, they would have made it obvious. There would have been a sign, no matter how small, that recognition had happened. Tom and Holly walked down to the canteen, taking a half-hour break because Tom insisted she left the journal for a short time. He bought 2 teas and added 2 scones to the tray because they needed a treat. He could see she was quiet, contemplative, and knew she needed a break from the intenseness of the journal work. He sat down and handed her the tea and scone. Okay, talk to me. She hesitated for a moment, recalling her last update, then filled him in on the work she had done during the previous couple of hours, while he had been winding up Graham Andrews yet again. He listened carefully, and then, regardless of who was in the canteen, took her hand. I'm so sorry you're having to do this, but none of the younger ones would have been up to it. There would have been a danger we would have missed something, and you're fantastic for giving it this much dedication. Tom, I want to look at the video again. I know we've seen it loads of times, when we've had every suspect or otherwise interview it, but we were concentrating on the killer, and it was always stopped before he fired the rifle. I've only seen the rest of it once, so I'm finishing this wonderful scone and tea and going back upstairs to watch it again. He nodded. I'll be with you. I don't know what you think you might see, but it's not good to watch it alone, especially as you've become so involved in Carla's life. We can watch it through, then take it a frame at a time, if you like. But it's not pleasant viewing. Remember that. Oh, I do, Holly said fervently. But we're all human, and what if we miss something because of the horror of it? A quarter of an hour later, they were seated side by side at Holly's desk. She pulled her notepad towards her almost as a matter of routine, then pushed it away again. This wasn't journal time. This was viewing time. And she wouldn't be able to write anything, not with her eyes glued to a screen. She clicked it to start, and they watched the whole video from the beginning. As it reached the point where the police sirens were heard in the background, Holly edged forward on her seat. She saw Carla and Lorraine reach out to hold each other's hand. Carla's left, and Lorraine's right touched, and then he raised the gun. In that split second he fired, Lorraine's head lifted, and so did her left hand. The movement was tiny. Imperceptible, but movement all the same. Holly clicked to stop the video and she turned to Tom. Did you see that? Tom, did you see it? He nodded. I did. We could be reading it wrongly, you know. She could have been about to say, please don't, or something. Or she could suddenly be realising she knows him. I'm doing a rewind back to the beginning. We need to concentrate on Lorraine all the way through. See how many times she studies him. Silence once more reigned as they watched the scene unfolding. Holly had slowed it down, and their eyes never left Lorraine. Twice they saw her eyes lock onto the masked figure. The second time she frowned, as if unable to believe what she was thinking. Twice more watching it, and Holly was convinced that at the moment of death, Lorraine knew her killer. "It doesn't help," Tom said. "These two women knew a hell of a lot of people, and it could be any one of them. Think of all the punters that use that shop on a regular basis. And it really could have been simply another robbery that went disastrously wrong because that man lost his bottle. Or it could be somebody wanted one or both of them dead, but thought he could fool us into thinking it was a robbery. We've raised more questions than answers by watching this through again. Let's park it until you've finished that journal to your satisfaction, because there's still the possibility it will throw up new leads. We know a lot more about her husband, about Ben Craig, from you being so painstaking. So complete that job, then we'll have a hefty brainstorming session with the team in the briefing room. Be prepared to lead it, tell them the main points you've picked up, and some bright spark will come up with something we've not thought about." Holly nodded. "You're right. But I'm bloody sure Lorraine knew him. I don't think Carla did, but maybe she didn't see him, didn't see a movement maybe that Lorraine spotted and recognised. I'll leave you to do what you need to do. I'm going back to basics and rereading every statement we have. I'm going to check and double-check we missed nothing on that Saturday morning. I feel as if we're reaching the end with this, that we're on the verge of a breakthrough and it can't come quick enough." He stood, placed his hand on her shoulder and gently squeezed. "Don't do too much. You'll finish this tomorrow anyway." In bed that night, Holly rolled over and despite being asleep, Tom took her into his arms. She smiled and snuggled down, but Carla Andrews was fixed firmly in her mind. Holly allowed her thoughts to fly free, and she remembered all the important points raised by the journal. She had no doubt the rifle from the kitchen was the same as the one they recovered from the bin near the shops, and that thought made her shiver. As if feeling it, Tom pulled her even closer. "Stop thinking," he said, still with his eyes closed. "I'm getting to know you well, and you're back in that damn journal, aren't you?" She gave a slight giggle. "You awake or asleep?" "Both." "You want to take my mind off the journal?" His eyes opened. "I'm awake now." "Oh, good. I could drink a cup of tea." He groaned. "Is that it? Is that what I've woken up for? I kind of had other things in mind." "So do I. After the tea. Get down those stairs, vassal, and soothe me with a cuppa. Then we'll see what happens after that. Something light, methinks, to get you back to sleep." He rolled out of bed and disappeared downstairs, and she snuggled into the space he had left. When he returned with the drinks, she was fast asleep, and he had to go to her side to be able to sleep anywhere at all. When they woke at 7, the cups of tea were cold. Chapter 27. Janice is such a gossip. I love her to bits, and she's obviously wanted to tell me something because she keeps dropping hints about it. But it must be something big, because she can't bring herself to take that final step and spill the beans. It's quite funny, really. Making a guess, I'd say one of them got off with somebody on this blessed holiday. I'm sick of hearing about it. And if I'm making another guess, I'd say it was Lorraine. She's not happy at home. Hasn't been for some time. I reckon if I pushed Janice, she'd tell. But do I really care? I miss Ben so much. It hurts every minute of every day, but I'm getting good at hiding it. I spend most of the time when I'm home with the kids. Don't have a great deal to do with Graham. Don't like Graham. Don't love Graham. The bulk of the entry was written in purple, Carla's choice for that day, but the last 3 words were in red capitals and stood out as nothing else had. This was one unhappy woman, and Holly sighed. Maybe Carla should have let Graham accidentally find this journal and see what the outcome was. Or maybe she had let him accidentally or otherwise see it, and the outcome was on the floor of that bookies back in May. Holly made a note of the entry, particularly the reference to Janice being a gossip. Who knew who she had told under the guise of, "You have to keep this to yourself because I'm not supposed to say anything"? Holly leaned back in her chair for a moment and drank deeply from her water bottle. She felt at times as if it was all about Carla. But they had 2 other dead women, Lorraine and Tina. And while everybody else seemed to think Tina's death wasn't connected to the other 2, Holly wasn't so sure. The investigation seemed to have been split. Some members of the team were exclusively on the Tina Jackson murder, and some on the Bookies ladies. So where did missing Isaac fit? Into which camp? Or both? And how many murderers are there? 1? 2? 3? Holly stared into space, deep in thought. Where the hell was young Isaac? She felt that if they could find him, a lot of the mystery would be solved. He hadn't gone missing because he was fed up with his home life, or because he was being bullied, or he couldn't cope with the exams. No, he was missing because of this investigation. Of that she was sure. Jack and Isaac were 2 level-headed, smart cookies, and yet Isaac had had to go. Why? Holly realised her thoughts were taking her away from the job in hand, so she quickly made a note of them ready for the briefing that afternoon. She pulled the journal towards her once again. There were several entries that were short, not giving out any information, and then suddenly she saw, "What the bloody hell is Janice playing at?" in deep, dark black, almost like a Sharpie pen. It jumped out at Holly as she turned over the page, and her eyes and her brain read it before anything else. The first 2 entries, written in red and blue respectively, said little, merely gave off a general feeling of unhappiness. Carla hadn't been in work for either of those days, but then came day 3. "Got into work early," Carla had written in green, and Janice was still there. She said she'd overslept. She hadn't, I'm sure of it. She wanted to see me. She told me what had happened on the holiday, said she felt I should know. The colour then changed to black. What the bloody hell is Janice playing at? It then went back to the earlier green. She's given me chapter and verse of everything that happened between Lorraine and someone called Beth. And she says Lorraine is leaving Sheffield, leaving her boys, her job, and Kenny to go to this woman. It worries me that if she's told all of this to me, she's spreading it around in general, and she's putting Lorraine in danger. We're supposed to be friends, for heaven's sake. Janice knows what Kenny is like, and if he hears these rumours, he'll do something. He'll not let Lorraine go. I asked her who else she had told, but she said nobody. She said she only told me because she thought I might be able to talk some sense into Lorraine. I've got an awful feeling she only said that because she knew she'd told others, and she shouldn't have. Now what do I do? The entry finished there. The words had taken Carla to the blank space under the bottom line, with the last word do, and Holly checked the date, the 1st of May 2018. She flicked over to the next page and saw only one entry, Friday the 4th of May. On Saturday the 5th of May, Carla and Lorraine died. The 4th of May entry was much briefer than the one on the previous page, and was written in red. I need to see Lorraine. Tell her not to trust Janice. She needs to know what our so-called friend is saying, even if we don't know who she's saying it to. Couldn't sleep last night for thinking about it, and I sure as hell know Lorraine needs warning. I'll wait till after work tomorrow, then we can have a bit of a chat when we've locked up. I can always tell Graham I needed to train her on the new machine. He'll not query that. But I will bloody talk to her. I'm scared for her. Lorraine's my mate and has been for a long time. I love her. I'd like her to stay alive. Holly finished reading, wiped a recalcitrant tear from her cheek that surprised her, and heaved a huge sigh. This was the end for Carla and Lorraine. Carla never got the chance to tell Lorraine, never wrote anything else in her secret journal, and it was possible the little book would have stayed hidden in the rabbit until one day Kelly might have taken him down to have him on her bed instead of on top of the wardrobe. That would have been the point when the book was destroyed. This beautiful tome of beautiful words that must never be returned to that thug of a man. Holly made a note on her pad of the latest entries, then took out a lacy cloth from her bag. She carefully folded it around the journal and placed it in her drawer, locked it, and tested it was secure. Tom looked up at Holly as she stood framed in his doorway. Something wrong? She shook her head. No, I'll be fine. It's only that I know this woman so well now, and her final entry was the day before she died. Tom, you have to bring Janice Marshall in and lean on her. He looked at Holly. His forehead creased in a frown. Janice Marshall? You think she's behind some of this? Only because she's a gossiping old fishwife. I think because she couldn't keep her mouth shut about Lorraine and Beth, 2 women, possibly 3, have died. We need to bring her in. It'll all become clear after the briefing, but it won't be a short team talk, trust me. The room was full. Everybody had come back in armed with reports detailing what they had been doing, anything that had required a follow-up visit, searches that were still ongoing for Isaac West, and anything that had happened as a result of the planned work. Tom Fowler began by thanking everyone for the efforts they had put in, and were still putting in, and promised that as soon as they had a result in the case, the ban on annual leave would be lifted. There was a ripple of applause at that news. 3 of the male officers present had had to postpone holidays, and their wives were not amused. Tom started by calling on the team members who had been organising the searches for Isaac West, and they detailed every area covered, marking them off on the oversized map on the whiteboard. "And there's nothing?" he asked at the end. "No sightings beyond that first CCTV on the night he went missing, sir." Tom nodded. "Anybody have any theories?" There was silence for a moment, and then one of the younger officers stood, struggling to find the courage to speak. "He's still alive, sir." "What makes you think that?" "2 things, sir, and I apologise if I'm being a bit stupid here, but the first thing is we don't have a body, and the second thing is this search has been thorough. After that knife was found, even that little pond at the bottom end of the playing field was dredged, but nothing has been discovered. We have been in every shed on the estate, with or without owners' permissions, and we've checked every public place." Tom silently commended the youngster for his bravery in speaking out, and gave added encouragement to him by saying, "So where do you think he is, PC?" "Sorry, sir, it's Ormond, Zach Ormond. 5 of us were seconded to help out, and I think Isaac West is being helped. Somebody has hidden him away, and I don't know whether it's for his safety or whether it's because he's involved up to his neck in everything that's going on." Zach sat down with a thud, and everybody clapped. By that point, his cheeks had changed to bright red, and he wished he'd never agreed to become the spokesperson for the secondees. "Thank you for that, and I hope for Isaac West's sake that you're right about every aspect. I think you well may be, and it's always best to get the owner's permission to search their shed, PC Ormond," Tom added with a laugh. "Yes, sir," Zach Ormond said, his face turning even more fiery. Several others gave reports on where they had been spending their time, and then Holly stood. "As you all know, I've been glued to my desk for the best part of 3 days. While we were doing a search of the Andrews home, Adele Shea found a journal that belonged to Carla Andrews. It was hidden, so meant for nobody's eyes but hers, and it's pretty obvious Graham Andrews hadn't seen it, because he would have destroyed it. This was the book that told us about the rifle he had in his kitchen, and I have to tell you that bit of information shocked him to the core. He actually asked us if we had a Ouija board, because only Carla had known about it. We believe the rifle in the kitchen is the same that was used to shoot Carla and Lorraine, but at the moment we have no proof of that. According to Graham Andrews, he put it in his car boot to hand it in to Moss Way, but it was stolen before he could do that. It would be logical for him to take it to his best mate's house and ask him to hide it, and one day we hope to show to a jury that that is what happened. Once Carla had seen it, he couldn't hide it anywhere in case she came across it again." Holly paused for a moment and turned to Tom. "I have a lot to tell them, D.I. Fowler. A lot to read to them. Can we take a comfort break, get drinks, etc.? "We can. 15 minutes, everybody, then back in here. I suggest you bring a drink in with you. We'll be carrying on until you've heard everything D.S. Jones has to tell us." Chapter 28. Holly talked. She read out journal entries, gave her opinion on certain aspects, and said she would type up all the ones she had transferred to notepaper and issue a copy to everybody. She wanted further thoughts. Maybe someone else would pick up on something she had missed. She spoke at length about the gossip that Janice Marshall seemed to be creating, or had been creating prior to the murders. There had been no mention of it since, other than when D.I. Fowler and Holly had landed on Janice's doorstep, asking questions the cleaner had to answer. There was a buzz of anticipation and expectation flowing through the room, as though they were nearing solving the many puzzles linked to this case. "Did you get a deeper understanding of Carla? Have we missed something of her?" Adele Shea asked, standing by Holly's side as they stared up at the whiteboard. Definitely. When I get all these transferred to a report document, I'm sure you'll see it as well. She was unhappy. Graham controlled her, and that was with everything. There were even little comments like, Graham took me shopping for some new shoes. But honest to God, it was her feelings for Ben Craig that wiped me out. She loved him, and I believe he loved her. She was simply too scared to leave Graham. Holly joined Tom in the corridor outside the interview rooms and looked through the two-way glass at Janice Marshall. She didn't appear too happy and kept drinking from the bottle of water she had requested. She was constantly taking a tissue from her sleeve and mopping her brow, and her customary happy-go-lucky smile was definitely missing. Janice Marshall was worried. "Shall we go in?" Holly asked, her eyes fixed on Janice. Tom thought for a moment. "No. Let's go get a coffee. Another half hour or so of cooking in there won't hurt her, and she might be a bit more compliant for being kept waiting. Come on, canteen coffee it is." It was hardly worth the walk down to the canteen. The coffee barely resembled the original product, and the biscuits were a little too soft to merit the title. But Holly and Tom were deep in conversation, going over once more every aspect of the case and sorting questions that would maybe lead Janice to be a bit more honest with them. They agreed Holly would take the lead, but if Janice appeared to be clamming up, Tom would step in as the bad cop. Holly's role was good cop, in the hope that Janice would respond more to the chatty style Holly intended pursuing, woman to woman. Coffee's finished, they walked back to the interview room and entered. Before they had a chance to say anything, Janice spoke. "Do I need a solicitor?" "Have you done anything wrong, Janice?" Holly smiled. "Of course I haven't, and you know that." "Then you don't need a solicitor, but we can get one for you if you like. It will only take 2 or 3 hours." "No." Janice's tone had become sullen, and Holly knew she could easily tell them nothing at all. They had to get her on side from the start. Holly logged them in for the recording, and then Holly smiled at Janice. "Good to see you again, Janice, and for the record, thank you for the information about Lorraine and Beth. That enabled us to move forward and identify certain issues. Now we need to take it a step further. Can we get you a coffee or anything?" Janice indicated the bottle of water and shook her head. "I'm okay with this, thanks." Holly opened her folder, pretended to skim through it, then left it open with the picture of Carla and Lorraine slumped against the counter, everything red with their blood. "Now, we are starting to believe that these 2 ladies died because somebody knew about Lorraine's affair with Beth." "No." Janice's face altered. The blood drained, and her appearance aged 10 years in the space of a second. "I'm afraid so, which means that we have to ask you even more questions, as you are the only one who had knowledge of it." Ashen-faced, Janice stared at what she likely considered her tormentors. "But I've told you everything, and I only knew what happened on the holiday and what Lorraine said the night before she was killed, that she was leaving everything to go to Beth." "It occurred to us that you might know more," Holly said gently, and lightly touched her foot against Tom's. "Who did you tell, Mrs. Marshall?" Tom spoke, his tone quiet and not quite threatening. "Not quite." "I told Carla. She only half believed me, but I told her. She said it was nothing to do with anybody else and I wasn't to tell anybody." "Who else did you tell, Janice?" "Nobody. But what if Carla did?" "And can you suggest anybody Carla might have spoken to?" As if satisfied that she had diverted the spotlight from her, Janice gave a short laugh. "Oh, come on. You must know she was thick as thieves with Ben Craig." Holly felt a shiver run through her body. Ben Craig's name was at the heart of this investigation, from the initial phone call alerting them to a problem at the bookies to this present interview. Nothing made sense with him. If he loved Carla so much, and Holly firmly believed he did, he would not have put her in danger. And if he was guilty of organising the murder of the 2 women, why would he call the police and risk getting the gunman arrested? Mentally, Holly shook her head in denial. Not an earthly. Ben Craig enhanced Carla's life. He didn't take it away. "You knew? And did you gossip about that relationship also?" Suddenly Miss Good Cop had reverted to Miss Bad Cop. "I don't gossip." "Janice, I beg to differ." You told Carla, and heaven knows who else, about Lorraine and Beth. And I don't doubt you placed her marriage and ultimately her life in jeopardy by spreading rumours about some perceived affair between Carla and Ben Craig. So let's go back to the beginning, shall we? And if necessary, you'll be here overnight, until we're satisfied you've told us everybody you've maliciously gossiped with. Holly slammed down her pen. Start talking. Holly felt exhausted. Janice had been hard work. She clearly found it easy to talk to all and sundry about things she shouldn't be speaking about, but every morsel had to be dragged out of her in that interview room. They had a list of people she had confided in, telling them all they weren't to say anything to anybody. Every last one on the list would have to be interviewed, and if they had indeed ignored Janice's wishes and passed on the information, it would lead to many more who needed a visit from a police officer. Holly and Tom nibbled on pizzas as they tried to watch a programme on television without falling asleep. Holly pulled the list towards her. 11 people! She told 11 people! And one of them was Tina Jackson. Could that be the reason she was killed? Because she knew a secret that was about to rip apart a family? Did she threaten to tell Kenny, or did she actually tell Graham? Tom interrupted. That might make sense. They were an item of sorts, weren't they? We need to re-interview both husbands yet again. And this time they'll be brought into an interview room via a police car. They've been warned that if they have to come in again, it will be formal. I'm fed up with this, Holly said, indicating the television. And I'm fed up with this bloody case being our only topic of conversation. Shall we go to bed? Tom sat up a little straighter. That's the best idea you've had all day. He pointed the remote control at the screen and shut down whatever programme it was they hadn't been watching. Don't fall asleep. I'm going to jump in the shower. Holly was asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow, but at around 3 o'clock she shook Tom awake. I've been thinking, she said. He peered at the clock. It's just after 3, Holly. I know. Listen, if I had a massive secret in the same way as Janice had a massive secret, who would I tell? Me? Exactly. And where is Dave Marshall's name on that list she gave us? Nowhere. My bet is he would have been the first person she would have told, but she's hiding it because she knows he passed the information on to somebody. Now Tom was awake and sitting up. We'll bring him in tomorrow. Let's hope he only told one mate and we can nip out and arrest that person for murder. If he told more than one, we might have a busy day. Holly nodded. And we're both awake. Tom slid down the bed and she followed him. You want to talk? Or do something else? He whispered. I'm done with talking. Next morning's rain was heavy, and cars were dispatched to bring in Dave Marshall, Janice Marshall, Kenny West and Graham Andrews. Holly and Tom stood at Tom's office window and watched as the 3 cars returned, carrying their human cargoes, the officers escorting them into the building and taking them through to the interview rooms. We'll do them all, Tom said. It could be a long day, but I don't want to delegate any of this. I think we need the first-hand information, and none of them are going home until we're satisfied we've got everything we need. Janice Marshall doesn't look happy, Holly laughed. She must think we're daft. She obviously thought we wouldn't know Dave would be her first port of call with gossip as juicy as this. OK. And we're not going for coffee first. We're not? Nope. We're having a full English. They'll be climbing the walls by the time we get there. So be prepared for a bit of abuse. You think I can't give it back? I'm pretty sure you can give it back, Tom laughed, but try to remember it will be on the record. They gathered the files they needed and headed out of the office. There was a general buzz of anticipation, and Lucy Young called out as they reached the door, Go get 'em, boss. We'll try our best, Lucy, Holly said. We'll definitely try our best. Breakfast was good, and Tom and Holly took their time finishing their coffees. Word had got around following all the early morning activity, and several colleagues walked up to them and wished them luck. Holly felt that an end was in sight, that they would know who had pulled the trigger, would know who had hated either Carla or Lorraine enough to murder both of them in such a brutal fashion. They pushed back their chairs and stood. Keeping a circumspect distance apart from each other, they exited the canteen and headed for the interview rooms. One young constable looked at his partner and smiled. Told you they were together, he said. They still think we don't know, and he laughed. Somebody should say something. Not me, his mate said. Let's leave them in ignorance. It's been a laugh, knowing they don't know most of the station have twigged. Chapter 29. Janice was livid. Why the fuck have you brought Dave in? Don't you know how poorly he is? Does he require a doctor, Janice? No more Miss Goodcop. Holly felt totally pissed off with this woman, and today she intended getting to the truth. No, but he will if you go upsetting things. Then a doctor will be made available should he need it. Holly's words were clipped and to the point. So what do you want? Janice's belligerence was growing. We think your list was incomplete. The list of people you told us knew the secret, thanks to your evil tongue. We believe you're going to have to amend your statement, and that's why you're here. All this toing and froing in police cars is certainly going to give your neighbours plenty to gossip about, but you'll be the recipient of all the stories now, won't you? So that's okay. And we can do this every day, Janice, until we're satisfied we have the full truth, not the little bits you're feeding us. There was a visible slump to her body as she sat back in the chair. The aggression disappeared and she shivered. I only missed one out, she whispered. Who did you miss out, Janice? Tom stepped in, adding weight to Holly's handling of the woman. Dave. And you know that Dave told somebody? Tom pressed her further. She shook her head. No, but I know my husband. I only told him because the flight home had been a nightmare with Lorraine so upset. She cried most of the way back, and by the time I walked through our door I was wiped out. Dave was really good to me, made me a drink and sat on the sofa and held me. He'd missed me, of course, but it was more than that. He could see something had happened, and at first he assumed Lorraine and I had had a falling out. Suddenly the floodgates had opened, and they let Janice continue without prompting. I told him the story, but I made him swear not to tell anybody. I know what he's like. He hasn't got a bad bone in his body, but he also opens his mouth without thinking about consequences. He'll have told somebody, she wailed. And now my mates are dead. And what's worse, he'll not know what he's done. Janice dropped her head to the table, sobbing. Holly looked at Tom, and he nodded. OK, Janice, we're going to leave it there. As long as you're absolutely sure there's nobody else to be added. I'll have a cup of tea sent in, and a PC will be along shortly for you to amend your statement. Janice lifted her head and wiped at her eyes and cheeks with the back of her hands. I'm sorry. I've not known what to do for the best. I knew as soon as I told Dave I'd made a mistake, but I wasn't in a good place. Lorraine talked about nothing else but leaving her family and getting to Leicester to be with Beth, and I would end up with Kenny and the boys on my back demanding to know everything. Plus I would have lost a really close friend. It was all too much to hold in. Dave swore he wouldn't tell anybody. We think he did. We're going to be talking to him in a few minutes. Please. He's very naive. Don't be hard on him. He's been diagnosed with early dementia and he doesn't always understand things. He may not even know what you're talking about now. But then again, he may understand exactly why he's here. The two police officers stood and Holly closed down the recording. I'll get that tea sent in. You'll need to sign your amendment, and then you're free to go once the PC says so, Janice. There's nothing else, is there? Janice was still tearful, and she shook her head. No. If I think of anything, and believe me, I've gone over and over everything, I'll ring you. Is it okay if I wait for Dave in that reception place? Holly nodded. Certainly. And we'll get a car to take you both home. That's okay, you don't need to bother. A little of the feisty Janice returned. We'll get a taxi, thanks. Holly held up her hand in acquiescence, and they left the room. 1 down, 3 to go, Tom said. Which one next? It has to be Dave Marshall. We need to be careful. Play this exactly by the book. Cuppa? I'll be swimming by the end of the day if I spend it with you, Holly laughed. Only a quick one. When it's an emotional interview, I always feel a raging thirst as we finish it. Can't see the last two being emotional, so you should be okay. They almost seem afraid to let any emotions show. The occasional flash of anger, but that's usually directed at us anyway. They've both lost their wives, and while my head says they must be sad, angry, bewildered about that, they don't actually show it. The most emotion they showed was when they said we'll find who did this and we'll sort it. I wonder if they're feeling frustrated by not finding anything out. Is that why they're like dead fish emotionally? Either that or they did find out who killed Carla and Lorraine. You think? Holly frowned. Tina Jackson's dead. Somebody killed her. She didn't stab herself. If anybody wanted Carla out of the way, it was Tina. Before we interview them, I want to go over Tina's alibi for that Saturday morning, find out if it's as solid underneath as it appears to be on the surface. Mr. Marshall, before we start, do you require the presence of a doctor during this interview? Dave smiled, a slow, thoughtful smile. No, I'm fine. Janice has filled you in on my condition, I take it. Yes, sir, and if you require assistance at any time, Holly repeated. I'm newly diagnosed, D.S. Jones. I've a long way to go before my mind goes all together. Sometimes I can't get words, sometimes my short-term memory isn't there, and sometimes my brain chooses to close down for a little while. But at the moment I function okay with my medication, and I had just taken it when your car showed up this morning to arrest me. Holly smiled. Mr. Marshall, you know very well you're not under arrest. You're simply here assisting us with our inquiries. Dave winked at Holly. If you say so, D.S. Jones. I do, she reiterated, and opened her file. OK, let's start. We understand you were told a particular secret when your wife returned from her holiday with Lorraine West. Can you tell us what that secret was, please? No. No? No, it's a secret. Janice said don't tell anybody. She didn't mean that you couldn't tell us, Dave. Holly thought this could be a long interview. She did. She said I couldn't open my mouth to anybody about it. Janice has told us the secret, and we've met Beth, Lorraine's friend. So can you tell us? Dave Marshall thought about it for a moment and nodded. OK, Holly said. Can you say for the tape what the secret was that Janice told you? It was daft, really. She said Lorraine had spent the week in bed with a woman. Can you imagine what Kenny would say about that? And what did Kenny say about it? Holly held her breath. Good Lord, does he know? You didn't tell him? Dave shook his head. No. Janice said not to. And in all honesty, I wouldn't want to be the messenger that he shot. He grinned. Kenny can be a bit stroppy if somebody upsets him. So did you pass this secret on to anybody at all? He screwed his face into a million creases as he delved inside his brain. No, I don't think so. Janice said don't tell anybody. Please think carefully, Dave. This could be so important. Once more the creases appeared on his face as he struggled to make his tired brain give him the answers he was seeking. I'm sure I didn't, he said finally. I don't go out unless it's with Janice. One night I had to ring her because I couldn't remember where our house was. The next day she had me at the doctor's. It scared both of us, so unless she's with me, I don't go further than our garden. When she went away, the neighbour popped in every day to make sure I was okay and didn't need anything, so things are okay at the moment and I'm sure I haven't told anybody. Janice told me not to, he repeated. Holly guessed it was Janice's mantra for her husband. Don't tell anybody. OK, Dave. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I'm going to take you down to reception now, where Janice is waiting for you. She says you're having a taxi home. If we need to speak with you again, we'll ring you first. Dave Marshall stood and smiled. This is the first time I've been arrested. First time I've been in a police station. It's been a good day. Holly sighed. Dave, you haven't been arrested. You were here purely to answer a few questions. Come on, let's go find Janice. Holly led him downstairs to reception and Janice immediately stood. You okay, Dave? Brilliant day. Am I allowed to tell people about this? Janice laughed. No, my love, best not. Let's get out of here. I think we'll walk home. Holly watched them leave, Janice holding tightly to Dave's arm, and Holly wondered what the future held for them. It wouldn't get better. Only worse, that was for sure. And then Holly smiled. Can you tell us what that secret was, please? No. No? No, it's a secret. Janice said don't tell anybody. He had followed his wife's instructions to the letter, and Holly didn't doubt he had stuck to them. No, Dave wasn't the person who had passed on the secret. Tom had headed back up to his office while Holly was sorting out the marshals. Tom needed to recheck Tina Jackson's alibi for that awful Saturday morning. He pulled the relevant statement up onto his screen and saw that she had been in Lincoln with her mother and sister. Both had vouched for her, and her mother had produced a receipt for coffee and cakes that the three of them had shared at 10:46, a few minutes after Lorraine and Carla had died. Tina definitely wasn't anywhere near the bookies that Saturday morning. It seemed to Tom that they were once more ruling everybody out and nobody in. They had officers out interviewing the people on Janice's original list, and maybe one tiny little thing on those reports would send them off in a new direction, but his optimism wasn't at its highest point. His door opened, and Holly walked in, carrying 2 plastic packaged sandwiches. "Let's have these, then go and deal with our husbands. I don't suppose for a minute they'll be as cooperative as Janice and Dave, but we can hope." He laughed. "I love your optimistic view of this world. Cooperative? They haven't been that since the beginning. And there's still nothing on Isaac West. We need to find him as a matter of urgency now. I don't want to think we're getting close to the next stage being a body, but what if somebody's hiding him? What if he's somehow involved with the murders and needs to be kept out of sight? His dad? Could Kenny have spirited him away to avoid justice? God, it makes my head spin, this bloody case." Chapter 30. "Thank you for coming in, Mr. Andrews." Holly didn't feel polite, but her words came across as such. There was something about this man, his attitude, his bloody voice for heaven's sake, that she couldn't abide. Or maybe she remembered the journal. Did I have a choice? No. We have further questions about lots of things turning up in this case. Can we start with Tina Jackson? I've told you about Tina. We had a bit of a fling. I called it off. End of story. But it's not the end of the story, is it? We have information that some gossip had been passed on to Tina, and we believe she may have told you. Don't listen to gossip. Do you act on it? Holly's tone was cutting, and his eyes narrowed. What the hell are you talking about? Tina knew something about Lorraine West, and as you were in the middle of your so-called fling with Tina, it occurred to us that there might have been a bit of pillow talk going on. No comment. No comment? You're not under arrest, you know. Not yet, anyway. Start talking, Graham, or the status quo might change significantly. His lips remained firmly closed, and for a few seconds he shut his eyes. When he opened them, he fixed them firmly on Tom. Thought you're the boss. I am, Tom remarked mildly, but I won't get up your nose half as efficiently as D.S. Jones will. Answer her questions, or you're in a cell until you do. Holly tried not to smile. She loved the way he could control any situation with such calmness. She hoped Andrews didn't expect the same from her. OK, Graham, no more messing about. We're as eager to be free of you as you are of us, so no more prevaricating. What did Tina Jackson tell you about Lorraine West? The struggle was evident on Graham's face. She'd met somebody. And? She said it was a woman. Graham, this is like pulling teeth. Tell me what Tina said, and then you can tell me who you gave that information to. For a second he looked startled. She said that on the holiday Lorraine and Janice took, Lorraine met a woman and they spent the full week together. Left Janice pretty much to her own devices, it seems. And then she said that Lorraine was leaving Kenny and her boys to go and live with this woman. I didn't really believe her. Lorraine with a woman. She's been with Kenny for years. Where did Tina get this information from? Janice. Gobby Janice told her. It's no good Janice having secrets. They explode out of her at every opportunity. When did Tina tell you this? A couple of nights before Carla and Lorraine died. I asked her not to tell Kenny, but she grinned at me in that way she had. So I don't know how many she had told, or if it was only me. I mulled it over for all of the next day and decided I should maybe have a word with Lorraine before she did something stupid. I mean, I knew they'd been having problems, but Kenny seemed to think they were working through them. And a woman? For fuck's sake, that wasn't Lorraine at all. I never got the chance to say anything. So Kenny West didn't know before Lorraine's death? Graham shrugged. I don't know. I can't say for definite, but what I can say is that we're pretty close, best mates, and he gave no hint of it. We'd talked about them drifting apart. But he said nothing about this. OK. I need to know exactly what Tina told you, because you'll be signing a statement with this in, so we want it exact, please. Graham looked around the room, almost as if searching for an escape route. And then he sighed. Do I need a solicitor? Yes, if you've done something illegal. No, if you haven't. We can wait 2 or 3 hours if you want. Your choice. Of course I haven't done anything illegal. I walked Tina home that night. We stopped for a bit of a kiss and a cuddle down by the pond, and afterwards she told me. She said that Lorraine had met a woman called Beth in Benidorm, that it was serious, and that Lorraine was planning on leaving Kenny once the boys had finished their exams. I called her an idiot for believing anything Janice Marshall said, but she said she did believe her. She said Janice was worried about it because she didn't know how Kenny would react once he found out. He would obviously want details from her because she had been with Lorraine when she met this Beth woman. Holly looked across the table at the man who had suddenly become compliant. And you don't believe Kenny knew about this before Lorraine's death? No. He shook his head in emphasis. No, because if he had, the shit would have hit the fan immediately. Kenny isn't known for reining in his temper, trust me. I don't mean he used violence towards Lorraine. As far as I know, he never touched her. But he would do things like not talking to her for weeks at a time, using the boys to convey messages if anything was necessary. Mental violence, if you like. The night before our wives died, he was out with Lorraine and they were fine. I would say he knew nothing at that point. We've obviously spoken about it since, and after you'd told him, he was wiped out by it, so I think we can safely say he didn't know prior to that. Or is he a good actor? So let's move on. Could the boys have known? No, because Janice wouldn't have told them, although... Graham hesitated, as if letting his mind wander. Although they knew about Tina seeing me. I think Leo heard them discussing it at home, his mother and that boyfriend of hers. When Kenny came to talk to me about it, he said Leo had told Jack and Isaac. I suppose if Janice had been spreading her poison far and wide about Lorraine, it could have resulted in the same thing, Leo listening in on parental conversations. I don't know, that's only supposition. And Kenny didn't know about you prior to his boys telling him. This best mate of yours didn't know you were having it off with the local barmaid. No, he didn't. It hadn't been going on for long. I keep telling you it was only a fling, but you seem to be building it up into some great love affair. It wasn't, and it certainly wasn't worth telling Kenny about it. Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, never put a foot wrong, Kenny. Tom smiled inwardly, not allowing his face to alter, but he remembered Diane's words about accidentally sleeping with Kenny West. It was pretty clear these two best friends didn't keep each other informed about things in their life that strayed from the norm. So, after your, kiss and cuddle down by the pond, what happened then? Didn't Carla care that you were out till late at night? Didn't she suspect? Holly knew Carla hadn't suspected her husband of adultery. If she had, it would have been in the journal, and she would have been cheering him on. Good God, no. And I was never out that late. She went to bed every night about 10, usually because she was working next morning. And I wasn't out every night, despite what you're thinking. Do you make a habit of sleeping around, Graham? Tom asked. No. Do you? Graham countered. I'm not under suspicion of murder, unlike you. Graham spluttered. I haven't murdered anybody, and I resent that. You expect an apology? Tom grinned. Dream on, Graham. Answer my question, please, Holly interrupted. What happened after the kiss and cuddle? Can I have some water? No. I walked her home. We went across the playing field and towards her house. I left her some distance away because of Charlie, but I always watched her until she was inside. Ah, yes, Charlie. Did he know? Lord, no, I've still got both legs in working order. That proves he didn't know. Did you burn down his house? Graham laughed. No, I would have done it with him in it, not while he was on remand. He wasn't that nice to Tina, you know. A proper bastard with everything, to be honest. For Tina, he was an escape from her mother, but she would have been better off staying at home. Charlie Linwood was no escape for anybody. He treated Tina like dirt. She saw me as her escape from Charlie, but that was never going to happen. I loved my wife and kids. I didn't and never could love Tina. Bit of a bastard all round then, Holly said, glancing through her file and speaking quietly. Can she say that to me? He asked Tom. She can say what she likes to whoever she likes, I'm happy to say. Perhaps she wouldn't be saying it if you had been open and honest with us from the start, and maybe Tina Jackson would still be alive. There was a short, sharp knock on the door, and it opened slightly. "Sir?" a young PC said. Tom stood and left the room, leaving Holly to notify the recording. She waited patiently, and when he and the PC returned, Tom was holding a piece of paper. He sat down. "I hope you don't have anything cooking in the oven at home, Mr. Andrews," Tom said, his face serious. "No?" "Good. You won't be going back there for a while, I suspect." Graham Andrews tried to rise, but the PC, on full alert, pressed Graham's shoulders and he sank back down onto the chair. "What's going on?" "We have forensic evidence placing you at the murder of Tina Jackson. Would you care to explain how your fingerprints are on the knife that was used to kill her?" There was silence for the first time. Total, absolute silence. And then Graham Andrews slumped forward and rested his head on the table. "I need a solicitor," he said, his voice muffled by the sleeve of his jacket. "Get me a fucking solicitor." "Nice one, Tom," Holly said as they walked back to their office. Graham Andrews had been removed to a cell pending the arrival of his solicitor, and Tom and Holly felt quite justified in carrying large coffees back to Tom's room to celebrate. "Why has it taken them so long to come up with this match?" "According to the report, dog saliva, specifically Mabel's saliva. They've had to be careful, but there's no doubt the fingerprint is a match for the fingerprints we took from the coffee cups. We'll be taking them properly now." They reached his room and high-fived before sitting down to enjoy the euphoria of knowing they were 1 down, 2 to go, plus a disappearing teenager. Chapter 31. Leo and Jack were up the tree, staring across the playing field, their legs swinging. Jack had woken early and, with no exams, had ditched the books and gone out for a run. He had met Leo doing the same, his leg back in full working order. They had called at the petrol station for 2 coffees and nursed them, both lost in thoughts of Isaac. Leo ignored the ping of his phone, not wanting the world to intrude on such a lovely morning, but when it pinged again, reminding him he hadn't opened up the message, he took the battered phone from his pocket. "Fucking hell. You okay?" Leo turned to Jack. "Sorry, mate. They've arrested Graham." Jack felt his head spin, and he dipped it to hold off the promised faint. After a minute, he turned to Leo. "For Mum? He killed Mum?" "No, for Tina Jackson." "Shit. I've got to go and find Dad." Jack left his coffee balanced on the branch and climbed down. Leo followed, and they raced across the grass towards the West home. With no car in evidence, they carried on running, heading towards the garage, guessing Kenny would have gone to work. He'd been furious the night before, ranting about a wasted day, with the same questions he'd already answered being asked over and over again. He was standing outside the open double doors of the workshop, talking to one of his men, and looking at a Corsa parked at the curbside. He stepped away and waited for the 2 boys to reach him. "Dad," Jack panted. "Is it Isaac?" "No, it's Graham. He's been arrested." Kenny froze. Arrested? For Carla and Lorraine's murders? He tried to slow down the sudden acceleration in his breathing. "What's he done?" "It's for Tina's murder. That's all we know. Leo got a text from his mum telling him." "Go back home, lads. I'll be there in 5 minutes." Kenny felt sick. Tina's murder? Why the fuck would Graham be arrested for that? Why would he kill her? It made no sense. Kenny watched as the 2 boys walked back towards home, and he ached that Isaac wasn't with them. He felt somewhere deep inside him that he would never see his son alive again. He'd been missing for too long, and there had been no sightings, no use of his bank card, no use of his mobile phone. Kenny walked back into the workshop, told his men he was going home, and jumped in his car. The phone ringing as Kenny walked through the door seemed to him like a portent of doom. It was feeling like one of those days when everything was destined to go wrong, and he feared picking up the receiver. "Kenny?" "Glenys." Graham's mother. Shit. He could have done without a phone call that could prove to be a difficult one. "You've heard what's happened?" Kenny could hear the tension in her voice. "So it's true?" "I've heard it from the lads, so I've left work and come home to see if I can find out anything. They're saying he killed that Tina Jackson. Tell me you didn't, Kenny. Tell me my lad wouldn't do anything like that. He works for the council, she ended in a wail. Look, Glenys, is Eric with you? Kenny was aware that Eric had heart problems. Is he okay? He's fine. He simply refuses to believe it. But the police don't arrest people without good cause, do they? Kenny gave a brief laugh. Oh, they most certainly do. Do you know if Graham has a solicitor? I believe so. I rang the station this morning and asked them if he did, because we would have got him one. We haven't a lot of savings, but it's his if he needs it. Don't worry yourself about that, Glenys. I'll see what I can find out and I'll get back to you. Try to keep Eric calm. This is the last thing he needs. Let's keep his old heart beating, shall we? You're a lovely lad, Kenny. Thank you for standing by Graham. You're welcome. I'll ring you as soon as I know anything. Kenny replaced the receiver and walked into the kitchen. He could hear the boys upstairs, speaking quietly, probably discussing the implications of Graham being held. Although he knew he had sounded full of confidence when speaking to Glenys Andrews, he felt far from that state. He had no idea what to do. Should he ring the DI? Maybe he could contact DS Jones. She might be more inclined to speak to him. And what the fuck did they have on Graham? Kenny paced the kitchen, his mind whirling. Graham had been with him the night Tina died, but he'd only been there until about 10. Then he went home, so he said. Had Tina known something that Graham didn't want getting out? Was that why he killed her? If he killed her. Kenny still couldn't believe it. Since the night they had robbed old Mark Roberts, Graham Andrews had been a different bloke. It had scared him. Kenny knew that, but it was in the past. Nobody could possibly know about that after all these years, and certainly not Tina Jackson. Other than that little blip, Graham was squeaky clean. As his mother had pointed out, he works for the council. That brought a smile to Kenny's face. Why did Glenys think that working for the council made Graham a good lad? Did she think it automatically stopped him getting into trouble? Graham did shy away from anything that would bring problems to his home, and since that night when they thought their whole worlds might implode, Graham had stuck with Carla and their kids and allowed nothing to darken his door. This was certainly darkening it now. Kenny switched on the kettle and made himself a coffee, then poured a tot of whiskey in it. He looked at the cup and tilted the bottle again. Maybe 2 tots were called for. He shouted upstairs for the boys to come down, figuring they might know something else by now. But Leo showed him the message on his phone that his mother had sent, and there was nothing added. It simply said, Graham Andrews arrested for Tina's murder. The boys went out on their daily walk looking for Isaac, although neither expected to find him. Eventually, left to his own devices, Kenny gave in to the worry and rang D.I. Fowler. Mr. West, I thought we might get a call from you. You've arrested Graham. We have, and he's in conversation with his solicitor as we speak. I'll be heading back down in about 10 minutes to continue questioning him. He's denying it. Of course he is. Do you have any information for us that could possibly clarify the situation and help us bring Tina Jackson's killer to justice? Of course not. Not if it involves feeding Graham to the South Yorkshire police wolves. You know as well as I do that Graham couldn't do this. It's simply not in his nature. He's lost his wife, and he has 2 young children. He's not going to be killing anybody, is he? You wouldn't think so. Unfortunately, the evidence tells us differently. And please don't ask us what that evidence is. I'm not at liberty to tell you. Is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. West? Kenny sighed. No, but tell him we're fully behind him, will you? His mother's in a bit of a state, trying to make sense of it all. Can I see him? Definitely not. When he's been remanded in custody, you can, but not until then. Tom heard the receiver at the other end go down with a thud, and he smiled. Finally they were getting something from these 2 men, even if it was only anger. All day, Graham Andrews had been denying he had anything to do with the death of Tina Jackson, saying he had no idea how his fingerprint came to be on the knife that killed her, and why would he kill her when he was in a relationship with her? They pointed out he had denied being in a relationship with her. He said he had ended it. His solicitor had asked to speak to him alone, and it seemed to Tom that the discussion had been going on for a while. It was time to start making their presence felt again. He waved at Holly and she put away the journal, She needed the power of Carla's words to get her in the right frame of mind for questioning the odious man under arrest downstairs. Holly had been rereading the bit about the rifle, wondering exactly where that gun had been. She felt she knew where it was now, safely locked in their evidence room. She picked up her copy of the words that had seemed important in the journal and took them downstairs. His questioning may be about Tina Jackson, but Holly knew that everything about the major players in this case was relevant. Philip King looked up as the two officers re-entered the interview room, and he waited patiently while Holly logged everyone in. I understand you managed to tie fingerprints from a knife to my client without actually having a set of prints from Mr. Andrews. Oh, but we did, Holly said with a smile. He had a cup of coffee while he was here watching the video of his wife's murder. I sent the cup down to forensics so they could get his DNA and prints. We could, of course, have taken his prints at any time, as both husbands of the murdered women are persons of interest to us. But it can be quite distressing having your prints officially taken. I did it the kinder way. I thought they had enough to put up with, having recently lost their wives. We don't walk roughshod over everybody, you know. And of course, if anybody is innocent, the fingerprints will be destroyed. Holly smiled at both of the men sitting across from her and hoped they wouldn't pursue it. They had Graham's fingerprints the proper way now anyway, so he couldn't really shout about the unorthodox method. So, Graham, let's get back to the night of Tina's death. You say you left Kenny West's house around 10 and walked home. You admit to being a little drunk, having consumed a considerable amount of whiskey. Do you have anyone who can confirm that? No, you know I don't. I saw nobody on the way home. I didn't go out again, and I had no contact with Tina Jackson. I didn't kill her. The only way my fingerprint can be on that knife is if someone stole it from my kitchen, or it's one from work. The rest of the set that matches this one is in your cutlery drawer at home. He seemed to shrink into himself. I can't explain it. I don't have a vicious bone in my body. Holly sat forward. I beg to differ, Mr. Andrews. This is a partial transcript of your wife's journal. According to this, you have more than one vicious bone. You have lots. She read out Carla's words and the dates they were written. Tom watched as Graham's face changed. He heard the damning words in the report and he sat back. OK, I hurt her a couple of times, but I've never killed anybody. Tom spoke. You're sure about that, are you, Graham? Absolutely sure you've never had a hand in anybody else's death? You want to have another think about that? Have you ever heard of a chap called Malk Roberts? An elderly gentleman. Couldn't walk much but liked to save his money. He kept it in a plastic box in his microwave, according to his daughter. 2 men broke in one night to steal his money, and he fell down the stairs when he heard them in the kitchen. He died. We had fingerprints of the burglars, but they didn't help much because we didn't have them on file. We do now, though. Graham looked at his solicitor, and King leaned across and whispered in his ear. No comment, Graham said. I thought you might say that, Tom said. Luckily, forensics are doing the talking, so we don't actually need you to make a comment. You and your mate Kenny are banged to rights on this. So good luck in front of a jury, Graham. Chapter 32. With Graham safely stowed in a cell for the night, Tom and Holly called at the pub for a meal on the way home. It had been a long day, and they were tired. Steak pie and chips for 2 were delivered, along with a lager for Tom and a lemonade for Holly. She didn't feel like drinking. She'd spent too long in the company of Graham Andrews, and he made her feel dirty. Alcohol wouldn't help. Think we'll get a confession? Tom asked, his fork poised to put some pie into his mouth. Holly shook her head. No, he'll continue to deny it. If he admits it, he's definitely going down for a long time. If it goes to a jury, who knows what daft verdict we'll get. I reckon he'll take his chances. He'll make up some brilliant reason why somebody else could have had that knife in the meantime, and he might get away with it. He is plausible. We've got the journal, though. That shows what he's really like. Tom speared a chip, and by the time you've read out some of those entries, that jury will be in no doubt that he's more than capable of taking that final step. They didn't speak further until Holly sat back with a satisfied smile. That's better. I can face the world without snapping at everybody now. That was delicious. She drained the last of her lemonade. Your place or mine? He laughed softly. We're beginning to act and sound like an old married couple. I like it. Me too. And she winked at him. Tom's legs felt like jelly as he walked back to the car. This was definitely a two-step forward moment in his life. Janice stared at Dave, deeply engrossed in a newspaper. His hair was really grey, almost white, and not such a lot left of it. Although the same age as his wife, he looked much older, but was still a good-looking man. He hadn't put on much weight despite his love of fish and chips, but she knew the struggle she was currently having getting him to remember anything was only going to get worse. He had been on the same page for around 15 minutes, and at first she had thought he had nodded off, but he slowly lifted his eyes towards her. "What's this?" he said, and pointed towards the bottom of the page. "It's a crossword. You fill words in. Don't you remember? You've always done crosswords, Dave. Look." She turned to the bookshelf at the side of him and handed him a small black object. "This is your crossword solver for when you get stuck." He took it from her, turned it over and over several times, then handed it back. "Okay," he said, seemingly unconvinced by her explanation. "I might have a go at one someday." "You do them every day, Dave," she said gently. "We usually end up doing them together." He threw the paper at her, anger flashing briefly across his face. "You do it then," he snarled. She picked up the paper and folded it before placing it on the coffee table. "Maybe later. Did you take the tablets I left for you this morning?" "No." He sounded childish. "Don't want tablets." "Dave, you have to take them. They're important. I'll go and get some more. What did you do with them?" He glowered at her. "Bin. Cat didn't want 'em." She felt relieved the cat hadn't wanted them. Standing by the kitchen window, Janice looked out at the shed, his man cave as he called it. He hadn't been in it for weeks, and she realised that this most precious of places was probably lost to him. She dished out the 5 tablets he should have taken earlier and carried them through to him. Waiting until he had taken all of them, she then helped him to stand. "Come with me." He followed her through the kitchen and out of the back door. She gave him the small key that unlocked the padlock, and he did so without question. She breathed a sigh of relief. Some things he was retaining. He went through the door and stared around. It was quite large as sheds go, 8 feet by 10 feet, and it was as tidy as expected in a shed. He had a small tub chair, covered with a crocheted throw for added comfort, DIY manuals in a pile, and tools hung on walls where he could locate anything within 3 seconds. Janice loved it, welcomed the wood smell of the place, the tangy chemical smell of cleaners and varnishes and other stuff he used for protecting the items he made on his lathe, loved the general warm feeling of the tiny room. Dave sat in the chair and smiled at her. "Have you brought me a cup of tea, woman?" And she knew he wasn't lost to her yet. "Don't switch on that lathe," she warned, and headed back to the kitchen. When Janice returned, he was standing at the lathe, holding a chisel that was making delicate striations in a candlestick. "This is for you," he said. "There'll be 2 of them, and they're for Christmas. I might not be able to make them nearer the time." She put down the cup and kissed his cheek. "I love you, Dave Marshall. And be careful using that machine, it scares me." "Good job it doesn't scare me, then," he laughed. "And I love you, Janice Marshall. Did you say it was a crossword?" She nodded. "I did. We'll have a go at it later, when you've finished in here." She hesitated, unsure what to do next. Should she leave him to his wood-turning and trust nothing would happen with such a fast-spinning piece of kit? Or should she sit out in the garden in case he needed her? "Trust him," she said silently, and walked back up and inside her home. She had things to think about, and she could think better when tears weren't constantly forming every time Dave showed a different facet of this awful disease. According to rumour, Graham had been arrested for Tina's murder, and Janice was having a great deal of difficulty believing it. Why would the police think it was him? And if it was him, surely he hadn't done for Carla and Lorraine also. Janice's head had been spinning all afternoon, and she wished she knew more. One thing was for sure. She definitely wouldn't be passing this piece of gossip along. The police were less than pleased with her for opening her mouth about Lorraine. "No, sweetheart. Daddy won't be calling today. He's busy." Kelly frowned. "So can I ring him then? I need to talk to him about London." "No, not today." Glenys was floundering. She hated lying to Kelly, who saw through most lies anyway. "And we'll sort London, don't worry." "I can go." "You can. I'll send you with the money by the weekend." "And I can take the form back after you've filled it in." The little girl was anxious to have everything in black and white, or red, white and blue, as it was London where the Queen lived. "Do you think I'll see the Queen?" she continued, bouncing now that permission for the school trip was in the bag. "I shouldn't think so, sweetheart. She's old and doesn't go out much." Kelly looked a little crestfallen, but then realised that Buckingham Palace was on the itinerary. "Doesn't matter. I'll get to see where she lives." She dashed upstairs to where Daniel was supposedly tidying his bedroom to pass on her news. Glenys sat down with a thud. That had been hard work, and it was the first day of the rest of that child's life. How many more days would Glenys have to struggle to explain where Kelly's daddy was? She didn't believe for 1 minute that Graham had done what he was being accused of, but until he came back home to them, it was going to have to be one lie after another. She wondered if she would get away with telling the children the council had sent Daddy on some foreign job, and it would be a couple of months before he came home, but he sent his love. Everything was unthinkable at the moment. When Graham's solicitor had rung, she hadn't believed it. What he had told her convinced her of the authenticity of his words, and she had thanked him and asked him to keep her informed. It seemed she wouldn't be allowed to see her son. She walked to the bottom of the stairs and called up to Kelly and Daniel. "Children, wash, brush teeth and PJs, please. Daniel, 1/2 an hour for you, then bed. Kelly, 1 hour for you." Although the children recognised their Nan's gullibility, bedtime was indisputable. When she said bed, she meant bed. She heard Daniel open his door and go into the bathroom. Kelly appeared at the top of the stairs. "Has Daddy rung?" "No, sweetheart. I'll tell you as soon as he does, and I promise I'll tell him you're going to London. If you both come down here after you get your PJs on, I'll read to you. Your choice tonight." "The unicorn book," Kelly squealed, and disappeared. Jack stared out of his bedroom window as the evening darkened. It was a few minutes after 9, and lights were appearing across the playing field in the houses that faced the Wests. Jack could still see the burnt-out wreck of the Linwood house, and wondered what would happen to it. It would have to be demolished, he reckoned. It really was beyond saving. Wherever he looked, Jack's only thoughts were of Isaac. He was starting to give some weight to the consideration that Isaac was no more, even though he didn't feel it inside. If he was in any sort of trouble, Isaac would have found some way to contact him. Isaac's petty jealousies concerning Jack's relationship with Kenny now seemed stupid and not worth thinking about. Jack couldn't bear the not knowing, and he really didn't want to get his GCSE results. His thoughts had been so firmly fixated on Isaac, he hadn't known what he was doing, or answering. He wished he had Leo's attitude towards it. He had seemed to ace every exam, had been by his side suggesting where they should look for Isaac, and completely supportive. It was almost as if he was the twin, and knew that Isaac was still with them. Confidence oozed from him. Jack sighed and closed his blind. He picked up his book and climbed into bed. Perhaps he could sleep all night for a change, instead of waking up at 2 and having to go back to the window to check if Isaac was out there. When he did get home, he'd have some questions to answer, that was for sure. Jack heard Kenny climbing the stairs, and then a gentle knock on his door. "You awake, Jack?" "Reading." Kenny walked into the room and sat on the end of the bed. "Thoughts? On Graham?" "Yep." "I don't know. You think he did it? And if he did he kill Mum and Carla?" "That person in that video wasn't Graham, so no, he didn't kill your mum. But Tina? I don't know. She was killed after he left here, so I suppose it's possible. I can't for the life of me imagine why he would. But they don't arrest people without some sort of proof." "Huh, I wouldn't be too sure about that," Jack said, placing his book on his bedside table. Kenny stood. You're right, of course. See you in the morning, Jack. Perhaps tomorrow will be the day Isaac comes home. I say that every night, Dad. It's not happened yet. Jack switched off his lamp, plunging the room and his mind into darkness. Chapter 33. It was obvious the next morning they were getting nowhere with Graham Andrews. He flatly denied having anything to do with the murder of Tina Jackson, offering a list of names of visitors to his house who could have accessed his cutlery drawer at any time, and he wouldn't know. He suggested they look closely at the two West boys for a start. Then he smirked. But you can't do that, can you? It seems you've conveniently lost one of them. Oh, and don't forget their mate, Leo Parks. He comes from a thoroughly bad lot, does Leo. If the West lads are in my house, Leo is usually with them. Graham made it clear he had no idea what knives were in the drawer. He never cooked, cleaned, hoovered, or did the laundry. Carla had done everything that women should do. That was a dangerous tightrope to be walking as far as Holly was concerned. Carla had done everything that women should do. Holly reflected later that he almost found out that women could do some things that men do, like smack somebody around the head with a baseball bat. She refrained from saying anything, knowing her time would come, and it had better be in bloody court with or without the baseball bat. He had seemed quite shocked that he wasn't going to be released on bail. An application had been made to hold him for 96 hours due to the serious nature of the crime, and it had been granted. But what about my kids? What about them? They'll want to know where I am. Maybe you should have thought of that when you were sticking this knife into Tina's back, Graham. Philip King lifted his head, pushed his glasses back on his nose and frowned. Holly held up a hand in acknowledgement. Too far over the line, Holly, she told herself, a smile on her face. Let's see how many more lines we can cross before he confesses to the lot. She hadn't liked Graham Andrews from the beginning, and Carla's words in the journal had emphasised what an evil bastard he was. Holly had no doubt they had the right fingerprints on the right knife. That bloody dog, Mabel, shouldn't be castigated for putting her saliva all over the knife. She should be given a medal. Holly thought back to the previous night's discussion once she and Tom had arrived home. Despite saying no talking about work once they had left it behind, it wasn't so simple when you had somebody locked in the cells on suspicion of murder. They had agreed they believed Andrews had done it, but they knew proving it wasn't going to be easy. Their lovemaking had been gentle, controlled, and they had drifted into sleep, hoping the other one had set the alarm. Seconds before darkness took over, Holly whispered, "We'll get him, you know." Tom didn't answer with words, merely squeezed her waist where his left hand had come to rest. With Andrews back in his cell for the moment, Tom called for a team briefing, and almost everybody was there. It had been noisy at first, with expectations of a charge having been brought against Graham Andrews, but it soon became clear that it wasn't on the cards. "But his fingerprints are there," one of the younger team recruits looked troubled. "They are, but that knife came from his kitchen drawer, so we would expect his fingerprints to be on it," Tom said, feeling as though he was letting everybody down by having to say the obvious. "We have nothing else other than that, and he's saying other people go into his kitchen. He specifically named Jack and Isaac, the West boys, and young Leo, their mate. Thoughts, anybody?" There was some shuffling of feet, and most heads turned to look at the whiteboard that held pictures of their murder victims alongside one of Isaac, with the word "missing" above it. "Are we thinking that's why Isaac's disappeared? That he took the knife wearing gloves?" Adele's voice was quiet as she vocalised her thoughts. "Why on earth would Isaac stab her? None of this makes sense. Isaac West has his whole life in front of him. He's focused on his education, focused on his future. And I for one don't believe for a minute he would jeopardise any of that for Tina Jackson. If, and it's a big if he did kill her, it has to be because he knows something. Remember his dad's words about finding the killer themselves? Did Isaac do that? Did he believe Tina Jackson killed our two ladies? And did he think it was because she wanted Graham Andrews for herself, and the only way to get him was to kill his wife? Paula Rain was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Adele's voice grew more strident as she reached the end of what was a thinking out loud period, and Holly and Tom looked at her. "You think he's still alive?" Holly asked. "I do." "Strangely enough, so do I. I don't know whether it's because it's unthinkable that such a nice lad could be dead, or whether I'm agreeing with your interpretation of it, but one way or another, we have to find him, and soon." Jack was sinking deeper and deeper into a black hole. Life without Isaac to bounce off was no life at all, he decided, and Leo's optimism was starting to really piss him off. He kept saying when Isaac comes back rather than if Isaac comes back, and in Jack's own mind it was definitely an if and not a when. He popped into Isaac's room and sat on his bed. Trying to concentrate, to link thoughts with his brother, wasn't easy. It wasn't the first time he had tried, but it was as unsuccessful as every other time. "Fuck, Isaac, what are you playing at?" Jack muttered softly. He didn't want Kenny knowing he was still awake. His dad thought he had gone to bed early to get a good night's sleep before the next exam. He really only wanted to escape the ominously poisonous atmosphere of rooms when Kenny was present. He knew his dad was brooding about his mum, and about the fact she had planned to leave. It wasn't helping that Kenny clearly thought he had lost two of his family, leaving the two of them to weather this particular storm together. Kenny was grieving for two people. Jack was grieving for one. It would take a dead body for him to believe Isaac was dead. But Jack didn't want to grieve alongside Kenny. He wanted to be as far away from his father as possible. He understood his mother wanting to leave. Kenny wasn't known for his enjoyment of life. His moroseness, his sarcastic tongue, all contributed to a widening of the gap between Jack's parents, and Jack was fed up of it all. He needed to know where Isaac was, so he could go and join him. Tom and Holly closed their computers down for the night and headed off home. In this case, it was Tom's home. They decided to go with lasagna. And to Holly's surprise, he didn't take ready meals out of the freezer. He took fresh ingredients from the fridge and started the lasagna process with some degree of enjoyment and expertise. "You really do like cooking then?" Holly grinned. "I thought you said that to try to impress me. Now I truly am impressed. You teach yourself?" He laughed. "It was a case of having to, because I soon realised it was either learn to cook or starve. I found I enjoyed it, and there's not much I won't tackle. I fail miserably at Yorkshire puddings, but I'm pretty sure it's the only thing that won't work for me. Can you make Yorkies?" "I can. I can't do the beef that goes with them. Ends up crozzled and shrunk, but Yorkies I can do. We're a marriage made in heaven." She grinned and walked to the table before pouring them each a glass of wine. His eyes followed her. If only, he thought. If only. The lasagna was looking superb, but inevitably the conversation meandered towards work as Tom chopped onions and a few mushrooms before adding them to the mincemeat. "Isn't it strange how everybody's pulling together on this one? You think it's because of the twists and turns of the two families. We normally have one or two slackers who can't be asked to do anything other than get up in the morning, but it's not like that. They're focused. You say we're having a briefing and they're all there, unless they're out doing something you've specifically asked them to do. I don't know what's different about this case, but something is. Look at Lucy Young. She was a proper timid little mouse till we singled her out to work with us. She's well up for anything now and gets stuck in with whatever I ask her to do. She's a real asset to the team." Tom thought about Holly's words for a moment before speaking. "I think it's down to you. They saw how much work you put into deciphering that journal, transcribing Carla's words and delivering a copy to each and every one of them. I reckon they're all working for you, not for me. Carla's words broke everybody's heart into tiny pieces, and that's down to you, Holly." Holly smiled. "It's why I'm pushing myself, staying longer at work, winding Graham Bloody Andrews up, and I'll carry on doing it tomorrow until we break him. He can blame who the hell he likes for that knife being the one that killed Tina, but the truth is it came from his house. It has his fingerprints on it, and he buried it down near the pond, never expecting a little white dog with a penchant for excavation to come along and find it for us. He's guilty as hell. Why, oh why didn't somebody see him? There's always people hanging around that playing field. It was late at night, don't forget. So, don't people walk their dogs at night? And what about drunks staggering home from the pub? Nobody, not one person, has admitted to seeing anything that evening, like nobody saw anything when Charlie Linwood's house burnt down. The whole bloody area has turned into an area for blind people to live. Holly handed Tom his wine and sipped at her own glass. She watched as he dropped down the oven door and slid the lasagna inside. "Right," he said. "Shut up, woman, and stop grizzling about Graham Andrews. Let's forget about him till tomorrow and enjoy tonight. Shall we watch a movie or the football?" Her reply was swift. "Football, please. Do you know who's playing?" "Does it matter?" He shook his head in amusement as he looked at her. "You're every man's ideal woman, Holly Jones. You can make Yorkshire puddings and you like football. What more could a man want?" "Sex?" This time he laughed aloud. "That as well. I love you, Holly Jones." She hesitated, then slipped into his arms, resting her head on his chest. "And I love you, Tom Fowler. Now what do we do?" Chapter 34. It was raining heavily as they left for work the next morning. Holly jumped out of her car and ran for the building, leaving Tom to gather up some paperwork before joining her. She waited in reception, and Roger, the desk sergeant, smiled at her. "Morning, Holly. Where's the boss?" "He's following. Be here in a second." "Thought he might be," Roger grinned. "Roger, does everybody know?" "Maybe." "But why?" she wailed. "I've told them. A bit of juicy gossip like this is worth its weight in gold here. I did give you a couple of days before I said anything, but then people started to ask me anyway, so yes, it's common knowledge. Everybody's chuffed if that helps." She sighed. "It doesn't, Roger. It really doesn't." Graham Andrews was brought from the cells to an interview room and left there for an hour prior to Philip King's arrival. They had a brief consultation before being joined by Tom and Holly. "DI Tom Fowler, DS Holly Jones, Graham Andrews and Philip King representing Mr. Andrews. Good morning, you two, although I don't suppose it's such a good morning for you, Graham. It can't be comfortable on that bed in the cell." "To an innocent man, the entire situation is uncomfortable, DS Jones." She laughed. "To an innocent man, it would be. To a guilty man, it's a way of acclimatising for the future. Prison beds are as uncomfortable as cell beds. You do get a pillow in prison, which is a small crumb of comfort, I suppose." "No comment, DS Jones," Graham responded. It had been a long night, and he recognised he was in trouble, but throughout the sleepless hours he had made the decision to say nothing in answer to any questions asked in the foreseeable future. "OK, Graham. On the night Tina Jackson died, you say you left Kenny West's about 10 and walked to your own home. What did you do when you arrived?" "No comment." "We have your phone records." Holly opened her file and removed a series of printouts. "At 10:30 you rang Tina Jackson. Can you explain that and tell us what the conversation was about? It lasted 3 minutes." "No comment." "Were you making arrangements to meet her later, after she had finished her shift at the Kestrel and Pigeon?" "No comment." "Did you arrange for her to head for your home after her shift? Let's face it, you have a home where your children are at their grandparents', probably until they leave home or marry or something. Your wife has been killed. And maybe we need to talk a little more about that. And nobody would know what you were doing at any given point. Tina allegedly had fallen for you and would have jumped at a bit of hanky-panky and comfort with no chance of being disturbed." Graham Andrews' face was bright red, and had been since she had mentioned Carla's death. Holly took advantage. "Oh, I know you're going to say no comment again. But we believe you murdered Tina Jackson, so it's logical that we're looking at you for Carla and Lorraine's murders." Graham turned to look at Philip, expecting him to jump in and say something, but Philip didn't. Philip thought, "Go to hell. I advised you not to go down the no-comment route. That was stupid if you're as innocent as you say you are, so no comment your way out of this." Graham temporarily shelved his policy of no comment. "Of course I didn't fucking kill Carla. I loved her. She was my wife, the mother of my kids." "What did you know of her life outside the betting shop?" Holly decided to jump in while he was in a responsive mood. She realised it might not last long. "Her life outside work? It was spent at home with me and the kids. She went out a couple of times a year with the girls, always at Christmas anyway. She didn't go on holiday with Lorraine and Janice because she didn't want to. But she could have done. Could she? Yes. The kids could have stayed with my mum and dad for the week. It wouldn't have been a problem. And that would have given you a clear week to see Tina, wouldn't it? Think about this carefully, Graham. Why did Carla turn down the offer of a holiday when you gave her permission to go? Holly wanted to add, and why the hell do you think you have the right to withhold or give permission to anybody? But clamped her lips together to prevent the inflammatory words escaping. Graham shrugged, all thoughts of no comment no longer coming into play. I don't know. Maybe she didn't want to leave the kids. Maybe she didn't want to be away from me for a full week. She'd never done that before. Or maybe she didn't want to leave someone else. Graham frowned. Someone else? Who? If you think she was playing away, you're mistaken. She never went out. Didn't have any odd phone calls, nothing like that. You describing your affair with Tina there? Holly challenged. No comment. She laughed at him. Then let's see if there's a no comment to this. This is taken from your wife's informative journal, Graham, and although I'm removing a name from it, I think you'll get the gist. You'll find out names and other stuff when we get you in court. But at the moment, they will be withheld from you to protect people we believe you would harm or could cause harm to happen to them. She paused and watched as anger flashed across his face. What the hell are you talking about? Holly took a deep breath and read a section of Carla's words. I feel so unhappy. I'm living two lives, one with a man I detest, and one where I look forward so much to seeing a man I want to be with. I can't say love yet, but I'm close. I daren't leave G. I'm not convinced either XXX or I would survive, and that would leave the kids to live their lives with the man who ordered their mum's murder, because that's how he would do it. He knows people who have always scared me. It would be safer if I said goodbye to XXX now before G gets any inkling, but am I strong enough to do that? Holly looked up at Graham and knew she couldn't help the look of disgust. Did you find out about Carla and this man, then order her execution? No fucking comment, Graham roared and tried to stand. Immediately he was pushed back down onto his seat by a PC considerably taller and heftier than he was. Stay seated, Mr. Andrews, Tom ordered, once Graham was ensconced on the chair. Now, I'm sure if you think about it, you will want to make some sort of comment about the section of your wife's journal that D.S. Jones has read out to you. But this is a one-time only offer. If you don't comment now, the next time you will be asked the question is in court. I need a drink, was Graham's sullen answer. I'm sure we can accommodate you, Tom responded. I'll have tea sent in for both of you. We'll take a break, give you a chance to discuss the question with your solicitor, and we'll be back in an hour. Holly signed them out, and they stood outside watching the activity in the room. It was clear Philip King hadn't liked what he had heard, and he was giving his client some well-earned advice, ready for the return of the two police officers. Thank you for letting me take the lead, Tom, Holly said. When we go back in, if I can't take a baseball bat in with me, I think you should carry on. You're so much gentler than me, and might persuade him to say something. Holly signed them back in, but this time Tom took the seat facing Graham Andrews. OK, Mr. Andrews, let's continue by going back to your wife's journal. She'd been keeping it for quite a long time, writing in it most days, rarely missing a day in actual fact. Your wife was an unhappy woman, and we believe this journal was her comfort. It was her own space you knew nothing about, and had no control over, unlike the rest of her life. She was frightened of you, and completely scared of what you would do if you found out about her lover. She didn't have a fucking lover, as you call him. I'd have known, burst from Graham's mouth. She did, and you didn't. Tom kept his voice calm, sensing that would rile Andrews even more. So let me ask you D.S. Jones' question again. Did you know of this affair and order your wife's execution? We know you had access to the mysterious missing gun, and in your own wife's words, we know you know people. So please answer. No comment. OK, let's go back to the issue of the gun. We've been over and over this, Andrews grumbled. Give me a break. No, we don't do breaks unless we want one. The gun. I don't believe for 1 minute it disappeared from the boot of your car. What did you really do with it? Where was it hidden until it transformed into a killing gun? I don't believe in coincidence in my line of work, Mr. Andrews, and 2 rifles don't sit well with me. I'm sure the rifle that killed our 2 ladies was the one you claim you mysteriously lost. Am I right? No comment. Who hid it for you until you needed it? No comment. Mr. Andrews, Tom said with a smile, you are aware you won't be able to answer with no comment when you're in the dock, aren't you? Give us our answers now, and it will be mentioned in court that you cooperated fully. This always leads to a lighter sentence because the judge takes it into consideration. However, constant no comments don't impress judges at all. Bear that in mind. No comment. Tom shuffled some papers around purely for effect. He glanced up at Graham as though deep in thought. Let's return to the night of Tina Jackson's death. Tell me again what you did after you returned from Kenny West's house. Start with how much you'd had to drink. Why? Because I'm asking the question and that's what I do. It's my job. Andrews shrugged. I suppose I'd had a fair bit of whiskey, after the lager, of course. You were drunk? No, I've been worse, much worse. What did you do after you staggered home? Staggered into the house, of course, and that's where I fucking stayed. Really? You didn't make a phone call to Tina, then take a knife, maybe to peel a potato to make some late-night chips, and follow your thoughts with a trip outside and out of the garden gate onto the playing field to wait for Tina to arrive, still holding that knife. Did drink make you a bit careless with your fingerprints, Graham? No comment. Tom reflected he maybe could use Holly's baseball bat right now. There was a knock, and the door opened slightly. The PC showing his face around the door inclined his head towards Tom, and he stood. Holly signed him out, and they waited for his return. Andrews sipped at his water, seemingly unperturbed. Holly knew he was thinking that nothing would happen. There would be no charges, because the flimsy fingerprint evidence meant nothing. He was right. Anybody could have taken that knife, and it was his knife, so the fingerprints would be on it. The CPS wouldn't even say charge him. There would be no chance of winning. The door opened and Tom returned. He gathered his file. I'm sorry, something has happened. Mr. Andrews, you will be returned to your cell, pending any charges that will be brought against you, whether it be with this case or Mr. Roberts' untimely death. And thank you for attending, Mr. King. I'll inform you when you will next be required. Holly hurriedly signed them out and followed Tom. What's happened? Guess who's in reception? I've no idea. Is it Tom Hardy? No, it isn't bloody Tom Hardy. Besides, Tom Fowler is much better looking. Come on. They walked down to reception and Tom held the door for Holly to go through first. She looked around and saw Adele sitting with a youth. Holly gasped aloud. Isaac West! By all that's holy, where the hell have you been? Chapter 35. Isaac stood, walked across and shook Holly's hand, followed by Tom's. Hello, D.S. Jones, D.I. Fowler. I'm sorry to have messed you about and cost you all this money trying to find me, but I didn't know what else to do. I've had to think. Look, don't say anything now, Holly urged. First of all, are you okay? Do you need medical help? I'm absolutely fine. Leo's taken care of me, although I've lived on a lot of chips. Then let's get you out of reception. Holly turned to Roger. Family interview room, please. Adele headed back to the briefing room after giving Isaac a pat on the shoulder, and Tom and Holly led Isaac down the corridor they had already travelled. Thankfully, Graham Andrews was still in his interview room, conferring with Philip King. The PC was standing outside the door, waiting for the consultation to finish, so he could escort Andrews back to his cell. Tom paused to speak to him. Do me a favour, Harry. When you take Mr. No Comment back to his cell, make sure you take him past the family interview room. Keep an eye on him. I want to know how he reacts to seeing the occupant. Isaac West will be in the room. Will do, sir, Harry said. He turned to the young boy. Good to see you, Isaac. Isaac dipped his head in acknowledgement, slung his backpack a little higher onto his shoulder, and followed Holly. They said little to him, until he was sipping at a hot chocolate and eating a sandwich. He did admit to feeling a little hungry, having had nothing since the previous night. For the record, Isaac, can you confirm that you don't require a doctor? I definitely don't. I know things are never going to be normal again, but I'm well, and whatever happens next, we'll manage. I can't believe what I'm about to do, because everything I have to tell you is why I left. I honestly only expected to be away for a day or so while I got my head sorted, but when it did get sorted, I couldn't see a way of going home. Holly took out her notebook. This is obviously being recorded, but I like to make my own notes. She smiled at the young lad, who suddenly seemed so much more mature than his twin brother. Now, first of all, we need to let your father know you've been found. No, not yet. A couple of hours won't make any difference, will it? Leo isn't going to tell Jack, so Dad won't know. Where's Leo now? He's gone back home. He walked here with me in case there was a problem on the way, but I knew there wouldn't be. All teenagers look the same, don't they? Nobody would have thought the lad ambling along would be the missing Isaac West. And if they did see me, they would have thought I was Jack. Leo's been hiding you all this time. Holly realised it was anger she was feeling. Leo had been in the background, the caring friend who was out there searching for his missing friend, orchestrating every move all of them had made. Fooling them. No, I've been hiding myself. Don't bring Leo into this, he's done nothing wrong. He didn't kidnap me or anything. I asked him for help and he gave it as a friend. Where have you been? Initially in Leo's shed. Nobody ever goes in it, because they don't do gardening. There were a few spiders, and I had to shift some stuff to get a space big enough to sleep in, but it's been warm and it was okay. When your men came round searching everybody's sheds, I took my bed and went up to Leo's room until he'd searched it, then went back to it, all without his daft mother's boyfriend knowing. Leo spent a lot of time with me. He came most nights. We had a blanket up to the window and a candle for light, and we talked, very quietly. We didn't worry that Horse or his mother might come down the garden because the shed's hidden behind a hedge, thanks to the previous owners. Horse? Sorry, that's our name for Leo's mother's boyfriend. It's because he's hung like a... Leo looked at Holly. Horse, he mumbled. And we haven't searched that shed since the first time. No. I won't miss it. I'm ready to sleep in a proper bed again. I slept a couple of nights in Leo's bed when Horse and his mother went off on some weekend break, but that was a single bed and a bit tight for room. Isaac smiled. We didn't sleep much. So why have you decided to surface now? Has something happened? Yes. I've decided I can't run away from things forever. Things are going to be hard, and I know all of this is going to sound stupid, and you're going to think, why didn't he come to us? But overriding everything is that I've lost my mum. Whatever follows from here on, that is by far the worst thing that could have happened to me. Leo and I talked most of the night, weighing up the pros and cons, and we've decided to bite the bullet and put things right. Out of interest, Isaac, are you and Leo a couple? And do Jack and your father know? Isaac blushed slightly. I suppose we are a couple. I think Jack guessed we were heading that way, but Dad will refuse to believe it. Leo stood by me ever since that first night when I threw stones at his window to get him to come downstairs to meet me. I didn't want to text him or ring him because I knew you could trace that, but you can't trace the pebbles I threw at that window. Isaac smiled. That first night we didn't sleep at all. We talked through everything I knew, had seen, and discussed whether I should come to you. He said I would feel better if someone else came up with the answers, instead of me having to tell the police stuff that would make me unhappy. But then we considered the exams. He paused for a moment. I know they pale into insignificance at the side of losing Mum, but they're so important to me. Anyway, what we decided is that I can take them next year, unless you lock me up. Tom stared at him. Are we likely to lock you up? Have you done something? I'm withholding evidence, but I've not withheld it for a long time, and I'm ready to hand it all over now. And I don't suppose for 1 minute a jury will convict me because all of it is so personal, and I can cry, on demand. We're talking in riddles. Tom continued to stare at the boy. It was slowly dawning on Tom that Isaac was possibly the key to everything. They simply had to get it out of him, in a logical order, and act accordingly. I know we are. There are things I have to tell you, and show you. You know where I've been, hidden in plain sight, really, but we have to come to the why. That's a bit more difficult. I came across something that bothered me for the exams and I couldn't sleep. It was about 11 and it was too warm, so I grabbed my phone, stuffed it in my backpack that contained my books and notes for the following day, and went for a walk. I went through our back gate, then headed off onto the playing field and to our tree. I climbed up it, got myself comfortable and took out my books. He paused as if trying to recall every step of that night. I heard a text ping through, so I took out my phone. It was from Leo. He was off to bed, wanted to say good luck. He wasn't taking the exam, but knew I was a tad worried about it. I texted back, and then saw Tina Jackson staggering across the field. She'd had one or two, it was obvious, so I watched her carefully. Anyway, she managed, and then I saw Graham come out of his back gate and go to meet her. Tom's heart sang. Not only bloody fingerprints, after all. They were having a proper argument, I can tell you, but kind of quiet. And then I saw my dear Uncle Graham hit her. It didn't surprise me. I've seen him hit Carla in the past, but this was a proper wallop. When I've seen him hit Carla, I didn't have a phone handy. That night I did, and it was already in my hand and switched on. You got a picture? Holly breathed slowly, almost afraid to ask the question. Isaac shook his head. Much better than that. I got a video. I saw it all. Saw him stab her, fall to the ground. Isaac reached inside his pocket and took out his phone. It's clear and it's graphic. Ignore all the thousands of texts and phone calls. They're mostly from Dad and Jack trying to find me. Isaac handed the phone to Tom, who immediately left the room with a "wait for me" coming from outside the door. He ran back to reception, handed the phone to Roger with instructions to get it to Tech Forensics, that it was the last video on it and he wanted it ASAP. Roger saluted and picked up his phone. A minute later, Tom was back in the room, being logged in once more by Holly. You haven't seen it? No, you know me and technology. Dinosaur Tom. I didn't want to risk anything, so I've sent it to the tech team. Sorry, Isaac, you'll be without your phone for a few days. That's fine, I'll live. I've been without it for some time. I daren't turn it on in case you tracked it. So you saw Graham Andrews stab Tina Jackson? Holly pushed the boy. I did. I didn't move until he'd disappeared, but I daren't go to Tina in case he returned. Graham's a proper bully, and I've tangled with him in the past. He has to hurt. It's as if he's no switch-off button, and if he knew I'd seen anything, I wouldn't have lived beyond that night. I sat in that tree for about 2 hours, until my bum couldn't take it any longer, then crawled down and headed back through our own gate and up to bed. You didn't think to come forward to us? Isaac shook his head. Not then, no. It felt like some surreal dream. I took 2 exams over the next couple of days, tried to appear normal, felt scared to use my phone in case something happened to it, and finally gave in. My thoughts had started to wander towards Mum and Carla, and I wondered if Graham had been the organiser of that. I knew he hadn't pulled the trigger. But if he could kill Tina, he could kill others. And I'll be honest, another reason for not telling you was Kelly and Danny. They're lovely kids, almost like brother and sister to us, and they would lose their dad as well as their mum if I opened my mouth. And what conclusions did you reach about Graham's involvement in the murder of your mum? Isaac picked up his not-so-hot chocolate, as if to delay having to tell the rest. That's a whole other story. Jack and I have a shed. Tom sat a little straighter. A shed? Like a lock-up? No, a shed. About 6 or 7 years ago, Mum and Dad bought us train sets for Christmas. We'd seen some big ones set up and loved them, so they started our collection off. We didn't have a spare room for it, and there was some talk about converting the attic. But one day Dad went down the garden to calculate where he could put a biggish shed for us. Mum put her foot down and Dad was explaining how he could rejig the garden to accommodate this extra shed. They were in the garden while this discussion was going on, and our lovely neighbour, Mrs. Ellis, was listening to them. She offered Dad the end of her garden for it. It would be a case of going through our back gate, walking 6 feet, and through her back gate. As a result of this negotiation, we got our shed. Chapter 36. This shed is about 6 feet away from yours and we didn't know? Obviously not. You've never been in it as far as I'm aware. Dad built us the table to take the track and it became our presents for Christmas each year. It's a brilliant setup. He built us some storage to save instructions and packaging and anything we had stopped using or had duplicated, because everybody bought railway stuff for us. So this shed is the crux of why I disappeared. Tom and Holly waited, not wanting to disrupt Isaac's thoughts. Holly had given up on being able to take notes. She would see that this tape was transcribed really carefully. Isaac dropped his head, and Holly knew that this was the truth behind what had kept him away. A couple of years ago, I was off school. I had to have 4 teeth out, and it made me ill for a couple of days. Graham turned up one morning, and I could hear him talking to Dad in the kitchen. I sat on the stairs and waited because I was going down for a drink of water. It sounded a bit fractious, so in the end I went back up to my bedroom. I heard Graham leave, but I was watching a squirrel in our garden, so I didn't go downstairs straight away. Then the squirrel shot off into the trees, and Dad appeared in the back garden, carrying a long thing, looked like a stick in a black bag. He went out of our garden and into Mrs. Ellis's garden, unlocked our shed, and disappeared. He was missing about a minute, then he locked it up and came back home. Holly silently punched the air. So the rifle definitely hadn't been stolen. It had been passed on to Kenny West. "And you checked what it was?" Holly said softly. Isaac nodded. "I did. As soon as Dad went off to work. He'd hidden it right at the bottom of our storage compartment. Nobody would have seen it if they didn't know it was there. There were other black bags in the locker, so it was the perfect place. I worried about it for a couple of days, but then thought, sod it. He's our dad. He's maybe joining a rifle club or something. So I didn't bother telling Jack. And even when Mum died, I didn't join up the dots." There was a knock on the door, and Adele arrived with 2 coffees and a bottle of water, and a warm smile for Isaac. "I haven't told anyone Isaac is back. I thought you'd want to announce it, boss," she said to Tom. "Is that okay?" "That's fine," he said. "It also stops leaks to the press." They all took a 2-minute break to have a drink and a rest. The atmosphere was charged. The more I worried over what to do about Graham and the video, the more he was on my mind. And then I remembered the day he'd brought that rifle to Dad. I waited while Jack was sitting an exam, and I went round to the shed. I opened the locker knowing deep down I wasn't going to find it. I was right. I did find something else, though, again right down at the bottom and in a black bag. He pulled his backpack towards him, and Holly stood, unsure what to do. Isaac looked up at her. "Don't worry, I'm not Graham." "Nevertheless," Holly held out her hand. Isaac handed the backpack over. "It's the black bag on the top. The rest is my mucky laundry." "Yuck," she said, and gingerly removed the black bag. She tipped the contents onto the coffee table. The bag contained 2 items, a rather large spider and a rictus mask. The spider was quickly killed underfoot. "I take no prisoners," Holly explained, and proceeded to carefully pull the mask towards her using the end of her pen. "You haven't put this on. Nobody has put it on." Isaac shook his head. "Not likely. I understand DNA, and if Graham's DNA is in it, it means he killed my mother." "And could Graham have hidden this in the shed? Does he have access?" "Oh, yes. The key to the second shed hangs inside the kitchen door, so we can all come and go whenever we want. Graham's always at ours." "Why didn't you bring this to us immediately?" Because I don't know whose DNA is in it. I only know it's not mine. That's the one inescapable truth in what appears to be a world of lies surrounding me. I didn't kill Mum and Carla, and whoever did is inside that mask. So I packed my bag, walked down our road so that I was on CCTV and not heading in any particular direction, then nipped across the playing field to throw stones at Leo's window. Isaac brushed away a tear. "And after all this, I don't feel any better. It hasn't taken any worries away. But I realised it could possibly hurt Leo, and I can't risk that. He's done nothing wrong, except give a mate a bed for a night, or 2. Tom stared with compassion at Isaac. "What do you want to happen now?" "I don't know. I want to know who was in that mask and why they killed my mum. But initially I suppose I'll have to go home." "No, that can't happen. For a start, we're bringing your father in for questioning. He hid the rifle we believe killed your mother. And as you say, we don't know whose DNA is in the mask. I'd like to put you in a safe house until we know the results. You won't be alone. We have trained personnel to look after you, and it should only be for a couple of nights at the most. Thank you for all of this, Isaac. Better now than never," Tom said with a smile. "Is this everything?" "It is, unless you want to wash my laundry." "No, that's a problem that can keep you occupied for the next couple of days," Holly laughed. "We're going to have to tell your father, and Jack obviously, that you're safe, and they can see you in a couple of days. We'll also stand everybody down who's on full alert at Crystal Peaks, in case you turn up for a Big Mac." Isaac groaned. "Oh, God, I'd kill for a Big Mac. I couldn't even get one because I couldn't access my money, and Leo doesn't get any. I had about £30 on me when I left, and we've lived on that. I knew it might have to last me some time. We'll make sure it's McDonald's on the menu tonight for you. In fact, I'll nip out and get you one, because you're going to be here for a while. This needs typing up, then you need to sign it. After that, we'll move you. As soon as people are in custody who need to be in custody, we'll have you taken home to get on with your life. Can I ask you something? Tom said, yes, and Holly looked up expectantly. Do you think whoever took that gun out of the hiding place also put the mask into it? They nodded simultaneously. That's what I thought too, Isaac said. You know, whoever's DNA is inside that mask, I'm going to lose a part of my life, aren't I? It's inevitable, Holly said, but you'll have help, people to talk to support you. You'll never forget the people you've lost, but it won't hurt each and every day as it probably is right now. Let's get this mask out of your sight and the transcription for the statement done. Jack's smile seemed to be permanently fixed in place. D.S. Shea had been round to tell them Isaac had been found, and he would be home in a couple of days. She explained it as a sort of debrief, but Jack wondered what the real issue was. Why couldn't they even speak to him? Kenny had cried. He had held on to Jack and sobbed with utter relief. After releasing Jack, Kenny poured himself a glass of whiskey and toasted his missing son. To Isaac, thank the Lord you're safe. And I promise, Jack, as soon as Mum's funeral is out of the way next week, we're going on that trip to Alton Towers. It's what she would have wanted. Maybe then we can have a bit of normality back in our lives. Jack kept his tears for his bedroom. Chapter 37. Isaac slept for most of the time. He had no phone, so couldn't contact either Jack or Leo, but he knew it was only for a couple of days. When he wasn't asleep, Isaac played cards with the male and female officer, who he called his jailers. Franny and Ivan didn't mind. They had been called much worse over the years. Isaac even laughed a little. Ivan joked about everything, and what started as a smile eventually became a laugh. Isaac showered and put on a dressing gown he found hanging on the back of his bedroom door, then threw all his clothes in the washing machine. He could hear his mother saying, "You can't put that T-shirt in with jeans," but he didn't have time to mess. They had to be dried in the tumble dryer, which creaked and groaned a bit, but did the job, and finally he could get dressed in clothes that didn't smell of damp and cobwebs. It was Tom and Holly who came to tell him the results. The video was clear and we got a really good copy to show the jury. Graham Andrews has been charged with the murder of Tina Jackson. It seems she wanted to move in with him, was insisting on telling his parents and his children, and he couldn't have that. They argued about it, but he had taken that knife with him to threaten her. He used it instead. We showed him and his solicitor the video, and after talks with his solicitor, Graham has confessed. We have further news on charges, but I'll wait till we've told you about the mask. Isaac could feel his hands shaking. The kids, how would they be feeling? They had lost their daddy, and Glenys and Eric Andrews would have the job of bringing children up again. Isaac stifled a groan. Tom shuffled uncomfortably in the leather armchair. Holly was sitting at Isaac's side, and she took his hand. Tom opened the report and hesitated. The DNA test on the mask showed us only one result. The only person to have worn that mask, and therefore the person to have shot both Carla Andrews and Lorraine West, is Kenneth West. Holly felt Isaac's hand tighten in hers, and he half stood. She pulled him back down. But I thought it was Graham. Not Dad. In that one word, Holly sensed acceptance of the truth he had been denying. Your father has been arrested, and of course is at the denying stage, but the evidence is there. We also had a visit from Janice Marshall last night. A distraught Janice who is only beginning to realise the damage she's done with her gossip. It seems that Dave Marshall had a moment of clarity. He mentioned having told your father, trying to warn him what his wife was planning, so we know for sure that your dad did have that information. And we believe that was the motive for the murders. Carla was caught up in it, But the real target was your mother. As your mother's life is about to end, she lifts her hand, as if she recognises who the gunman is. Isaac gave a long, low moan. No. No, don't say that. We're going to bring Jack into you now, Isaac. I would prefer it if you both stayed here for a couple of nights. There will be press camped outside your house, I'm sure. And then social services will be here to talk to you. There is an extra charge we have levelled against both Graham Andrews and your father. In 2001, they committed a crime together. They burgled the home of Malk Roberts, and he died after falling down the stairs. We had fingerprints, but no one to match them against, until recently. They have been charged with the burglary, but further charges may be pending. Malk Roberts? But that's... Holly nodded. Your great-grandfather. I'm so sorry, Isaac. Are you ready for Jack now? Jack was crying as he came through the door, and the twins hugged each other. Is it over? Jack whispered. I think so. I bloody hope so. Just us now. And Leo? And Leo, Isaac smiled. Epilogue. 15 months later. A grey sky hung heavily with the promise of snow. The crowd outside the crematorium, huge and mainly teenagers there in disbelief that one of their own had gone, shivered and huddled closer for warmth. There was a muttering amongst them as the hearse, followed by 2 Daimlers, came into view at the top of the hill. It swung around the corner and pulled up outside the doors. The driver and his assistant exited, then moved towards the back of the hearse, lifting the tailgate. The Daimler's passengers were helped from the big cars, and there was an instant hush as everyone's eyes tracked to the 4 wreaths placed alongside the coffin, waiting in the back of the hearse. J-A-C-K. Isaac and Leo stood together, distraught. Standing to one side, and accompanied by 2 prison guards, was Kenny, gaunt and unbelieving of what was happening. How could that be his son in that coffin? Not even 18, and dead. The Jack he had known would never have taken his own life. Isaac had been the weaker twin, if anything. Kenny felt tears trickling down his face, and for the millionth time wondered how his life could have gone so wrong in 2 short years. He tried to catch Isaac's eye, but Isaac turned his back to him. Losing the boys, knowing they didn't ever want to see him again, had been the hardest part. Much harder to accept than his wrongful imprisonment. When he had signed over the business to his sons, he had thought they would soften, would be forced into visiting him in order to sign everything over, but it hadn't proved to be the case. So everything had gone. His wife, his family, his business. Even the 3 men he had worked with for so many years had ignored him as they stood patiently in the queue of mourners behind him. The coffin was eased from the back of the hearse and placed on a trolley. Carefully, the tall, mournful driver laid the 4 wreaths on top, and Isaac grabbed hold of Leo's hand. Together they led the mourners inside the chapel. An hour later, Kenny West was on his way back to Manchester's Strangeways prison, no words having been exchanged between him and his remaining son. As the prison van went over the woodhead, Kenny said a silent prayer. Not for Jack, but that the van would take a bend too fast and tumble down the hillside, finishing everything. Isaac and Leo stayed at the pub long enough to hear condolences from everybody, and then did the rounds once more, saying it was all too much and they would have to return home. They had gone through the rigmarole of explaining Jack had taken an overdose. No, they didn't know where he had got the tablets from, but it was pretty easy to get drugs anywhere. And then they returned to their car, a smart little Audi, and drove home. Isaac headed for the lounge, Leo for the kitchen. Leo poured 2 small measures of Kenny's whiskey and carried them through to the lounge. "Here," he said, "drink this. It'll warm us up." Isaac smiled in acknowledgement. Good, it was freezing at the Creme. "So how'd you feel?" Leo sat by Isaac's side and laughed. "I can't believe it's over. We've done it. But most of it's down to you. Genius planning, that's all I can say. We've got everything now. A house to live in that's fully paid for, a business that costs us nought, and nobody watching us saying, don't do this, don't do that. And I certainly got the right stuff for Jack, didn't I? 1 tablet to soften him, make him a bit giddy, and 4 more crushed into a glass of whiskey. Dead next morning. Pow." They held hands in a moment of quiet contemplation of all they had achieved. Buying 2 masks instead of 1 had been the start of it. Lorraine had to be the target. She had deserved it anyway, they had decided, once they found out she was dumping them all. With Lorraine as the victim, suspicion would automatically fall on Kenny, and it needed a little time and a mask with Kenny's DNA to seal his fate. "I have to tell you, Isaac, rubbing your dad's toothbrush day after day on the mouth area inside that clean mask was brilliant. The couple of hairs from his comb added to it, and then using it as your reason for disappearing, along with Bloody Graham's video, was awesome." Isaac grinned. "Pure luck I was in our tree that night. It was only because I wanted to talk to you away from here. If I hadn't been there, I reckon he'd have got away with it. Bloody murderers. They should be made to pay." They clinked glasses as Leo spoke. "So far you've killed your mum, killed Carla, killed Jack, and possibly killed Kenny because he didn't look too good to me this morning. Oh, and we burned down that bloody house. But that was just for the fun of it, so that doesn't really count. Are we done now?" "I reckon so. Fancy a holiday?" And he picked up a travel brochure from the coffee table. "I think we need one." Tom and Holly were wrapped around each other, keeping out the cold, talking. "Good result." "Jack on your mind?" "Yeah, good result. Both got life sentences, although..." "Something's niggling, isn't it?" "It is, and I've no idea what the hell it is. Isaac and Leo seem to be pretty strong together, don't they? And a good turnout for Jack. But would you have ever said suicide was on the cards for him?" "No, it doesn't sit easily with me either. We've got to let it go, sweetheart. It's been a while now." "I know." He smiled into the darkness. "And we've got a wedding to plan. What could be more important than that?" Ben Craig placed the chrysanthemums on Lorraine's grave, stood for a moment in silence, then gathered up the dead flowers he had brought the previous week. He tossed them into the wire cage already half full with other dead flowers, and walked a short distance to Carla's grave. He sat on the marble surrounding edge and carefully arranged the roses in the vase before pouring in water from the bottle he had brought with him. "Miss you so much," he said quietly. "Thank God I have your words." He took out the envelope that was always in his inside pocket and removed the photocopies from inside. He read 2 of the pages, then carefully folded them and replaced them in his pocket. "Thank God Holly Jones understood enough to know how much I needed these," he said, and leaned forward to kiss the headstone. "Love you, Carla. Love you." The end.